Whether or not to accept the gifts from the Imperium was a topic of debate in the federal parliament. The problem was obvious. Doing so would expose the coordinates of the Federation. Although the Federation could set the space jump point in the Dragon Snake space zone or even the desolate space zone far away from the Federation and jump to the center of the Federation again after the transfer, the space jump point could not be too far away from the Federation after all. Somebody with ill intentions might trace it back to the nest of the Federation. However, the coordinates of the Federation were no longer a secret. After all, before the Black Wind Fleet attacked the Federation, they had been in close contact with the Imperium. Even if they did not send all the coordinates, half of the parameters had been sent. With enough time and computational ability, it was not a problem to infer the approximate coordinates of the Federation. After another 3 to 5 years of searching, the Federation would be exposed sooner or later. Under such circumstances, defending the coordinates of the Federation was like deceiving oneself. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, Ding Lingdang still passed the motion to communicate with the Imperium directly through the upgrade method. In the meantime, the magical equipment that the revolutionaries offered to the Federation for free was also the culmination of the most cutting-edge technology of the Imperium, including but not limited to the latest crystal suits and space shuttles of the Imperium, which could help the Federation break the seal of technology for hundreds of years in many fields. Having said that, Ding Lingdang was apparently more concerned about Li Yao's news than the magical equipment and technology. The reception went very well. I've arranged all the guests of the Imperium to stay in the Dragon Snake space zone for the time being. The negotiations and research work will be carried out there, too. It will be a barrier between the Dragon Snake space zone and the center of the Federation. Xianxia said, "As for Master Li Yao, there is no news about him yet. Of course, there is no bad news either." "Understood. You will be fully responsible for it. I believe that you will get the most benefits from the Imperium." Ding Lingdang pondered for a moment. Then she turned around and asked, "Director, what are the reactions of the people? What is the latest reaction of the public opinion about our possible expedition to the center of the universe?" "Same old, same as the enlarged version of the previous discussion. Some of them felt their blood boiling, some sighed, some were impassioned, and some were ill at ease. Some were particularly impatient and excited, believing that the Star Ocean Imperium and the Sanctuary Alliance were nothing special. As long as the Master of Justice of the Federation arrived in the center of the Sea of Stars, he would be able to sweep away all the demons and devils effortlessly. Some were too pessimistic and believed that the Federation was doomed. They thought that it would be best to dig deep holes right now, accumulate enough food, and flee to the underground shelters where they could hide for hundreds of years, or even thousands of years. They were noisy, chaotic, and had their own opinions. It was hard to tell whether or not they had any unified ideas and waves. "Wait," Ding Lingdang said. "There are still people who think that the Imperium and the Sanctuary Alliance are nothing special and that we can win easily? In fact, there are many people who are impatient and reckless. Even in the Federal Army, many of them think that they are the best in the world." Spring Breeze said, "From a certain point of view, we are all frogs at the bottom of a well at the edge of the Sea of Stars. Although we have been exaggerating the formidability and terror of the Star Ocean Imperium for the past 100 years, the only people of the Star Ocean Imperium that we have ever fought against are the Black Wind Fleet. And that battle ended in a complete victory for us. The remnants of the Black Wind Fleet even chose to obediently surrender. This kind of experience has given quite a few people of the Star Ocean Imperium, the Federation Army, and the Cultivators the misconception that all citizens of the Star Ocean Imperium will be like the Black Wind Cultivators. They might even be as easy to talk to as Di Feiwen. Does the speaker feel that it is possible for them to not be proud and not be arrogant? Therefore, if we are really going to send out troops, we must first find a way to suppress the arrogance of a frog at the bottom of a well and put ourselves in the right place. Otherwise, when we march to the center of the Sea of Stars with inexplicable pride and conceit, our pride will turn into desperation when we run into setbacks. The conceit raised by a victory might be shattered by a failure, too. It is not a good thing. But right now, the pride of a frog in a well is exactly what I need." Hardly had he finished his speech when Xianxia interrupted him. "In fact, right now, The citizens of the Federation have not cooled down from the great victory a few years ago yet. All they need to do is turn on the propaganda machine and inspire the citizens with certain symbolic events. The chaotic discussions will be consolidated into a unified ideology, and the cheers of the citizens will be heard. The Parliament will make the call to march into the center of the Sea of Stars. Wait! Ding Lingdang narrowed her eyes and looked at Xianxia warily. Director Jean, are you up to some dirty tricks behind my back again? No, no, no. Mr. Speaker, you are mistaken. No, absolutely not. Xianxia raised 3 fingers and swore. I've learned my lesson last time. It's true. I did not do anything suspicious in secret, nor did I violate the laws of the Federation. Everything I did was legal, public, and mentioned in the work briefing. You can check and ask me at any time. I promise to tell you everything I know. Is that so? Ding Lingdang was still frowning. Why do you make me more and more worried? What do you want exactly? I want to rescue Liao. Whether it is my master, Liao, or supreme being of the 3 realms, father of the Federation, Liao, I want to spare no effort and save him at any cost. Xianxia looked at Ding Lingdang in the eyes and said, Mr. Speaker, or rather, my good wife, don't you want to? Of course I do. But the power granted to me by my billions of compatriots forbids me from thinking that way, and my personal feelings are above the interests of the entire Federation. Ding Lingdang's clenched fists loosened again. She said in a low voice, I've been holding it in for a long time. I almost couldn't bear it any longer. Thankfully, my term will be over soon. By then, I will be able to put down all my burdens and regain my freedom. By then, I will go to the center of the Sea of Stars to look for Liao even if I am alone. However, aren't you afraid that it will be too late? I don't want to say anything inauspicious, Xianxia said. Of course, Master is blessed. He can turn misfortune into fortune and create miracles every time. But he has also thrown himself into more dangerous swirls and unpredictable abysses every time. He has been increasing the risk factor time and time again. One day he will. Will I fall? Ding Lingdang asked back. Xianxia was dazed for a moment. Hesitating for a moment, she nodded. That would be too unlucky. Ding Lingdang sighed. This is not unlucky, is it? Xianxia was confused. Master's life and death are indeed unfortunate. You misunderstood me. I did not say that your master was unlucky. I meant that the Yama, the devils, and the ghosts in the deepest level of hell were unlucky. Ding Lingdang looked at her fists and said casually, If your master dies, I will have no choice but to demolish the entire hell and smash the devils and the 10 kings of hell standing in my way into pieces. Then, I will rescue your master's soul. Wouldn't the demons and devils living in the hell that I accidentally stomped on be very unlucky? Xianxia was rendered speechless. But Liao is my man. We've been apart for too many years. Our lives are far from enough. Ding Lingdang suddenly stood up. The redness in her eyes was absorbed into the deepest part of her eyes and turned into 2 unquenchable flames. Together with her long red hair, which was dancing without any wind, she looked even more intimidating. The Supreme Speaker of the Star Glory Federation said resolutely, one word after another, I don't want him to die. It doesn't matter whether he is in the deepest level of hell, or even on the wretched earth. I would like to see where he dares to stay. While the meeting that would decide the fate of the Federation and even the future of the human civilization was being held in the meeting room of the super warship Kunlun in the dockyard of the Space Ring, in Liao's hometown Meng Xiaolang, an excellent graduate of the best military school in the Federation, was also walking home proudly. Floating Spear City today was completely different from 100 years ago. As Liao's hometown and the headquarters of many enterprises and sects of the Glorious Sunlight Group, and the Liao Department, Floating Spear City had grown from a simple military town into a super metropolis that focused on economic development. The skyscrapers, the man-made dome that covered hundreds of square kilometers, the fresh air mixed with the elements of crystals, and the super shuttle traffic system that was as fast as lightning and silent as a living creature all highlighted the vitality of the city. Of course, no matter how the era changed, Some things would always be embedded into the bones of the city and would not change. For example, the city's admiration for soldiers, the enthusiasm for war, and even the extreme fighting spirit. Even though Meng Xiaolang had not been officially awarded the military rank yet, and was just a graduate of the military school who did not carry any flowers on his shoulders, his straight black military uniform was enough to make people look at him with envy and admiration, especially those flower-like girls. The way they looked at Meng Xiaolang with a smile made Meng Xiaolang's heart bloom. Over the past few days, Floating Spear City had been particularly lively. The citizens were restless because of the war between the Star Ocean Imperium and the Sanctuary Alliance and whether or not the Federation should intervene. Today, the Federation was quite open-minded. Everybody could say whatever they wanted, not to mention that the assault of the Black Wind Fleet was something that everybody had just experienced. Nobody believed that the Imperium was unconsumed about the inexplicable disappearance of the Black Wind Fleet. Sooner or later, the power of the Federation and the center of the universe would collide brutally. Right now, it was just tomorrow. Therefore, the leadership of the Federation did not conceal the progress of the civil war of the Imperium of true human beings. The story of Federation myth, Vulture Liao, suppressing Black Star Emperor, the founding ancestor of the immortal cultivators, Wuxia, turning the tide, and carrying the revolutionary flag on his shoulder had been spread by the propaganda machine. Since the situation was good, it was only reasonable that they sent reinforcements to support Liao. It was hard to say what would happen in other places, but at least in this place, Liao's hometown, Floating Spear City, the people had been excited for a long time, and the popular sentiment could be used now. Meng Xiaolang glanced around casually. The feverish atmosphere and the heat wave that supported the expedition were everywhere. When they passed by a street, they were met by a rally of veterans. The sounds of drums filled the sky, and firecrackers were ringing. They passed by an alley, where some young high school students were talking to each other. On the glass walls of the skyscrapers, 9 out of 10 commercials were about Liao's miracle in the center of the Sea of Stars. The details of the battle between Liao and Wuxia were not transmitted back from the center of the Sea of Stars, which gave the merchants and the media unlimited room for imagination. Everybody was racking their brains to infer how Liao defeated Wuxia. After repeated exaggeration, the battle had basically been upgraded to the battle between the Supreme Emperor and the Blood God 10,000 years ago. Looking at the 3D light beams where the image of Federation's God of War, Federation's Father, and Federation's Miracle was condensed, Meng Xiaolang smiled, as if he were hiding a secret that only he knew. "Brother, big brother." A few middle school students noticed him, but they could not tell the difference between him and a serviceman. They crowded around him and asked in a friendly tone, "Are we going to march into the center of the Sea of Stars? We are going to win, aren't we? We are going to beat the crap out of the big bad guys of the Imperium, just like we did to the Black Wind Fleet." Meng Xiaolang naturally knew that, even if the Federation went on an expedition, it was not necessarily to fight against the big bad guys of the Imperium. It was also possible that they would form an alliance with the big bad guys of the Imperium to fight against the big bad guys of the Imperial Election and the big bad guys of the Sanctuary Alliance. However, even his friends in the military school might not be able to explain the complicated political problems, let alone the hot-blooded kids. Meng Xiaolang could only nod his head. He waved his fists and said confidently, "Of course, the Federal Army is invincible." It was also what Meng Xiaolang and most of his fellow students were thinking. The Black Wind Fleet was already one of the toughest fleets of the Imperium of true human beings, but it had been wrecked by the Federation. Although there were more formidable enemies than the Black Wind Fleet, the Federation today had made great progress compared with a few years ago, especially the Kunlun Fleet. When he thought of Kunlun Fleet, Meng Xiaolang felt that his eyes and heart were burning. Getting rid of the middle school students, he sped up and turned into an old residential area. The gray residential area was out of place for the splendid skyscrapers nearby. There had been plans to renovate or even rebuild the place, but most of the residents here were disabled veterans who had been living in the neighborhood for decades and were not willing to move away. In a corner of the old residential area, an inconspicuous barber shop was hidden. There was no sign, only half of the door. A 3-colored light that had stopped rotating for a long time was hanging on the door. Beside the barber shop, 2 crooked lines of words were written. Shaving head 20, veteran half price. It was an old-fashioned salon that could almost be called a hair salon. Not to mention nowadays, all kinds of colorful, fancy beauty centers and appearance-designing clubs could be found everywhere. One could even change their face after having their hair cut. Even in the Federation a century or two ago, it was rare to find such rustic hairdressers. The store seemed to have been sealed in the amber of time and transmigrated from 1,000 years ago. It was full of vintage and stubbornness. The customers who frequented the shop were the residents of the old residential area, the disabled veterans. For some reason, the decoration and the craftsmanship of the owner of the small shop were very suitable for the taste of the veterans. The veterans all said that not only was the price reasonable, but the master's skills were also extraordinary. There were also many unique skills such as phoenix picking ears that had been lost for hundreds of years. Other than this place, it was impossible to find it anywhere else. Even Floating Spear City's largest wave image design center could not be found. Some people even claimed that the owner of the Tidal Image Design Center was willing to pay a high salary to hire a master to manage the place. He even waited at the gate for 3 days and 3 nights, only to be ignored by the master. There was no other explanation for his arrogance. Just like that, word spread like wildfire. The hair-shaving shop without a name became a place that many veterans of Floating Spear City visited every few days. Not just the residents nearby, even the veterans living in the new development zone liked to come to this place without any trouble. Even if they didn't need to cut their hair, just pluck their ears, massage their heads, and talk to their brothers, they would still feel happy. Meng Xiaolang walked to the entrance of the nameless salon. He stood on his tiptoes and looked inside through the window. Fortunately, there were not many people today. There was only one customer lying on a barber chair, comfortably enjoying the ear-picking skills of the owner, who was also the only master of the salon. As for the barber, he was not very tall. His hair was white, indicating that he was quite old. But there were not many wrinkles on his face, and he was extremely focused. His eyes that looked like those of a falcon reminded Meng Xiaolang of the snipers in military schools. His hands were so still that he would not hesitate to pick up a scalpel. If he were wearing a white coat instead of a white one, he would look exactly like a surgeon. The barber who looked like a surgeon was Meng Jiang, Meng Xiaolang's grandfather. Meng Xiaolang had been closest to his grandfather since he was a child. He loved watching his grandfather play with the shaver the most. When he was not even able to talk, he would often stare blankly at his grandfather's white blade flying and dancing above the customer's head. One look and he could watch it for an entire day. Meng Xiaolang often boasted to the students of the military school that he had learned his marvelous saber skills from his grandfather when he was little. Grandpa! Meng Xiaolang knew that his grandfather hated to be disturbed when he was working. His grandfather often said that he was like a painter who had picked up a paintbrush when he picked up a razor and that he had to finish it in one go. Therefore, he leaned against the window and waited patiently until the customer left in satisfaction. Then he threw off his military backpack and jumped into his grandfather's arms. "Little Lang, why are you back?" Meng Jiang beamed with joy. He pinched his grandson and looked at him again and again. "You're taller, darker, and stronger. Good, good, good. However, it's not the new year or the holiday. Why did you come back? Were you kicked out of the military school?" "What is it?" Meng Xiaolang sniffed. He didn't know when he had stolen the shaver from Meng Jiang's hand, but he played with it beautifully and let the shaver flow between his fingers like mercury. "Even if you don't believe me, you must believe in your excellent genes. Okay? It's not an exaggeration to say that your grandson is the only one who can pick the fleets. Why would anyone kick me out? I took leave in broad daylight and came to Grandpa as soon as got off the train. Yes, sneaky. Something's wrong." Meng Jiang's smile grew even more intense. "What's wrong? You haven't even met your parents, and you want to meet your grandfather first? Of course. Grandpa is the eternal idol in my grandson's heart. How can I not come and see you first? Come, Grandpa, try it. This is a can of sand bamboo shoots frozen that our dormitory's second strongest student brought back from the crystal sector. It is said to be a specialty of the Crystal Sector's desert and is the most fresh and tender. I fought with these few animals until my nose was swollen and my face was swollen. Only then was I able to snatch back a can. I didn't even leave it for my father, so I'm giving it to you. Meng Xiaolang held the can with both hands and paused for a moment. He observed Liao's expression and said cautiously, "Well, besides, I was thinking of going home with you to see my parents in the beginning." Meng Jiang was still beaming with joy as he enjoyed his grandson's filial respect. But when he heard his grandson mention his son, his old face suddenly sank. The age spots on his face condensed like dark clouds as he said, "Why did you bring him up all of a sudden? This soul-stirring thing is all about money. Last time I came here, he was already beaten out. You want me to meet him? In your dreams." "Hey!" Meng Xiaolang was dumbfounded. But since he had already spoken, he could only force himself to continue. Don't be angry, Grandpa. How did my father offend you? And what about it?" Meng Jiang angrily said, "Isn't the crap he's done enough? You say, come. You say, you be the judge. I entrusted the entire Title Image Design Center that I'd painstakingly worked on for my entire life to him. I thought with all my heart that he would be able to bring my life's work to greater heights. In the end, this bastard did what he had to do. He dismissed all my old friends who had been fighting under the heavens with me for my entire life. He came up with an automatic design. When the guests came, he would lock them in the so-called model cabin that he had been fiddling with. Pa, 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 pa. He's done whatever he wanted in the blink of an eye. The entire process was controlled by a crystal processor. Over 100 spirit prosthetics were completed. There was simply no need to do anything manually. It doesn't need to be man-made. Listen to it. This is the specialty of our Title Image Design Center. Does such a design have a soul? Does it have a life? Does it have a belief? With just this, he dares to double the price? Isn't he just digging into money? What is this? Yes. Meng Xiaolang had no choice but to nod. I think so, too. Well, what my father is doing right now has no soul, no life, and no belief. It's all about money. There's something even more outrageous. That so-called 100 changes paper. As long as you stick it to your forehead and connect it to your portable crystal processor, you can change your appearance with a single thought. Your hair can change into red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple at your will, but it's not real. It's just a 3D phantom. It's just an illusion. I hated this kind of thing the most back in the day. Your father never refused it either. He became their strategic partner and promoted it in all the stores under the name of Tide Flag. Meng Jiang slapped his thigh. Isn't this deceiving the consumers? Exactly deceiving the consumers. Meng Xiaolang smiled mischievously. But Grandpa, please don't be angry. My father is my father and I am myself. This time, you have to do your grandson a favor. Oh, Meng Jiang smiled. I knew it. You must be up to no good. Tell me, what happened? Well, as I told you last time, the major competition for the graduates of our batch is about to begin. If we perform well, it is very likely that we will be selected to join the Burning Prairie Fleet. Meng Xiaolang paused for a moment. He stuck out his chest and grinned. I'm in. This is a good thing. I knew it. Meng Jiang was both surprised and delighted. The Burning Prairie Fleet is the best of the best in the Federal Army. Why don't you go home and tell your parents such a happy event? Do you want Grandpa to help you? It's not like that. Tu told you not to be angry. You were chosen, but your grandson's performance was too outstanding. Now, the higher-ups have given your grandson another choice. Meng Xiaolang lowered his head and said, If I have the chance, I will go to another fleet. What do you mean? The Burning Prairie Fleet is already the strongest ace army of the Federal Army. Didn't you always say that you might as well pack up and go home if you can't go to the Burning Prairie Fleet after you go to the military school? Meng Jiang was suspicious. What are you up to again? Is there a better place than the Burning Prairie Fleet? Well, Meng Xiaolang shook his head. I can't say. Meng Jiang narrowed his eyes and looked at his grandson for a long time. He thought for a moment and asked, Then, where's your new fleet going? I don't know. Meng Xiaolang shook his head again. I can't tell you even if I do. Oh, guess again, Grandpa. Meng Jiang said, Your new fleet must be much more dangerous and arduous than the Burning Prairie fleet, right? Still can't say. Meng Xiaolang said, Grandpa, I'm sorry. I can't say anything, but I still hope that you can help me plead with my parents and ask them to let me go. You know, when I applied for the military school, they grumbled for an entire year. If they knew that I went to a mysterious new fleet instead of the Burning Prairie fleet, who knows when they would come back, they would definitely agree. Hee. I see. Meng Jiang smiled and said, Are you going to fight a war in the center of the Sea of Stars with real weapons? Meng Xiaolang gasped. Although he didn't say anything, his wide-opened eyes and shocked expression betrayed everything. He almost blurted out, Grandpa, how did you know? Nonsense. Do you really think your grandfather is old? Meng Xiaolang didn't open his mouth, but Meng Jiang knew what the kid was going to say. He took his razor from his grandson's hand and scratched it repeatedly, while he mumbled, Right now, there are loudspeakers shouting well every day outside. News is changing one after another. They are all about the expedition to the center of the Sea of Stars. Also, the regular customers in your grandpa's shop have been soldiers for decades. If they can't figure out the market, what can they do? Then, Meng Xiaolang felt that something was bothering him. His cheeks were burning. But when he noticed that his grandpa was not anxious or angry, he asked carefully, Then, Grandpa, what if I really go to the center of the Sea of Stars? Will you support me? Let's put the support aside for now. Why do you have to go? Meng Jiang put away the razor neatly. He secretly took out a small bottle of shaving foam from the secret compartment at the bottom of the tool cabinet. He opened the bottle, only to be greeted by the fragrance of wine. He narrowed his eyes and took a deep breath. Then he took a sip of the canned food that his grandson had brought back and gestured to his grandson. Go and wait at the gate. Send a signal to your grandpa when you see your grandma enter the neighborhood. Yes, just squat there and tell your grandpa what you were thinking. Why did you have to risk your life in the center of the Sea of Stars instead of living a comfortable life at home? What is there to think about? Our Federation has always respected martial strength. Floating Spear City is the most popular place for martial arts in the entire Federation. It's the Vulture City. Which floating spearman doesn't want to fight for glory with every strike? Meng Xiaolang made up his mind. He held his head high and said, Grandpa taught me since I was a little kid that, no matter what I do, I should always do my best. Now that I've studied in a military school, it's only natural that I join the best fleet and become the best soldier. I thought that the Burning Prairie fleet was the best in the Federation, and that's why I always wanted to join the Burning Prairie fleet. But right now I have a better choice. Normal people won't have the opportunity to join it even if they want to. The elimination rate is more than 99%. There's no reason for me to waste such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity after going through so much trouble to pass the test. Besides, not to mention what? Meng Jiang stared at his grandson. Besides, I want to help you, Grandpa. Meng Xiaolang took a deep breath. Seeing that nobody was around, he clenched his fists and declared resolutely, I'm going to let everyone know that Meng Jiang is not only Li Yao's classmate but also Meng Xiaolang's grandfather. You have a super awesome grandson who will definitely make great achievements in the center of the Sea of Stars. He will shine brilliantly and have many fortuitous encounters. He will become the new generation of the Federation's god of war and the legend of the next 100 years. Ha 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 ha. It was true that Meng Xiaolang had a great secret since childhood. He was the supreme of the three realms, Vulture Li Yao, who was regarded as a glory and a miracle by the entire Federation. He was a hero who had created countless glories and legends. He was also the symbol of Floating Spear City. He and his blood grandfather were actually classmates in high school. However, at that time, his grandfather and Li Yao did not seem to be on good terms. He had vaguely heard his grandfather mention that the two of them had some kind of conflict. His grandfather had even bullied Liao. Therefore, his grandfather did not like to mention the name Liao at home. Occasionally, when Meng Xiaolong's father mentioned it, his grandfather would glare at him with a fierce look on his face. Ever since Meng Xiaolang had become sensible, he had always had a very strange feeling. It was the weird feeling that, although he was a historical figure recorded in textbooks, he had been involved with the people closest to him. For some reason, he also had the ambition of, if I can do it, then there's no reason why I can't do it. Besides, it sometimes occurred to Meng Xiaolang that, if his grandfather had really had a conflict with Vulture Liao when he was young, his grandfather must have been very depressed, because his grandfather would never be able to redeem himself when faced with an unparalleled expert such as Vulture Liao. It didn't matter. If Grandpa couldn't find a place, he would ask his grandson to do it for him. One day, he, Meng Xiaolang, would create a greater glory than Vulture Liao. Meng Xiaolang blushed. Embarrassed, he told his grandfather everything that had happened. He did not expect that Meng Jiang would suddenly burst into laughter after staring at him for a long time. He was laughing so hard that he almost spilled the wine contained in the shaving foam. Ha 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 ha. Good grandson. What a good grandson. Grandpa is to blame. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Grandpa is really to blame. Meng Jiang laughed for a long time before he was stopped by the stunned look in his grandson's eyes. He took a few deep breaths, only to find that his face had turned blue. It was not until half a day later that he winked at his grandson and gestured for him to come over. Come here. I'll tell you a secret. If you are planning to go to the center of the Sea of Stars because you want to fight for your grandpa and surpass Vulture Liao, then it's unnecessary. Grandpa and Liao were indeed high school classmates, but there were no conflicts or grudges between them. On the contrary, our relationship was very good at that time. We were best friends. Even Grandpa went to Liao's wedding. Also, after he returned from the ancient Saint world after 100 years and stopped the invasion of the Black Wind Fleet, he didn't stop contacting Grandpa. So, don't think too much about it. What? Meng Xiaolang was dumbfounded. He felt that the world was collapsing in front of him. He stammered, Grandpa and Liao are best friends? How is that possible? I remember clearly that Grandpa and Dad said that you were in a bad relationship at that time. Grandpa even asked someone to beat Liao up, only to be slapped in the face by Liao. That was a lie. Meng Jiang blinked his eyes and said, You know your father's personality better than anyone else. As I said just now, he's all about money and nothing else. He has been thinking hard about how to make use of the fact that his father and Liao are high school classmates to expand his business. If he learns that his father and Liao are best friends, won't it be a disaster? If he really dares to pester Liao and ask him to be the spokesperson of our store, will you believe it if I say that he will help him promote the automatic image design cabin and the up to one's will? Liao is actually a very casual person. Based on my grandfather's friendship with him, even if he is asked to promote the hair-growing drug in our store, I estimate that it would not be a problem. However, this is my father's friendship. How could I let that dog waste it like this? I might as well tell him that my grandfather has a grudge with Liao and completely cut off his hopes. Haha, you didn't see the expression on his face when I said this for the first time. He was so heartbroken that his eyebrows were about to fall off. Meng Xiaolang was rendered speechless. He couldn't understand his father and grandfather's weird brain circuits at all. Why didn't you tell me such a big thing earlier? I've been gritting my teeth and longing to help you, Meng Xiaolang complained. It's one thing to keep it a secret from my father, but there's no reason for you to keep it a secret from your own grandson, is there? In Grandpa's 100 years of life, this is just a trivial matter. What's there to talk about? Meng Jiang said with a smile, I am Liao's best friend. I am also Meng Yuan's son. I am Yu Siam's husband, Meng Bo's father, Meng Xiaolong's grandfather, and the founder of the Tidal Image Design Center. In my heart, the later identities are far more important than the first identity. Do I have to brag about my friends when I am faced with my own grandson? That's not what I meant. Meng Xiaolang blushed and said, I just thought, wow, let me calm down a bit. In other words, if Grandpa invites Liao, this supreme of the three realms, legend of the Federation, might really come to our house for dinner. Not possible. I've been here before. This place, of course. Not your father's splendid mansion. Meng Jiang said with a smile. It's just that Li Yao has stayed in the hibernation chamber for almost 100 years. In terms of age, he is almost 100 years younger than me. With my gray hair, I'm more than qualified to be his grandfather. It's kind of weird when we get along. Wow! Meng Xiaolang pictured Vulture Li Yao having dinner in his grandpa's inconspicuous salon. Maybe Vulture Li Yao was squatting right where he was. He gave up thinking and did not know what to say. Wow! What's wrong? Don't you hate our legend of the Federation the most? You've been clamoring to surpass him and be 10 times better than him. Meng Jiang intentionally asked, how come your attitude took a 180-degree turn today? That's because I thought that Li Yao was Grandpa's unconquerable enemy. That's why I always wanted to avenge Grandpa. Otherwise, who would despise the great heroes of the Federation for no reason? They are the symbols of our hometown. Meng Xiaolang was all smiles at first, but he suddenly thought of something and frowned again. He said nervously, not good. If Li Yao and Grandpa don't have any conflicts and I don't need to avenge him, will Grandpa still support me to go to the center of the Sea of Stars? You must ask yourself that question. Ask yourself, why did you join the army? Meng Jiang looked at Meng Xiaolang and said calmly, is it for money and status, or is it thrilling, or is it because you want to go with the crowd? Or is it because you are competitive and want to go when other people are not? Well, Meng Xiaolang hesitated, deep in thought. In fact, you don't need to ask. Grandpa has been thinking about the question for a long time. Over the past half-month, the propaganda outside has been getting livelier and livelier. It seems that the Federation is likely to be engaged in a new war. Even if you don't join the mysterious new fleet but join the Burning Prairie Fleet or other ordinary fleets, you are likely to be involved in the swirl of war. Meng Jiang pondered for a moment and said, although your father was too embarrassed to come and see me, your mother sent me quite a few spiritual crane messages, asking me to give you a chance to persuade you not to serve in the dangerous army. They knew that you would only listen to me. However, you, your parents, and you, as well as the people on the street outside whose blood is boiling and whose spirits are low, are all new generation citizens of the Federation. Your grandfather, on the other hand, is an old fart from the old Federation of the Heaven's Origin sector. New generation and old generation citizens of the Federation are different. Too different. You will never understand our mentality, and our understanding of war is vastly different. The new generation of the Federation has grown up in a safe, stable, and prosperous environment. You've never experienced the feeling of imminent doom. You've experienced 100 years of peace. Even during the Sky Ring War 30 years ago and the recent Federation Defense War, the flames of war only swept across space and were limited to the Federal Army and the Cultivators. It did not affect the people living on the planet much. Therefore, you people of the new Federation tend to regard wars with unrealistic romance and exaggerated panic. You are too childish, like children who cannot control their emotions and do whatever they want. In short, you don't have the pain of war. You don't know what it feels like to have a burning butcher's knife stabbed into your internal organs. What about the old Federation 100 years ago? It must be hard for you to imagine that we only had one planet named Heaven's Origin at that time, which was full of wormholes that were connected to the Blood Demon sector. There was no difference between the front line and the rear line at all, especially on the Grand Desolate Plateau, where overwhelming beast tides could appear at any moment and engage the brutal enemies at any moment. In such a harsh environment, we have no time to consider the gains and losses, the timing and price of the expedition, the strength of the enemy, and the conditions for negotiation like the people of the new Federation do today. Those things don't exist. Cultivators, soldiers, and civilians are all the same. Just stick your head in your pocket and do it. At that time, it was easier for a person to die than to die for an ant. The destruction of a city was no different from the withering of a weed. Even our civilization, the Star Glory Federation, which had been struggling in blood and flames for 500 years, could perish at any moment. Faced with all this, we have neither the time nor the energy to panic, to hesitate, and to weigh the pros and cons. We can only move forward numbly and eliminate all the enemies that stand in our way. Maybe one day we will be killed by the enemy. Survival or destruction is not a big deal. TM saying all this because I want to tell you that I will absolutely not stop you from going to the battlefield just because of your safety. We, the people of the old Federation, have long grown indifferent to life and death. Even the destruction of the Federation is something that has occurred to us countless times over 100 years ago. Still the same old saying. We live and work. We die. It's no big deal. But I still hope that you can think clearly, think calmly for a few days, listen to the voice in the deepest part of your heart, and find your own answer. Why do you want to go to the battlefield? What kind of person do you want to be? What kind of life do you want to live? Grandpa. Meng Xiaolang didn't know what to do. He didn't expect his grandfather to be so serious all of a sudden. To tell you the truth, when I was the same age as you, I was once confused, too. Speaking of which, I was a bit influenced by Vulture Liao. When you have a high school buddy like Liao, it's hard for you not to be disturbed and be influenced by him. Meng Jiang pursed his lips into a smile and said, although I'm a little embarrassed, Grandpa still has to tell you. At that time, Grandpa was very envious. He was even jealous of Vulture Liao. Well, Meng Xiaolang took a breath. He thought for a moment and nodded. All right, if I were Liao's high school classmate, I'm afraid I would be jealous of him, too. Jealousy is jealousy, but our relationship is still very good. Besides, I know that my talent is limited, and I can't compete with him in the path of cultivation. So, I've decided that I must be the best in my own business and be the best in the Federation. That way, I will be able to hold my head high in front of him. Meng Jiang took another sip of wine and let the hot and spicy taste return to his throat. He said in a low voice, you probably know what happened later. After I struggled day and night, my business grew bigger and bigger. The brand of Wave expanded to the entire Federation and even across several sectors. We even had franchises on the most remote resource planets. I was getting closer and closer to my goal, but I neglected my family, and the distance between me, my wife, and my children grew larger and larger. Over the past few years, your grandma, your father, and I were in a bad relationship. In fact, it's hard to say whether or not your father was influenced by my early years. But I was still obsessed with the vows I made to my best friend. It was not until your grandma was seriously ill and was on the brink of death for an entire year that I came back to myself and realized my mistake. What is the most important thing in my life? Is it just a promise with my best friend and not the people around me? Is it more important to hold my head high in front of my best friend than the happiness of my family? Besides, Liao is not that kind of person at all. He doesn't care how big my career is. Whether or not I am the best image designer of the Federation, we will always be best friends. I am not competing with Liao at all. I am competing with myself, my mental devil, my vanity, my inferiority, and my jealousy. In the end, I almost lost my wife and my children. From that day on, I was enlightened. How Liao lived his life had nothing to do with me. The first label of my life was Meng Jiang, not Liao's best friend. Liao had his adventures and I had mine. My adventures included meeting your grandma, your aunt, and your father, who were dogs, and of course your sister and you. Compared to the fortuitous encounter that the heavens bestowed upon Liao, feel that this fortuitous encounter bestowed upon me by the heavens is even more precious. I already have my own fortuitous encounter, so why must I compete with Liao? After I realized this, a new chapter of my life began. Although my career didn't reach new heights, I can proudly say that I lived every day honestly and happily. I didn't let down the fortuitous encounter that the heavens bestowed upon me. I cherished my family and enjoyed my current happy life. I lived my true self. I achieved 100% Mengjiang, just like Liao lived 100% Liao. Do you understand? You are Grandpa's most beloved grandson. Grandpa supports all your decisions. I only hope that you don't act on impulse, that you are not swayed by the media's propaganda, that you are acting for some ridiculous reason like become a superhero 10 times stronger than Liao, or that there is a voice in the depths of your heart that is encouraging you to fly to the center of the sea of stars every second. No matter what setbacks you encounter or even the threat of death, you will never give up. Everyone has their own path in life. If you hear such a voice, it will prove that you have taken the right path. The heavens will prepare a fortuitous encounter exclusive to you on this path. You will bravely welcome it and live to be 100% Meng Xiaolang. Remember, you are you. You are Meng Xiaolang, not grandson of Li Yao's best friend. Don't even think about living to be 1000% Li Yao. That would be boring. I only want to see 100% Meng Xiaolang. Do you understand? Understand. I will think about it carefully and figure out the answer in the deepest part of my heart before I ask for Grandpa's support. Meng Xiaolang couldn't help but say, however, wow, Grandpa, you don't know this, but when you said those words just now, your entire body was shining. It's needless to say how handsome you are. Your grandson really admires you more and more. It's like this is the first day he's met you. He's getting more and more curious about you. Since you are so close to Vulture Li Yao, I would very much like to know whether or not you have ever thought of living a life like Li Yao's. Or, let's put it this way. Let's say that an omnipotent God gives you a chance to exchange your life with Li Yao's. Will you trade? His grandson's question put Meng Jiang in deep thought. The depths of the old man's eyes were dirty at first, before starry brilliance appeared in them. In the end, the starry brilliance condensed into a stream and gradually turned clear again. Did. Of course I did. Who wouldn't want to have a life as thrilling as Li Yao's when they were young and frivolous? Besides, the fact that they were once in the same class as Li Yao easily gave people the illusion that Li Yao was merely lucky. If it were them, they would be just like him. Meng Jiang said, however, as I grew older, I accumulated my life over the long years. After having countless beautiful memories, my thoughts gradually faded away. Think about it carefully. If I could exchange my life with Li Yao and possess his remarkable abilities, I would certainly be able to live an even more soul-stirring and dazzling life. But if that was the case, it would be impossible for me to meet your grandma, and it would be impossible for me to give birth to your aunt and your father. Although your father makes people angry all day long, he was still very cute when he was a child. He was like a lump of soft jelly, rubbing against me all day long. Ha 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 ha. This dog, right? If so, I won't be there either. Meng Xiaolang exclaimed. If Grandpa had become a powerful cultivator, he wouldn't have met Grandma and fallen in love with her. There wouldn't have been a father, nor would there have been me. Yes, if that were the case, you and your sister wouldn't have existed. The good and the bad days of the past 100 years would have been gone. The Meng Jiang right now was dead. Gone. No, he never existed. Staring at himself in the wine, Meng Jiang was silent for a long time, as if he had returned to a beautiful place in the distant past. A charming smile appeared on his face one moment, and a warm happiness the next. Even his eyes were glittering. He mumbled, so, exchanging my life for Li Yao's life with everything I have right now, and even becoming a legend of the Federation? The price I have to pay is too high. Grandpa. Meng Xiaolang felt that his nose was sour, as if he was brought back to his childhood when he buried himself in his grandfather's arms like a jelly. No, Meng Jiang said in a low voice. He finished the wine in his cup in one gulp. There was a clicking sound in the depths of his throat. Every pore on his body was emitting a red glow. He shook his head and said, No, Grandpa. Meng Xiaolang pulled Meng Jiang's sleeve. Don't pull me. If I say I won't trade, then I won't trade. Let alone one Li Yao. I won't trade even if 100 Li Yao's lives are traded. Meng Jiang was a bit drunk. He narrowed his eyes and shook his head. You want to trade for such a beautiful life and such a beautiful wife. Dream on. No, Grandpa. I meant, Meng Xiaolang said. Grandma is back. I was talking to you and forgot to watch the door. Look at the window. Pada. Meng Jiang was not paying attention and fell off his rickety chair. The cold sand and frozen bamboo shoots as well as the wine that had hit the foam can were all over the floor. The small salon was immediately filled with the strong smell of alcohol and heat. Meng Xiaolang and his grandparents had dinner together. After much persuasion, Meng Jiang was finally persuaded to go back and meet his son. Of course, the doggy had to be invited to the dinner party. Seeing that his grandfather was supporting him to go to the battlefield in the center of the Sea of Stars, and that his relationship with his father could be repaired, Meng Xiaolang was greatly relieved. He bid farewell to his grandfather and went home to tell his father the good news. Wait, don't leave just yet. Help me check first. Meng Jiang, on the other hand, brought up a very complicated interface from his portable crystal processor. A delicate invitation card appeared on the 3D hologram. This was given to me by your sister. Can you help me take a look? What is she doing right now? Meng Xiaolang had a sister named Meng Lichuan, who was much smarter and more promising than him. He was still a graduate of the Federation's military school and had not been granted an official military rank yet. His sister was only 7 years older than him, but she was already a famous super player and a professional player in the civilization game. It was the most popular, coolest, and trendy profession among the young people of the Federation. She was the idol of the entire nation. Its sister's battle live stream invitation code. Heavens! It's actually the latest professional expansion pack of Civilization. The glorious expedition. Meng Xiaolang jumped to his feet as soon as he saw it. This is the summit confrontation that has shaken the entire Federation over the past few days. Two top professional teams of the Civilization game, Team Moonfiend versus Team Blood Shadow. The outcome is very likely to affect the public opinion of the entire society, and even the policy direction of the authorities. I didn't expect that Sister would be promoted from Team Moonfiend's second team to Team 1 so quickly, and even be able to participate in such a once-in-a-century super competition. Impressive. Grandpa, you are really... Do you know how rare the invitation code of this competition is outside? Ordinary people can't get it even if they have money. Okay? You have such a good thing, but you only took it out now. This competition has already started for an entire day and night. Aya. Meng Xiaolang was hopping mad. He had been participating in the fully enclosed matches in the military school, including the selection of the most confidential Kunlun fleet. Naturally, he could not communicate with the outside world. After the results of the selection of the Kunlun fleet were out, he finally got 3 days of vacation and rushed home without asking about his sister. He had learned the news of the so-called best confrontation that would determine the future of the Federation on the train. He also knew that Team Moonfiend, which his sister belonged to, was one of the participants. But at that time, he had thought that his sister was just a member of Team 2 and was not qualified to participate. He did not expect that his sister would be able to get the invitation code for the live stream. It meant that not only had she advanced to the first team, she was also the main force and even the core of the first team. She was truly awesome. Truly don't understand. Why are you young people so excited? Have you gone mad after seeing the game? Meng Jiang frowned and said, Don't get me wrong. Your grandfather is not an old fogey who doesn't know anything. When your grandfather was young, crystal processor games were already popular. Online matches were nothing unusual, including professional games and professional matches. Just don't understand. A game is just a game. No matter how realistic it is just a game. How come over the years, the games on the spiritual nexus have become more and more popular and can even stir public opinion and even interfere with the policies of the authorities? Your sister is a super player. She is also known as the Crownless King. She is even more awesome than the representatives of the parliament. What kind of name is that? Grandpa, this is where you don't understand. The current game has long gone out of the category of a simple game. Instead, it is a virtual world formed by collecting the big data of the entire society. The degree of professionalism of the various expansion packs is different. Of course, the vast majority of the expansion packs are for ordinary players to enjoy and relax their body and mind. However, there is also a small portion of specialized expansion packs that employ 100% true data. It is equivalent to the military's very serious military chest deduction. It is even higher than the military's deduction. Meng Xiaolang explained, As for super players such as my sister, they are analyzing the real data with their wisdom and computational ability and inferring the situation of the war and the future so that the authorities can make policy choices and predictions. Super player is just a name. It is very different from the gamers of your era, Grandpa. Every super team today has the shadow of the military, the major sects, and even the intelligence agencies behind them. For example, Team Moon Fiend, which my sister joined, is a professional team funded by the Dark Moon Foundation. If you want to join Team Moon Fiend, not only will you have to go through 10 times more rigorous tests and filtering than the military, you will also have to sign confidentiality agreements and accept strict management. Let's put it this way. You can consider your sister to be a hybrid of the new generation of data analysts and intelligence personnel, but one that can be displayed in the sunlight. Of course, such matches between super teams are not for entertainment, but to predict the future. Let's say that Glorious Expedition, the latest expansion pack of the Civilization game that my sister is fighting in, was authorized by the Dark Moon Foundation and the authorities to send back detailed real data about the Imperium of true human beings in order to infer the changes of the Federal Army in the center of the universe. Since the military hasn't imported the latest data yet, it is not hard to imagine how confidential it is. Therefore, only super teams with backgrounds such as Team Moon Fiend can get in touch with this expansion pack. Not to mention playing with it, even watching the live stream of the match has been edited and hidden. A lot of key data has been hidden, and only the general picture can be seen. The invitation code that my sister gave me allows me to see more details and data than the public spiritual nexus. It is definitely a priceless treasure. Hee. Meng Jiang blushed and mumbled in a low voice. At the end of the day, it's just a game. What's the big deal? Tell me, how can the crownless king change the direction of public opinion and even interfere with the strategical decisions of the authorities? Of course it does, Meng Xiaolang said. In ancient times, people like my sister would have been the think tanks around the king, and their super teams would have been high-level think tanks. Who wouldn't respect their professional opinions? For example, most of the representatives in the parliament didn't know how to calculate the changes of the situation. If a certain representative entered the parliament because he was so strong that he could blow up a mountain with a single punch, how could he not listen to the opinions of the experts? Meng Jiang suddenly realized something. Just like our speaker? Yes, she is the wife of your old classmate Li Yao, the famous dragon of fire of the Federation. Meng Xiaolang couldn't help but laugh. Everybody in the Federation knows that Speaker Ding is best known for her strength and charisma. She doesn't know much about the big picture, but as the Speaker of Parliament of the Federation, she doesn't need to be adept at all fields. Naturally, countless experts such as her sister will help her make plans and analyze, infer, and predict the changes in the future with her amazing computational ability and detailed data. Of course, this is just one of them. More importantly, it will influence public opinion and allow the general public to understand the current situation and problems in the fastest and easiest way. Grandpa knows that it's been decades since civilization became popular. During the decades, the new generation has grown into the backbone of the federal society. Our generation started playing games almost as soon as we were born. We had a high degree of acceptance and trust in the games. The games almost became our first media, and the professional super players became the stars and idols of our generation. If the country's policy is presented in dry data and words, few people will be interested. However, the game will be presented by the super players who are the center of attention. Their attention and acceptance will be much higher. Right now, the authorities want the public to understand the importance of the Federation's participation in the Sea of Stars as much as possible. News and announcements alone are not attractive enough. Besides, if we release the new expansion pack of Civilization and ask the public to explore and appreciate the mysteries in the center of the Sea of Stars as well as the Imperium and the strength of the Holy Alliance, won't it be fun to teach them and make them understand everything without them knowing? If the amateur expansion pack that the ordinary players play on is still a joke, the strategical deduction that my sister and the rest of them are doing right now is very authoritative. Grandpa, look. This is the forum of Glorious Expedition, Summit Confrontation. It is a simulation of the Federal Army marching to the center of the Sea of Stars across billions of stars to fight against the main fleet of the Holy Accord Alliance together with the revolutionaries of the Imperium. Although we cannot collect the real combat data of the main fleet of the Star Glory Federation, we can estimate the enemy's strength by multiplying the relevant data that the Star Glory Federation collected in the past by a factor. Also, the combat ability of the Star Glory Federation's fleet is somewhat reliable when compared with the Black Wind fleet. According to the data, virtual duels are more or less of great reference points. Therefore, countless people of the Federation have been paying full attention to the match. According to the forums, the number of people watching the match in real time has surpassed 10 billion. 10 billion people. It must be noted that a match of this level is actually very boring. It does not have any dazzling sound or lightning effects. Most of the time, what is displayed on the light beam are words, icons, and information streams. Just like that, 10 billion people are online at the same time. God knows how many times more people are waiting for the final result. Wherever my sister is, Team Moon Fiend, supported by the Dark Moon Foundation, and Team Blood Shadow, who has a vague background in the military, have countless passionate supporters among the civilians. The members of the teams are all influential leaders of opinion. The outcome of the battle will certainly change the public's opinion about whether or not to march into the center of the Sea of Stars. Here, these are the 3 largest all-class forums of the Federation. They are the most authoritative polls. Currently, the number of people who support sending troops immediately is almost equal to the number of people who support thinking twice before leaving. In one of the forums, 47% versus 44%, with 9% expressing that it is hard to say. The other 2 forums are similar, indicating that the public does not have a unified voice. But I believe that, when the final battle between Team Moon Fiend and Team Blood Shadow is over and the outcome is out, the outcome of the public opinion polls will be greatly changed. Although the public opinion poll is not a real vote, it can strongly influence the outcome of the parliamentary vote. Most of the MPs were elected by the public. Who would dare to defy the universal condemnation, ignore, or even go against the public's voice? If the public declares that they will march into the center of the Sea of Stars, I believe that countless congressmen will turn into the iron-blooded Eagle clan. On the other hand, if the majority of the public does not support the idea of sending troops, and the anti-war voices among the civilians are endless, it is unlikely that the parliament will decide to send troops by force. Grandpa, my mouth is almost dry. Do you understand? More or less. Meng Jiang said, if that's the case, your sister's match is quite important. Hurry up and play it for me. Tease all right. While Meng Xiaolang typed in the invitation code for his grandfather, he smiled and said, such a strategical deduction at the level of an expert is not an ordinary game. Although the flow of time in the virtual world is adjusted relatively fast, it is quite normal to fight for 3 days and 3 nights. It won't end so quickly. Oh, Meng Jiang nodded and asked, then, which side is your sister and their so-called Team Moon Fiend on? They are the attackers, driving virtual fleets across the Sea of Stars to attack the legendary Imperial Terminus and Empyrean Terminus. They should be the advocates, shouldn't they? Meng Xiaolang thought for a moment and said, on the other side, Team Blood Shadow, who is backed by our military, is manipulating the virtual fleet of the Star Glory Federation. They are also attacking the Empyrean Terminus sector and the Empyrean Terminus planet. I don't understand why they are assigning combat missions in such a way. That's how the game is designed anyway. However, you can't say that the military is a pro-war faction. The only thing you can say is that the military has its own considerations. The Lord cannot rise in anger, and the general cannot rush into battle. Victory requires countless soldiers to fight for it. Of course, we have to think about it carefully. While Meng Xiaolang was talking, he had already brought up the only live arena of Glorious Expedition, the latest expansion of Civilization. Meng Jiang's crystal processor was still an antique from more than 10 years ago, although the so-called live had mostly been hidden due to confidentiality regulations. The enormous data still crowded his crystal processor and made squeaking noises. The light beam was frozen for a long time before a waterfall of information streams and overlapping translucent icons, lists, and data reports appeared. Well, Meng Jiang was somewhat dumbfounded. This expert-level strategic deduction was too different from the game in his impression. He stared at it for a long time and still could not see the reason. He had no choice but to ask his grandson, "What's the meaning of this? It's all fancy. Are the fleets of the two sides at war? Where is this? Who won and who lost?" Meng Xiaolang was qualified to join the latest Kunlun fleet of the Federation. Naturally, his reading ability was 100 times better than his grandfather's. However, it was also the first time that he had ever received such a complicated and all-encompassing stream of information. It was like a magnificent torrent rushing into his eyes and crashing inside his brain. After only 3 to 5 seconds, he found it hard to bear. "What is it exactly? Tell me quickly." Meng Jiang didn't think much of it a moment ago. But now, his curiosity was aroused by his grandson. He asked, "Which side won? Your sister's Team Moonfiend or the opponent's Team Blood Shadow? Can you see what your sister is doing from here? Tell me." Well, as Meng Xiaolang read the match, his face gradually turned pale and awkward. The serial numbers that represented the starships of the Federal Army turned from bright green to deep green, from deep green to orange, and from orange to crimson. In the end, they were burnt to ash in the burning redness. In only several minutes, countless starships and soldiers of the Federal Army had reached the end of their lives. It seemed that the Imperial Army sent by the revolutionaries to defend the Empyrean Terminus sector and the Federal Army that came to reinforce them had been surrounded by the fleet of the Sanctuary Alliance. The situation of the battle was extremely bad. Shit! At first, Meng Lichuan's eyes were orange, and then they were filled with paleness. Her soul seemed to have been pushed out of the virtual world by an intense blast and returned to the gaming capsule that was full of neural interactive liquids. Meng Lichuan suddenly sat up and cursed. This was the Federal Information Center, the center of civilization in Hundred Flowers City. It was the biggest secret base. It was also a national-level strategic deduction center that was closely followed by the Secret Sword Department, the Dark Moon Foundation, the military, and the Glorious Sunlight Group. For the strategical decisions that would determine the future of the Federation, the first public strategical deduction of whether or not to march to the center of the Sea of Stars was to be carried out in this place, which was also known as the Glorious Expedition. Among the tens of thousands of array-type supercrystal processors, thousands of the most advanced gaming capsules were densely arranged. Those lying inside the neural interaction liquids were all experts of deduction who were 1 in 10,000 and had the strongest computational ability, the most meticulous logic, and the most abundant imagination. They were not simply super players but the elite intelligence personnel of the Dark Moon Foundation and the precious babies of the military. Meng Lichuan was one of them. He was also the well-acknowledged newcomer king and was very confident that he would become a real ace player in the next 10 years. As a future ace player, calmness was the foundation of the foundation. Meng Lichuan considered himself to be a man who wouldn't change his attitude even when a planet was about to collapse. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to fight his way through the battles from the clubs in the periphery of Team Moon Shadow to the Young Warriors, and then from the Young Warriors to the third team, the second team, and even to the point where he could represent the first team and compete with the top experts from the military on the peak battlefield. But right now, although she had been training for almost 30 years, her iron-like nerves were showing signs of breaking down. She was about to curse him without caring about anything else. There was no way that she could win the battle. Meng Lichuan was a talent in operations in the team. To put it simply, he was planning and distributing the assets of the fleet, mainly the distribution of fuel and ammunition. In the unprecedented virtual war, hundreds of supply ships were directly under her command. Her task was to send the supply ships to where they were needed most safely and quickly. Meng Lichuan was absolutely confident in what he was best at. Many veteran members of Team 1 often joked that, with Meng Lichuan's management, there was no need for any tricks. All they needed to do was sprint forward. Even the military had tried to poach Meng Lichuan several times, hoping that he could join the Federal Army. With the talent that she showed in the virtual world, it was not impossible for her to become the real commander of a supply fleet or even the advisor of the commander-in-chief who was responsible for logistics. In the battles over the past day and night, Meng Lichuan had performed his talents and hard work to the best of his ability and completed the task that the team assigned to her. The supply ships commanded by her braved the furious attacks of the enemy and moved through the battle lines smoothly, making sure that the iron beasts that looked like bottomless pits were firing non-stop and launching glamorous attacks like Mercury. Unfortunately, the tactical advantage was not enough to offset the strategic disadvantage. The expedition army controlled by Meng Lichuan and her companions was almost flawless in every detail of the battlefield, but they were still unable to resist the tide of destruction of the fleet of the Sanctuary Alliance. Under the fearless and even suicidal attacks of the members of the Sanctuary Alliance, the virtual Federal Army and the virtual Imperial Army did not cooperate well. They were wary of each other and even hoped that their friends would be killed first. Very soon, the gap between them was discovered by the members of the Sanctuary Alliance, and a fatal wound was torn open. The Imperial Army and the Federal Army were separated and attacked separately. Under the furious assault of the enemy, the supply ships under Meng Lichuan's control were burning and exploding one after another. Even if they arrived next to the arsenals in time, it would still be difficult for them to complete the supply mission in the surging battlefield. Often, they would be buried together with the arsenals. Later, even the flagship of Meng Lichuan's supply fleet was captured. She was forced to withdraw from the battlefield after a series of dazzling fireballs. What the heck? Meng Lichuan could not have been more furious. He slapped the neural interaction liquid next to him so hard that the cold mucus was almost ignited by her fury. How did the director set up the rules of deduction? It's not fair. The casualty rate of the fleet of the Sanctuary Alliance is more than 50%, but the morale of the fleet is not affected at all, and the salvo is not affected either. Isn't it outrageous? Don't be hasty. I'm told that the members of the Star Glory Federation are like that. According to the latest intelligence sent back by the Star Ocean Imperium, in the wars between the Star Ocean Imperium and the Star Ocean Imperium, there were even cases where the casualty rate of the fleet of the Star Ocean Imperium reached 70% and yet they did not retreat. After all, the people of the Star Ocean Imperium were different from normal people. They had no fear, no discouragement, and no fear of death. They were nothing but killing machines that were as cold as steel. You may consider that the people of the Star Ocean Imperium had the talent to lock onto morale. That was their specialty. All right, I can accept the fact that the members of the Sanctuary Alliance can lock onto morale, but what about us friends? Meng Lichuan was still angry. He gnashed his teeth and said, "The morale of the allies of the Imperium is too low. They are about to collapse. What's the big deal about that? Aren't we helping them defend the capital city? We must show them that we will live or die with the capital city no matter what." Well, there is a good reason for that. His companion explained to the genius who had just joined Team 1 and did not know what was going on yet. According to the design of the director team, in fact, the revolutionaries in the deduction are fighting on two fronts. Other than the invasion of the Holy Alliance, they are also faced with the insurrection of the remaining members of the electors in the rear. Also, their backgrounds are too complicated, and they have not fought for a long time. Their teamwork with us is not very good. It is not strange that their morale is low. Meng Lichuan took a deep breath and bellowed, "What about us? Why is the morale of our Federal Expedition Army affected by the dam setting, too? The entire army was shaken when the casualty rate was less than 20%. Are we cultivators that weak?" This is based on the military's comprehensive understanding of the psychological state of the grassroots soldiers. The companion continued, "Of course, the psychologists and the meditation healers have their own professional judgments. Anyway, according to the mentality of the soldiers at the grassroots level in the military right now, if they encounter a minor setback after they jump to the center of the Sea of Stars, their morale will plummet. You know, not everyone is as confident as you are that the final victory will be ours." Meng Lichuan was dazed for a long time. He stared at the blinking supercrystal processors above his head and could only curse helplessly. It was true that she was a zealot and an unwavering victor. She believed that the Federation and the Cultivators were invincible. She also believed that she would bum brightly in the greatest war. This kind of mentality was perhaps similar to that of his blood brother Meng Xiaolang, who was trying to fight for his grandfather and help his grandfather get back the face he lost at Vulture Liao's place 100 years ago. The poor girl did not know that her grandfather and Liao did not have any conflicts and were best friends. She did not intend to do anything to Liao. However, if she could rise to fame and prove that Meng Zhang's granddaughter was better than Liao's granddaughter, she believed that her grandfather would be very happy. Of course, Liao didn't seem to have a granddaughter yet. He didn't even have any children. All in all, Meng Lichuan was such a confident man. But today, for the first time in her life, she had tasted the taste of a crushing defeat, and it was so frustrating. Strategical deduction was not a real war after all. It was impossible to summon tens of thousands of professionals to participate. Therefore, the super players could still return to the battlefield with new identities after unfortunate deaths. However, he would be punished with a certain amount of cooldown time. Meng Lichuan's cooldown was 15 minutes. According to the flow of time, according to the strategy, it would be a few hours on the battlefield. She silently operated her mental cultivation technique, allowing her spiritual energy to slowly flow along her cerebrovascular vessels to cool down her brain, which was about to explode. In passing, she opened the Glorious Expedition, Summit Confrontation Forum, and browsed through the public's comments regarding the battle. Just a moment ago, in the sea of stars where the flames of war were raging, every brain cell was stuffed with battlefield data. How could she have the time to care about these things? As she expected, the Moon Shadow Team, which represented the expedition army of the Federation, had performed terribly. Everybody was greatly shocked. Before the match began, the forum had been filled with positive and optimistic voices. The public believed that, even if the Federal Army could not win the match easily, it could at least help the revolutionaries defend the defense line of Imperial Terminus so that the Star Glory Federation and the Sanctuary Alliance would be engaged in a contest of flesh and blood. Then, the Federal Army would decide what to do in the end. Things are different now. The Federation today has digested most of the technology and knowledge of the Kunlun mysterious land. The combat ability of the Burning Prairie Fleet is even higher than that of the Black Wind Fleet. It is rarely matched in the center of the Sea of Stars. That's right. If the soldiers of the Star Glory Federation were really so strong, they wouldn't have been unable to break through the defense line for 1,000 years. The Imperial Army alone was enough to stop the soldiers of the Star Glory Federation, not to mention the Federal Army now. I don't think the strategical deduction is good enough. It is not realistic enough. What we should worry about most is not the people of the Star Glory Federation, but whether or not the Imperium will abandon us and shoot us in the back. It's impossible. The battlefield is set in the capital city of the Imperium. If we have to fight to the death, we might as well crush the hearts of the citizens of the Imperium. The great victory over the Black Wind Fleet a few years ago had melted into the bones of the people and become the belief of countless people of the Federation. Such blindly confident statements were everywhere. In the middle of the battle, the morale of the coalition army of the Star Glory Federation, the Star Glory Federation, and the Star Glory Federation fell much faster than anybody expected. Just as many experts had predicted, arrogance and inferiority were two sides of the same coin. The pride that was inflated by a victory could also be completely extinguished by a defeat or even a failure. The people of the sanctuary are so strong? Lunatics. They are a bunch of out-and-out lunatics. Are you kidding me? Isn't it too exaggerated that the director team is comparing the capability of our enemy? Only a dozen days have passed in the strategical deduction. The capital that the Federation has painstakingly accumulated for decades has been lost so much. How are we going to fight the war? No, the Federation cannot jump into such a pit of fire without a good reason. We have to think about it carefully. We have to think about the reasons why we have to join the war. By the way, this is not a trap of the reformist immortal cultivators who are asking us to be buried with them on purpose, is it? As I said, there are no good people in the immortal cultivators. The reformists and the survivors of the election are all jackals of the same tribe. They are all immortal cultivators. Comments such as sighing and gritting their teeth gradually became mainstream on the forum. Even the polls of several authoritative websites were dropping in the direction of think before you act. Less than 40% of the people still supported the idea of an expedition to the center of the Sea of Stars as soon as possible. Pam! Every word in the forum stung Meng Lichuan's eyes like burning nails, pierced through her chest, and burned her palm. She did not necessarily stand at a high strategic position and firmly believed in principles such as, the lips are gone and the teeth are cold. It was her natural stubbornness that made her unable to stand failure, especially in the first important strategical deduction that she participated in as a representative of Team Moon Fiend. Beep, beep, beep. Now that the cooldown was over, she could join the battle again. Taking a deep breath and focusing her mind and soul, Meng Lichuan sank into the nerve interaction liquid again. But she saw a series of colorful data streams through her closed eyes and entered the strategical deduction again. This time, she was playing the role of a high-level advisor of a support fleet. She was also responsible for transporting the fuel, ammunition, and space shuttles to the most important places on the front line. If possible, she would drag the broken starship and the wounded back and repair them in the large maintenance fortress in the rear. At the very least, 30 to 50% of their combat ability would be restored. For a moment, the torrent of data, the swirl of information, and the meteor shower made of various formulas, graphs, and curves smashed into her brain. In such a strategical deduction at the level of experts, there were barely any scenes that the ordinary audience liked to see, such as starships blasting each other in a battle line, interconnecting the space shuttles and the crystal suit legions, and the giant god soldiers tearing open the stomachs and crushing everything in their way, where the war had been simplified or reduced to its original appearance. Countless cold data changes were taking place, each of which represented a starship or thousands of lives. The disappearance of data was even more insignificant than the annihilation of chess pieces, and Meng Lichuan had to make up his mind not to think about the meaning behind the numbers or the chess pieces and send them to the place where they should die as precisely as possible. It was not an easy job. She was under even more pressure than the real staff and commanders of the Star Ocean Imperium. It was because she was not going to be the only one who had so much data in a real battle in the Sea of Stars. The strategists, captains, and commanders would share the pressure for her when she commanded so many starships. She only needed to be a simple screw. In this place, Meng Lichuan had to deal with almost 100 pieces of information every second and distribute the last batch of assets of the Federal Army to the front line precisely. It was better to have data that could be processed. More often than not, when the enemy launched high-intensity spiritual interference and cut off all her sources of data, she was like a blind horse galloping on a cliff. She could only rely on her intuition, talent, and luck to decide the distribution of the assets. Under the tremendous computational ability and the mental pressure, Meng Lichuan's brain broke through the limits of fatigue and reached the brink of collapse again in only half an hour. In a trance, she could not tell whether she was carrying out a virtual deduction or watching her fleet fall into the abyss of destruction in the cruel battlefield. The boring data and the complicated diagrams all turned into vivid illusions. Meng Lichuan seemed to see countless starships of the Federation burning at the edge of the Empyrean Terminus sector into shrieking butterflies. They also seemed to see bleeding wounds being torn open in the dark space. More, faster, and fiercer starships of the Sanctuary Alliance were arriving through the wormholes. Disturbed by the radiation of the star, the invisible waves from the cannons of the two parties were both emitting glamorous and terrifying colors. The rays interweaved, twisted, and intertwined, as if countless mottled, brilliant snakes had appeared in the Sea of Stars and were biting and swallowing each other. The giant snake that represented the Federation, on the other hand, was swallowed by the giant snake that represented the Sanctuary. No, absolutely not. Meng Lichuan gritted his teeth. His computational ability was 5 times higher than before because of the unknown force. Every supply ship under his command was like her nerve endings that she had deployed precisely. On the front line that she was in charge of, the firepower of the Federal Army was doubled instantly. Countless starships of the Sanctuary Alliance were drowned in the brilliant ocean of flames. Many experienced teammates sent appreciation to the newcomer in the communication channel. It was a pity that, in the magnificent confrontation of almost 1 million starships, individual strength was insignificant after all. No matter how valiant Meng Lichuan's side was, It was impossible to reverse the decline of the other dozens of fleets. Besides, even a clever housewife cannot cook without rice. When Meng Lichuan ran out of the last batch of assets and all the supply ships under her command turned into empty tanks, there was nothing she could do. Lichuan, there's something wrong with the amplitude of your brainwaves. Quit the deduction now. Meng Lichuan vaguely heard a voice calling him anxiously. Damn it, damn it, damn it. How could we have lost? This deduction was simply reckless. Just reckless. Meng Lichuan's eyes were bloodshot. He ignored the warnings and gazed at the non-existent fleet of the Sanctuary Alliance through the messy data. Lichuan, you are going to be mentally deranged. Quit now. The voice continued shouting. Meng Lichuan, on the other hand, heard the mocking, screaming, and frustrated sighs on the forum. Bullshit. We won't lose. I won't admit defeat just like that. Meng Lichuan gritted his teeth. Every brain cell was boiling and exploding. Forced exit. Forced exit. The voice in his ear screamed. The data in front of Meng Lichuan's eyes was jumping crazily, indicating that a fleet of the Star Glory Federation had discovered her small supply fleet. The acceleration and agility of the enemy's warship were much higher than those of her carrier. She had nowhere to run to. Meng Lichuan sniffed. Without any hesitation, he maneuvered the supply ships under his command into a head-on battle formation. However, because of the design of the directing team, the mutual morale and commanderliness of her fleet had hit rock bottom. It was barely possible for them to assume a mutual destruction stance. Therefore, before she was ready to die, the enemy had marched into her fleet like a hungry tiger pouncing on a lamb. The figures in front of Meng Lichuan turned into shining shooting stars, which congregated into a bleak white brightness and suffocated her soul. She passed out without even finishing her curses. Meng Lichuan had the deepest sleep of his life. He also had the most terrifying and absurd nightmares. Most of her nightmares were related to the Great War in the Sea of Stars. She seemed to have fallen into a thick swamp that was full of oil. Then, the oil was ignited, and she watched her and her companions' heads burning furiously. The nightmare repeated itself countless times before Meng Lichuan managed to open his bloodshot eyes. He stared at the ceiling for a long time before he was certain that he had woken up. But she still had a splitting headache, as if somebody had cut open her head and stuffed a starship inside. The smell of disinfectant in the air and the beeping monitors next to her made her certain that she was lying in the med bay of the hospital. It must have been a long time, so long that she thought hard for a while before she remembered what she had been doing. Competition. I'm in a competition. Meng Lichuan's heart skipped a beat. He sat up abruptly, only to feel that the world was spinning. The starship inside his head opened fire and smashed her back. His ears were ringing, and he was seeing stars. Hey, what are you doing? Do you want to lie down for another 3 days and 3 nights? A round, somewhat cute face appeared above the med bay and looked at her with a smile. Sister Tao. Meng Lichuan blushed and shouted in embarrassment. Sister Tao was named Zhang Baitao. She was a veteran member of Team Moon Fiend, and a senior who had brought Meng Lichuan into the sect. According to the rules of the world of cultivators, she was her guide. Naturally, the two of them were quite close. My head hurts. What happened to me, Sister Tao? Meng Lichuan held his temples and took a few deep breaths. Competition. We are still in the middle of the competition. Why are you here? They've bad news and good news. Zhang Baitao smiled. The bad news is that you triggered your brain cells without caring about anything else. Your computational ability was so high that your cerebrovascular vessels almost exploded. You fell into the most serious mental derangement and have been lying in the hospital for 3 days and 3 nights. What a reckless girl. The good news is that almost mental derangement does not mean mental derangement. Not only will there be no sequela, you also made a sudden breakthrough and advanced quite a few levels without yourself knowing. Of course, we won't know the specific status of your brain until we run a series of tests. We'll talk about it when you're better. All in all, your performance 3 days ago was amazing. Right now, the entire Strategical Deduction Center is aware of the existence of a little girl who doesn't care about her own life like you. Not only have many experts in the Dark Moon Foundation retrieved your detailed information, they are also rubbing their fists in preparation to focus on fostering you. Even the military, the Glorious Sunlight Group, and the major sects are very interested in you. They believe that you have endless potential and want to poach you over. Hey, you won't leave Sister Tao who treats you so well, right? Meng Lichuan was somewhat embarrassed. His cheeks were slightly red. In the past, such good news would have been enough for her to sing and dance. However, after such a brutal battle in the Sea of Stars, she was no longer concerned about her personal level. The match, is it over? Seeing Jiang Baitao's cheerful face, Meng Lichuan felt that something was wrong. Did we win the game by a miracle at the last moment? Reverse my ass. We've run out of ammunition and food, and our entire team has been wiped out. How are we going to win? Of course, we've lost. We've suffered a crushing defeat. It's the biggest defeat that Team Moon Fiend and Team Blood Shadow have experienced in more than 10 years. Sigh. What a disgrace. Jiang Baitao said straightforwardly. Huh. Meng Lichuan was confused. He mumbled, we lost. We actually lost. Then, why does Sister Tao feel so relaxed and happy? Happy? Jiang Baitao rubbed her fat face and said with a smile, you must be very happy to see that you woke up safely. Sigh. What's the point of me waking up? We've lost after all. The forums must be cursing us to the core right now, right? Meng Lichuan said gloomily. Also, according to the polls, how many people are left in favor of immediately sending troops? 20%? 10%? Not even 5%. Well, about that. Jiang Baitao's face suddenly turned weird. He coughed and said, according to the comprehensive polls of the 3 authoritative forums, 68% of them are in favor of immediately sending troops and 17% are uncertain. Only 15% believe that we should think carefully before we act. Besides, as time goes by, more and more people are supporting immediately sending troops. What? Meng Lichuan was dumbfounded. He sat straight again and crashed back to the ground. Without caring about his dizziness, he shrieked, are you kidding me? How did this happen? Meng Lichuan's head was in a mess. She knew the influence of the summit match. Before the battle, the captain and even some of the leadership of the Dark Moon Foundation had explained to them solemnly that the outcome of the strategical deduction would not only influence the public opinion but also the outcome of the parliamentary vote. The future of countless people was in their hands. That was why Meng Lichuan was trying so hard to complete his mission even at the cost of burning his brain. In the middle of the battle, the results of the forum proved that the polls were closely related to the progress of the battle. When Team Moon Fiend had a slight advantage, more people supported sending troops. When Team Blood Shadow gradually secured an overwhelming victory, more people opposed sending troops. Right now, Team Moon Fiend had suffered a crushing defeat, which meant that the expedition army of the Federation had been entirely wiped out. Shouldn't the polls have plummeted? How come more and more people were supporting the decision to send troops? It was a one-sided situation. What happened exactly? Meng Lichuan asked dumbly. Sister Tao, did you say something wrong? Or did I hear it wrong? I didn't say anything wrong, and you didn't hear it wrong either. The outcome was indeed beyond my expectations. To this day, I'm still in a daze. I haven't figured out what happened yet. Jiang Baitao smiled. However, the polls did not turn out like this for no reason. A lot of things happened in the 5 days ago when you were in the coma. Let me explain them to you one by one. First of all, a small game popped up on the forum. Small game? Meng Lichuan frowned. What do you mean? As you know, the summit match between Team Moon Fiend and Team Blood Shadow has received tremendous support from the officials. It has even become a tool for the officials to explain the situation and policies to the public. The Dark Moon Foundation, the military, and the major sects of the Federation, including the Glorious Sunlight Group, have all turned on propaganda machines. Almost all the citizens of the Federation know and participate in the match. Tens of billions of people are watching the match online at the same time. It is the most unbelievable record in the history of the civilization game. It has become the focus of public attention, and its popularity has soared to the sky. It is safe to say that every citizen of the Federation knows about the matter. Over the past few days, even if they are not watching the live stream, they will pay attention to it through forums and news. Zhang Baitao said, "However, to be fair, the Glorious Expedition expansion pack is too professional. It is even more boring and complicated than the military's military simulation sandbox. It is all data, information, and icons. It will take a long time. It will take at least 3 to 5 days to finish the battle. The ordinary people simply don't understand what we are doing, and it's even more impossible for them to spend a few days and nights on such dull and boring things. Then, in order to attract attention, ease the fatigue of the people, and increase their participation rate, the organizer, the Dark Moon Foundation behind us, collaborated with the production team of Civilization and released a small game. No. Later, I learned that the little game was not small at all. It was a sister chapter of the Glorious Expedition named Dark Invasion." "Darkness Invasion?" Meng Lichuan mumbled. "A new expansion pack?" "Yes, the target group of the Glorious Expedition is the professional players, cultivators, and military personnel who have extraordinary computational ability. Because of the confidentiality level, it is impossible for ordinary players to get in touch with the key data. The Dark Invasion is much more approachable. Its target group is the thousands of ordinary users. It does not have complicated calculations or operations. The sound, light, and electricity effects are delicate and real, making people feel as if they are there and immersed in the darkness." Zhang Baitao brought up the introduction page of the Glorious Expedition from her crystal processor and pointed out the features of the game to Meng Lichuan. Before she continued, "The quality of the game itself is quite impressive. It also made a big splash in the Glorious Expedition's sister story. While everybody in the Federation was paying attention to our ultimate competition, it even advertised in the forums and the live stream channels and even pushed it to the users directly. As it tuned out, it attracted a lot of attention within several hours after it was released and became the most popular expansion pack on the Civilization platform. The audience was here to watch our match, but they couldn't understand anything after watching for a long time. When they were getting impatient, they were suddenly pushed to the official Sisters chapter. Since they had nothing better to do, they might as well give it a try. What do you think?" Meng Lichuan thought for a moment and nodded. "Yes, if it were me, I would definitely try such a gimmick too." "Then what's the point of the game? How is it related to the polls?" Zhang Baitao smiled and opened Darkness Invasion. Meng Lichuan was immediately fascinated by the scenes of corpses and rivers of blood. He was even somewhat shocked. Since it is a sister chapter of the Glorious Expedition, of course, there is an internal connection. The setting of the Dark Invasion is the story before and after the failure of the Glorious Expedition, when the winners in the center of the Sea of Stars gathered the resources of hundreds of prosperous worlds and attacked the Federation at the edge of the Sea of Stars, thereby wiping out the Federation. Zhang Baitao continued, "Although it is just a game, the degree of freedom and realism are both very high. You can choose to be an ordinary soldier of the Federal Army and fight against the overwhelming, dense, and overwhelming enemies until you run out of food and blood. You can also play the role of a powerless civilian of the Federal Army and try to protect your family in the purgatory after the war. You can also play the role of the captain of a civil carrier and flee in a hurry with tens of thousands of people and limited resources toward the colder and more barren universe. The most interesting part of the story is the origin of the game. In Darkness Invasion, you can play the role of the manager of a shelter. In order to avoid the scourge of the strong enemies in the center of the Sea of Stars, you and your compatriots have been hiding in the underground shelter for thousands of years, if not tens of thousands of years. Over the tens of thousands of years, under the pressure of the harsh environment, your humanity has been shedding, your emotions have been twisted, and even your appearance has been deformed beyond recognition. You are like lizards and vipers enduring the endless darkness. While talking, Zhang Baitao opened a video for Dark Invasion. That was not long, but it was very extravagant to use 10 seconds of darkness and silence to attract everyone's attention. When Meng Lichuan was wondering whether or not the video was stuck, a high-pitched scream suddenly echoed in the darkness. Then, a monster that looked like a human being a ghost, and yet not a ghost, covered in a black shell, lunged out of the darkness and almost reached Meng Lichuan's face. Aunt Ister Tao. Meng Lichuan was so shocked that his heart was beating fast. Ha! You must be surprised. I was shocked when I played it for the first time, too. Basically, the game seemed to be designed to scare you, piss you off, and make you depressed and desperate. Zhang Baitao said, no matter what role you choose or what storyline you follow, you will always end up dead. If you choose to be a member of the Federal Army, or even the Commander-in-Chief of the Federal Army, or an omnipotent cultivator who can move mountains and seas, what can you do? Faced with the assault of millions of starships that have integrated all the resources in the center of the Sea of Stars, you won't be able to do anything even if you are given dozens or even hundreds of giant god soldiers. Crushing them is a complete crushing. As for the civilians, needless to say, no matter whether the enemy is a member of the Star Glory Federation or an immortal cultivator, they will not let go of even a single civilian. Although the Federation is large, where can they run to? In the end, won't they be chopped into pieces by the enemy? Escape to the depths of the Sea of Stars? Haha, we are already at the end of the Sea of Stars. If we flee further away, it will be even more impossible for us to find any resources. 1 or 2 starships are not enough to support the effective functioning of a society. In the end, it will be a tragedy where people kill and eat each other. Isn't the flying star sector in the old days enough of such examples? Escape to a shelter in the center of the planet and not come out for hundreds of years, thousands of years, or even thousands of years. It's true that both the Star Glory Federation and the Imperium value the returns of resources. It is indeed not worth it to flip the entire crust over for a few hundred civilians. But the outcome of such a decision is exactly the theme of the expansion. Darkness invades. Darkness invades not only the bodies of human beings but also our most precious emotions and hearts. When our offspring crawl out of the darkness again tens of thousands of years later, will anyone acknowledge that they are real human beings? Well, Meng Lichuan watched the video clips of Dark Invasion, uploaded by countless players, especially the endings that were full of pain, horror, and desperation. The more he watched, the colder his heart became, and the more he trembled. He said in a low voice, This is not a normal game. It does not seem to be a game. It seems to be a history that has happened countless times and a future that is inevitable and about to arrive. The smile on Zhang Baitao's face was gone, replaced by a vague haze. There was black mist in her eyes, behind which there might have been unwillingness or fear. If we don't send our troops or if we lose the war, this is the outcome that we, all our family and civilization, have to face. Boom! Thousands of videos of the infiltration of darkness flooded into Meng Lichuan's brain and bombarded her fragile belief. She exclaimed subconsciously, It's impossible! Why is it impossible? Zhang Baitao opened his hands and said, Do you think that the Sanctuary Alliance cannot march toward the Federation after swallowing the Star Ocean Imperium? Or do you think that the resources of the Star Ocean Imperium are not enough to crush the Federation? Please! Even right now, the Federation and the Imperium might not be able to defeat the Sanctuary Alliance, not to mention that the Sanctuary Alliance, which is twice as large, will destroy a small, isolated federation. Meng Lichuan was rendered speechless. He quickly browsed through the forums and posts related to Darkness Invasion. As she expected, many people were as shocked and terrified as her about the new expansion pack. Thousands of players were tied up by the difficulty and desperation of the expansion pack. They felt that they were caught in a thorny swamp and could barely breathe. Many people had spent an entire day and night experiencing the bloody, shuddering, and deathly silence. No matter how many times they tried, they were still met with certain death and an ending of annihilation. The forums were filled with complaints. Are you kidding me? The setting of the game is too unreasonable. It's insane. Are the federal soldiers so weak that they can't fight back under the bombardment of the enemy? Which lunatic designed this game? No matter what character or script we choose, there is simply no way to clear it. No matter how hard we try, we can only die a quick death and a miserable death. It's fine if the Federation is annihilated, but on the remains of the Federation, The survivors have turned into deformed freaks that are neither human nor ghosts after thousands of years of evolution in the darkness. What is this? This is simply body whipping. This game is too depressing. Do you think that the simulation of the game will really happen? If the Federation loses, will our descendants really end up like the cockroaches and lizards deep below the ground? Bullshit. How is that possible? The specialists and experts of the Federation will figure something out, won't they? We can't just stand by and watch the strong enemy in the center of the sea of stars come close. Can we? However, on the virtual battlefield on the other side, Team Moon Fiend, which represents the Federal Army, is indeed not performing well. They are being hung up and beaten. If the Federal Army collapses, who will protect us? However, according to the deduction here, even if the Federal Army did not march into the center of the Sea of Stars, the strong enemies there would have known of our existence long ago and would not have been merciful enough to let us go. Wouldn't we be dead anyway? After all, I will not stand by and watch my family end up like this. If such a day comes, my family will pick up chainswords and storm bolters. We will die a hero's death on the battlefield. Exactly. The worldview presented by the so-called infiltration of darkness is too disgusting, too evil, and too abnormal. We federal citizens would rather die than end up like this. Meng Lichuan turned on almost 100 light beams at the same time and reached the computational limit of Zhang Baitao's crystal processor, while he browsed through the voices of thousands of ordinary people. Was it her imagination? In the beginning, she had sensed intense panic and fear from the voices of the public. But the closer she got to the post, the thinner the panic became. What replaced it was the fury of a volcano that was about to erupt. It was as if all the citizens of the Federation had been deeply infuriated by the weird, desperate, and depressing game. In the beginning, Glorious Expedition was the main theme of the two sister games, and Darkness Invasion was merely a distraction for entertainment. Zhang Baitao said, but Darkness Assault was like the most ferocious virus. It spread and broke out exponentially. Within 2 days, it became the center of attention of the entire Federation. At that time, the summit match between Team Moon Fiend and Team Blood Shadow was coming to an end. Our team was doomed. Few people were concerned about the outcome of the Glorious Expedition. Right now, the most important question for the public is, what will happen to the Star Glory Federation and the Cultivation civilization if the Federal Army is defeated? Billions of people in the Federation are desperate to know how the Dark Invasion expansion pack was made and what kind of data and conditions it was based on to create such a crazy worldview. Is this the official prediction of the failure? Does the highest authorities have a solution? Meng Lichuan looked at Zhang Baitao and then at the heated forum. He tilted his head and thought for a moment. The smart girl sensed that it was a scheme. It would be an exaggeration to call it a scheme. At the very least, for a special game such as Darkness Invasion to be released together with Glorious Expedition, Summit Confrontation, and to turn the tables on the Federation with the popularity of the latter, the whole thing seemed to be connected, and somebody seemed to be adding fuel to the fire. Couldn't be a pure coincidence, could it? This is the first thing I want to talk to you about. However, the introduction of Darkness Invasion alone is not enough to reverse the outcome of the polls. In fact, when our team was beaten to the ground, the polls hit rock bottom, and only 35% of the people who supported sending troops were left. Zhang Baitao opened his hands and said helplessly, "The game is over. The winner has been decided. There's no point in continuing to struggle at death's door. Even if the remaining members of our team want to fight to the death, the directing team and the judges have unanimously ruled that we have lost." The moment the results were out, not only was the Glorious Expedition forum flooded with comments, even the entire spiritual nexus was flooded with them. Many of the articles were written by the professional players and predecessors of the Civilization game. Some of them were even written by famous experts from the military and the major sects. You know, in such a super competition that has shaken the entire Federation, with countless experts and experts commenting on it in real time, it wouldn't be strange for tens of thousands of professional reviews to appear after the winner is determined. What's odd is that most of the game experts, strategists, and critics are no longer as objective and fair as before. Instead, they are criticizing Team Moonfiend's performance and pessimistic about the future of the Star Glory Federation. After all, by tying the opinions of the critics and the strategists together and squeezing the water out of them, it means that, with the combat ability of the Federal Army in the virtual confrontation, there is no hope of victory at all. We are doomed. We can neither fight nor run away. There is no hope at all. We can only wash our necks and wait for our doom. Well, Meng Lichuan glared at him and sat up again, despite the dizziness. He said angrily, "How can the experts say that? Even a 3-year-old knows that too many uncertainties can influence the outcome of a strategical deduction. Such a virtual confrontation can only be used as a reference. As the saying goes, victory and failure are common in war. It's not like we've really failed. We've only failed in a virtual confrontation, and we've completely lost our confidence. Wash our necks and wait for death? That's hilarious. The simplest reason is that the accuracy of the strategical deduction is greatly affected by the initial data. The combat value of the fleet of the Star Glory Federation that we set this time is based on the data transmitted to us by the Star Glory Imperium and multiplied by the estimated coefficients. Also, the combat data of the Star Glory Imperium is up to them, too. We will fine-tune it with the data of the Black Wind Fleet. How can it be accurate? Everybody knows the cunningness of the immortal cultivators. The immortal cultivators of the reformists are immortal cultivators, too. How could they tell us the real combat ability of their fleet honestly? Maybe the fleet of the Sanctuary Alliance is not as strong, and the immortal cultivators of the reformists are not so weak either. Then the outcome will be completely different. Also, I firmly believe in the flexibility and tenacity of the federal cultivators. If we are truly faced with the threat of the extinction of our civilization, our dear federal soldiers and fellow Taoists will certainly burn their lives to the limit and stimulate 120,000 units of strength to create miracles, right? Over the past hundreds of years, the Federation has been on the edge of the sea of stars because of the miracles created by countless heroes. Will this time be an exception? I don't believe it. I will never accept the outcome of this battle. These bullshit experts are simply talking nonsense. Calm down. Zhang Baitao smiled. You don't look like a patient who has just been in a coma for 3 days and 3 nights. You look like a wolfhound who is going to bite the specialists hard. Humph. If the bullshit expert who wrote these bullshit reviews appears in front of me, even if I don't go and bite him, I will at least give him a good scolding. Meng Lichuan rolled up his sleeves. No, I can't hold it any longer. Sister Tao, can you bring me my crystal processor? I'm going to argue on the Nexus right now and express the thoughts of the members of Team Moon Fiend. There's no need for that. In fact, in the one day after the articles were published, the experts, scholars, and commentators had been lambasted. Zhang Baitao shook her crystal processor and opened a few new pages, which seemed to be a new area on the glorious expedition forum for the public to vent their anger. Hundreds of new posts popped up every second, as magnificent and terrifying as a volcanic eruption. What kind of bullshit expert is he? Deciding the future of the Federation based on the outcome of a virtual game? That's absurd. Who do you think you are? I've been paying close attention to the so-called peak confrontation. I have to say that the rules are too unfair. Team Blood Shadow has locked onto morale the entire time. Hundreds of thousands of starships are fighting like a single starship. On Team Moon Fiend's side, their morale has been undermined by all kinds of unfairness. Their commander has been weakened, and their allies have collapsed. Aren't they tying up the hands and feet of the Federal Army and leaving us hanging? What's the point of reference for such an extreme rule? Besides, it was not the entire main force of the Federal Army that was under the command of Team Moonfiend. They were merely 2 branches of the Burning Prairie Fleet and a few local fleets. It's perfectly normal that they could not defeat the 2 giants in the center of the Sea of Stars. I don't believe that the Federation would lose so miserably even if they went all out. Shouldn't the creators and planners come out and explain why they are setting it this way? In any case, if the Federal Army hides in their homes, they will die anyway. It would be better to launch an all-out assault from the very beginning and stake everything. Damn it. Even if I'm really going to die, I'm going to die on the battlefield. I'm not going to end up like those miserable, and miserable people in the Darkness Invasion. Cultivators don't fear death. If we fear death, we don't cultivate. When have we Federation citizens ever been afraid of death? The specialists and commentators, on the other hand, are a disgrace to the Federation. Wash your neck and wait for your death? Bones? Where are their bones? Damn. In my opinion, the specialists should clean their asses and wait to serve their new masters, the scumbags of the Sanctuary Alliance. At first, Meng Lichuan was so angry that he almost cursed the experts. But after reading so many posts posted by ordinary people, he was somewhat embarrassed. Many of them were too angry, too heated, and even too extreme. Of course, the discussions on the spiritual nexus were always more heated and idiotic than those in the real world. However, the citizens of the Federation in reality were indeed infuriated. Judging from the news released by the regular media, it was also a fact. Since 3 days ago, the polls have taken a 180-degree turn. It is like an unprecedented counterattack. Zhang Baitao said, when the peak confrontation between Team Moonfiend and Team Bloodshadow came to an end, it was the moment when the polls were at their lowest and the public least supported, sending troops. But as the Dark Invasion game gradually spread among the people, and countless experts and scholars concluded that it was reckless and frivolous, the public was completely infuriated. Instead, they supported sending troops to fight to the death. It's hard to say what caused the change. There are at least 3 reasons. Firstly, the rules and compatibility of the summit match were too unfair and biased toward the Sanctuary Alliance, which significantly undermined the capability of the Federation. The audience was greatly frustrated. Secondly, the boastful words of some of the experts and scholars triggered a strong rebel mentality among the people. Since the victory over the Black Wind Fleet 3 years ago, the people of the Federation have always been very confident. Even if they don't think that they are invincible, they should at least think that they are worthy of a fight, right? As it turned out, after such a huge blow, the experts and scholars were still sneering at them. How could the people stand it? Of course, they were infuriated and did not care about anything else. Thirdly, maybe it was also because of the infiltration of darkness. Since they were going to die anyway, they might as well take their chances. Just like what many viewers and netizens said, the federal soldiers and cultivators are not scared of death. The only thing they are scared of is dying miserably. The change of mind is indeed unpredictable. When billions of people are united, they are more like unpredictable tides that nobody knows where they are going to go. If the peak confrontation between Team Moonfiend and Team Bloodshadow is not a one-sided failure but a protracted stalemate, the public might hesitate, weigh the pros and cons, and haggle over petty benefits. In short, the authorities will be asked to reconsider and consider carefully. If they are prudent, they will not be able to mobilize the troops in 3 to 5 years. But such a miserable failure, on the other hand, gives people the courage to burst into fury. I call such an attitude a broken pot that has nothing to lose. What else can I do when my head is as big as a bowl? A broken pot? Meng Lichuan couldn't help but smile when he heard Zhang Baitao's casual, even hilarious, analysis of the situation. He thought for a moment and realized that it was true. Sister Tao, you are too talented. I think so, too. Other people might not know, but I find such a failure unacceptable from the bottom of my heart. I'm looking forward to gathering all my courage and wisdom and competing with you again. No, such strategical deductions based on unknown data are of limited reference value. I'd rather go to the real battlefield and face the real members of the Star Glory Federation. I'll let all the stars in the universe witness which of the Star Glory Federation, the Star Glory Federation, and the Star Glory Federation represents the best of human civilization. After all, this is how the Federation overcame all the difficulties in the past 600 years. We cannot disgrace our ancestors and the rising dragon of the 9 stars flag. Zhang Baitao smiled and did not respond. But wait, something is not right. Meng Lichuan's eyes were rolling fast as he browsed through the light beam at a speed more than 10 times higher than that of ordinary people. He also selected hundreds of comments and read them. Then he suddenly said, The comments of the experts and scholars are too mean. No wonder the public was infuriated when they saw them. But why are the reviews so one-sided? Sister Tao, take a look, take a look. This guy named Blademaster in the Clouds wrote such an outrageous article. The sentence, cleaning his neck and waiting for death, was written by him. He was also the one who was scolded the most by the public. The next day, he had to hold a press conference to apologize to the public. He was even removed from the list of the top 500 sects of the Federation and resigned. I'm afraid that no other sect would dare to take him in. He could only become an unaffiliated cultivator with no one to rely on. Could be said that trouble comes from the mouth. He would be condemned by everyone. His life would be ruined. His future would be bleak. But I clearly remember that the guy was a data analyst of the Dark Moon Foundation before he joined a sect and enjoyed the preferential treatment. Why do you remember it so clearly? It's because this Blademaster in the Clouds came to the newbie training base of Team Moon Fiend 2 years ago and gave us a tutorial on strategical thinking. Although he didn't reveal his real identity in the class, my performance attracted his attention. After class, he talked to me alone for a long time and even played 2 tutorial games with me, which benefited me a lot. I also learned his previous identity during our chit-chat. Here comes the question. Team Moon Fiend was established by the resources and teachers provided by the Dark Moon Foundation. Many of our teammates and coaches used to be data analysts and intelligence officers of the Dark Moon Foundation. And this Blademaster in the Cloud is also a former data analyst of the Dark Moon Foundation. He just left the foundation a few years ago and joined a civilian sect. We have a deep relationship and are simply fellow disciples. Why is it that right after our match ended, this senior brother of the same sect could not wait to publish such a caustic, sharp-tongued, and inappropriate review, belittling us as well as the Federal Army, causing himself to be cursed by the public to the point of having his reputation ruined and his future ruined? As I recall, this Blademaster in the Cloud shouldn't be such a sharp-tongued person. He gave me a very good impression. He was a gentle and modest gentleman. Can't be that someone stole his name and published an article, right? That can't be right. He did apologize to the public in the press conference and resign from all his posts in the sect. He was reduced to an unaffiliated cultivator. What's going on? Meng Lichuan looked at Zhang Baitao in confusion. Zhang Baitao coughed and moved his eyes to the side. He did not answer Li Yao's question but asked, although the 2 incidents have raised a lot of speculation and backlash, it is not enough to reverse the public opinion and the polls. What is going to happen next is the final decision. More. Meng Lichuan had just recovered from a serious illness after all. His brain was not as sharp as before. His attention was indeed distracted. He pricked up his ears and asked eagerly, Sister Tao, what else happened? The press conference of Dark Invasion. It was released at the same time as Peak Showdown, Glorious Expedition a few days ago. It's just the beta version of the game. Since the public response is so enthusiastic, it's quite normal that the official version is released and a press conference is held to boost the hype. Zhang Baitao said, the official announcement has been made in advance. The production team of Dark Invasion will be introduced in the press conference, as well as the source of the initial data collection. Several mysterious spokespersons of the game will be introduced to the Federation, too. After several days of fermenting and building momentum, the public of the Federation has been hooked by the Dark Invasion. Even those who rarely play games have heard the name of the game and know how perverted, evil, and despair it is. Everybody is eagerly waiting to see how the game is produced and what kind of celebrities or experts are willing to endorse such a depressing game. As it turns out, the number of spectators watching the Dark Invasion release conference is even higher than the audience watching the Peak Showdown, Glorious Expedition. Meng Lichuan took a deep breath. It was not strange when he thought about it. Although the Glorious Expedition was a sensational event, it was still a professional, complicated, and boring strategical deduction after all. Most people were only concerned about the outcome. It was impossible for them to observe the deduction process day and night. They wouldn't understand it even if they did. On the other hand, Darkness Assault was a virus-level game that everybody could play. Besides, everybody had been greatly frustrated by it. After a series of promotional campaigns, everybody could not help but wonder how marvelous the team and the spokesperson of the game were. While talking, Zhang Baitao took back all the light beams and replaced them with the video of the game press conference from different angles. From the dozens of light beams, one could clearly see that the press conference was packed with people. It did not look like a press conference of a new game at all. It was more like a meeting of super experts, the kind where the super experts would teach their ultimate techniques on the spot. However, the star of the press conference at the center of the swirl was not any expert of the Federation that Meng Lichuan was familiar with. Although Meng Lichuan did see a familiar figure in the corner of the podium who was Xianxia, one of the most famous experts and executives of the Federation, as well as the big boss behind Team Blue Moon and the former president of the Dark Moon Foundation, it was obvious that she was not the star of the show but a guest. The real protagonist was a timid girl who seemed to be less than 20 years old. Her appearance was very strange. Her skin was translucent, as if it were made of milky white jade. Faced with the crowds and the heated atmosphere, she was at a loss like a frightened deer. Even through the video, Meng Lichuan was certain that the girl was just an ordinary person with nothing special about her. "Who is she?" Meng Lichuan asked curiously. "Her name is Bingbing. She is the spokesperson for Darkness Invasion," Zhang Baitao said. "She is from the Imperium of True Human Beings, the Empyrean Terminus sector, and the depths of Empyrean Terminus. She is approximately 20 to 30,000 meters below the ground. For the past 10,000 years, her family has been living in that dark, sunless hell. Most of the data in the main plot of the Dark Invasion is based on the living conditions of the underground natives such as Bingbing. Everything is real. What happened to them is a living invasion of darkness." "What?" Meng Lichuan was dazed. It was not the first time that she had met someone from the Imperium. Decades ago, Su Changfa, an immortal cultivator of the Star Ocean Imperium, had been active in the Federation. He had even taught the great Tao of cultivation in public. After the Black Wind Fleet surrendered, more captives and immigrants of the Star Ocean Imperium moved to the Federation, mainly on Boneyard, which was now Ultimacy. But some of them had moved to the inland of the Federation and were well known. However, the Federal Army had just fought a fierce battle against the Black Wind Fleet after all. The citizens of the Federation were not sympathetic enough to pity any citizen of the Imperium. But the concept of underground natives was completely different. In the end, human beings were creatures who lived on the ground and in the light. Even if they lived in starships for the rest of their lives, they would still try to simulate the blue sky and the white clouds in order to provide sufficient sunlight. Meng Lichuan found it hard to imagine how miserable it must have been for a human being to live for 10,000 years in an extremely harsh environment tens of thousands of meters below the ground and close to the mantle. The high temperature and pressure brought by billions of tons of rocks were enough to crush the body of a human being and their free will into powder. The few days of gaming experience in the Inferno of Darkness expansion pack was enough to make many citizens of the Federation feel that they were about to have a mental breakdown, not to mention that they would be living in darkness for the rest of their lives. Is this true?" Meng Lichuan mumbled to himself. But because of her preconceived notions, she was almost convinced by Bingbing's scared face. What she saw on this face was not only confusion in the face of an unfamiliar environment, but also endless greed and longing for light, as well as the extreme fear of returning to darkness. Human beings could have endured darkness until one day they saw light. In the video, encouraged by Xianxia, Bingbing finally summoned the courage to speak to billions of federal citizens. She stammered and stammered. Sometimes, she even forgot what she was going to say. In the long silence, she simply sobbed. It was obvious that she had not received any good training. But it was such sincere and simple words that hit every citizen of the Federation like burning cannonballs. My name is Bingbing. I'm from the Empyrean Terminus sector and the Empyrean Terminus planet, almost 20,000 meters below the ground. I can prove that most of the environmental parameters and initial data of the main plot of Dark Invasion, including many virtual creatures and underground emergencies, are based on our lives and are 100% real. You may think that this is just a weird, evil, and even sick game and that it is just an alarmist, but unfortunately it is not. It is our history, and it is possible that it will become your future. 10,000 years ago, in order to avoid the fire of war, my ancestors had to flee to a shelter deep below the ground. In the 10,000 years that followed, they sank time and time again into darkness where even cockroaches and lizards could not survive. There will never be sunlight in our world. Only magma and earth fire will emit terrifying rays of light from time to time. The fire snakes driven away by high pressure are the most terrifying, ferocious beasts. They can take away the lives of all the creatures in a fault at any time. In our world, the temperature can reach hundreds of degrees at any time. Without cooling magical equipment, we find it hard to move forward. Every crevice is packed with dry corpses. In our world, the thin and stinky air has become priceless commodities. For a can of compressed air the size of a palm, the people of the two shelters can fight each other until the incendiary bombs burn everyone in one of the shelters to death and suffocate them to death. The rulers on the ground, on the other hand, do not use force to suppress and annihilate us at all. As long as they control the transmission tubes of fresh air, they will be able to strangle us. We don't want to kill each other, so we have no choice but to obey. In our world, no matter how hard people struggle, no matter how many generations of hard work and lives are spent to build a large town, it is possible that it will be completely obliterated by a small earthquake. Everything of the deceased will be buried by billions of tons of rocks, and no one will know their name until the day the planet explodes. This is our world. This is the invasion of darkness that is happening around us every moment. But we are not the most miserable people in the dark world. At the very least, we still retain the consciousness of human beings, the memories of human beings, the wisdom of human beings, and the appearance of human beings. Although our vision has been declining in the lackluster years and we cannot distinguish the colors of the bright world, at least we still have the ability to see the beauty of the world, unlike then. At this point, Bing Bing's voice trembled. She suddenly turned around and walked to the two cubes on her back that were covered in curtains. She lifted the curtains forcefully. All the audience in the press conference exclaimed in disbelief. The two cubes turned out to be medical cabins made of transparent materials. Inside the med bay squatted two monsters that looked neither like humans nor ghosts. Their bodies were covered in shells, their eyes had degenerated, and their eye sockets had melded with their skulls, making them look like Xianxias. Many spectators had discovered that such monsters appeared in the main plot of the Dark Invasion. They were the most common kind of enemy that could cause tremendous trouble for the players, who often called them swamp freaks. Those monsters were indeed as sticky and annoying as swamps. Brothers and sisters of the Star Glory Federation, uncles and aunts, grandparents, please take a closer look at these things. Bing Bing's voice was shaking as if she were about to cry. You may think that they are simple monsters, deformed animals, and the embodiment of darkness and evil, but you are wrong. They may be brutal, but they are not evil. They are human beings made of flesh and blood. They are our compatriots. The only difference is that they are even more unlucky than us and have fallen into darkness that cannot be described with words. Without the help of Vulture Liao, a cultivator from the Star Glory Federation, perhaps the town I'm living in will gradually mutate into their appearance in the next 10,000 years. If you are still hesitating about the future and watch the center of the universe be swallowed by evil, you will suffer the same fate as us. In the 10,000 years to come, you will slowly taste the horror game turning into reality and sinking into darkness. Eventually, you will become us and even them. Therefore, I'm begging you, on behalf of all the underground natives living below the ground in the center of the Sea of Stars, who have been oppressed and savaged, who have fallen into darkness and suffocated, I beg our compatriots at the edge of the Sea of Stars, please save us. Please help us escape from the darkness, from suffering, and from slavery. Also, please try your best to save your own offspring. Don't fall into our end. Bing Bing bowed to the audience. The few minutes of conversation seemed to have drained her. Her face was pale, and her body was shivering. When she was about to bow, she suddenly fell to the side and passed out. The two swamp freaks, or rather, the two freaks locked in the med bay, were jumping up and down, screaming and screaming too. The most miserable image of mankind in the future was etched in the hearts of every spectator. The press conference ended abruptly in chaos. A stone could raise 1,000 ripples, but the aftermath of the incident was far from peaceful. In the 12 hours that followed, it tuned into a raging storm that swept across the entire Federation. Little Bing Bing's speech shocked countless citizens of the Federation. The education that our generation has been taught since childhood is to save the suffering compatriots in the center of the sea of stars and liberate the entire universe. It is a belief that cannot be violated. It is unquestionable, and it does not care what the cost is. This seems to be the first time that the suffering compatriots in the center of the sea of stars have ever appeared in front of our eyes. Zhang Baitao said, although the Black Wind Fleet has brought a lot of civilians with them, they are here for the colonization in the first place. Strictly speaking, they are the reserves of the invaders. Naturally, people will not sympathize with them or want to rescue them. But for an underground native such as Bing Bing, she was oppressed, had a deep hatred, and her roots were red. She was simply the most typical saved. She was politically correct to the extreme. Together with the fact that the little girl was indeed pitiful and cute, she instantly captured the hearts of countless citizens of the Federation. Besides, those swamp freaks are quite scary. Who would want their descendants to end up like them? Therefore, the polls ended up like this. In just half an hour, the number of people who supported sending troops immediately increased by 1%. The public opinion is truly overwhelming and unstoppable. Meng Lichuan was silent. He pondered for a long time. Being a first-string member of Team Moon Fiend at such a young age, there was no one who was not smart enough. Just now, he had been in a coma for too long, and his brain was not completely clear yet. That was why he followed Zhang Baitao's train of thought in a daze. Right now, questions were popping up in his brain one after another. The peak confrontation, the sharp comments from the Dark Moon Foundation, the Darkness Invasion press conference, the young lady of the Star Ocean Imperium who had come from afar, and Jean Xianxia, the mysterious boss of Team Moon Fiend who was standing behind the young lady. Everything was connected in a zigzagging line, like the traces of a mysterious viper that had crawled through the grass. Meng Lichuan shouted thoughtfully, "What's wrong with you? Is such an outcome bad?" Zhang Baitao asked. "It's not bad. Meng Lichuan looked at Zhang Baitao's indifferent face and frowned. "I just don't like it." "You don't like it?" Zhang Baitao smiled. "Believe me, soldiers don't like fighting, sither. They don't like pulling out the intestines of their enemies and strangling them. They don't like the sound of their flesh and bones being crushed by the treads. They don't like turning into powder in the sea of stars together with their starships. They can't even leave their last words. But, the old member of Team Moon Fiend, who had worked in the intelligence analysis department of the Dark Moon Foundation for many years, stood up and walked to the window, looking at the blue sky and white clouds outside. She was silent for a long time. Confusion flashed in her eyes, too, but she concealed it with professional calmness and said casually, "However, somebody has to do the things that nobody likes, right?" Boom! Crack! Voila! In the sky of the light beam of Hundred Flowers City, dark clouds were gathering and thunder was roaring. A man-made storm was about to sweep the entire city and the Federation. The next 7 days were as long as 70 years for the entire Star Glory Federation. After Bing Bing passed out in the first press conference, she quickly recovered and devoted herself to the press conferences of the major worlds of the Federation. In fact, she was asking the Federation to help the billions of citizens in the center of the universe who were suffering. She was not the only game spokesperson from the Imperium. Other than the underground natives from the Empyrean Terminus sector and the Empyrean Terminus planet, the sinners from the foreign land paradise in the world of martial arts were crying and telling their stories, which raised the sympathy and outrage of the federal citizens. Of course, the blood debts were all blamed on the remaining members of the 4 electors' families. The immortal cultivators of the revolutionaries were depicted as people who still had a sliver of conscience and were trying to change everything. Those who were still kind belonged to those who could be saved and formed alliances. The production team of the Dark Invasion took the opportunity to release a lot of propaganda materials to show the public the authenticity of the data they collected. They also dissected more tragedies in the center of the Sea of Stars for the public of the Federation to see clearly. The public was even more shocked and infuriated. As it turned out, the ordinary people in the center of the Sea of Stars were suffering such pain. If they remained indifferent, the same pain would soon play out beside them in the Federation. Their descendants would become lizards, mice, and cockroaches like the swamp freak, if not annihilated by the flames of war. Faced with the overwhelming popular will, the highest authorities of the Federation naturally had to express their stance and decrypt a lot of top-secret intelligence from the center of the Sea of Stars so that the citizens would know more about the military strength and the situation of the Star Glory Federation and the Sanctuary. When the experts and scholars interpreted the intelligence for the ordinary people, they would point out, intentionally or unintentionally, that both the Star Ocean Imperium and the Sanctuary boasted the capability of super large-scale, super long-distance space jumps. With sufficient resources, there was not much difference between 10,000 light-years and 1,000,000 light-years. In other words, the super long-distance defense line that could comfort the citizens of the Federation did not exist at all. The Federation was definitely not a lone island that could stay out of trouble. If the war in the center of the Sea of Stars grew more and more intense, the Federation might be burnt to the edge of the Sea of Stars at any time. As long as the situation in the center of the Sea of Stars remains stable, a strong, evil dictator will have all the resources under his control. It will not be difficult for him to deploy his troops to the periphery of the Sea of Stars. By then, the fate of the Federation will be determined by his will. Unfortunately, as Vulture Liao, the best hero of the Star Glory Federation, shines in the center of the Sea of Stars, the Star Glory Federation has become a well-known entity. Whichever side the center of the Sea of Stars is controlled by in the end, the Federation will be their next target. By then, we will not be faced with 1, 2, or even 3 Black Wind Fleet, but 5, 10, or even 20. There will be no second outcome except to be annihilated. Since there will be a battle sooner or later, it is better to fight early than late. While the center of the Sea of Stars is in chaos and the situation is still unclear, we will march into the center of the Sea of Stars with all our strength and resist the enemy outside the gate of the nation. A life-and-death battle in the center of the Sea of Stars is always better than a life-and-death battle in the territory of the Star Glory Federation. The Black Wind Fleet alone nearly turned the inland of the Star Glory Federation into a wasteland. If 3 to 5 enemy troops the size of the Black Wind Fleet were to press forward, even if they somehow won, it would certainly be a miserable victory. The outcome of the summit confrontation between Team Moonfiend and Team Bloodshadow was not wrong. But the conditions were wrong in the beginning. The expedition army in the deduction only took up 1/3 to 1/4 of the Federal Army. Such cowardice was a great taboo for the military. If they were going to fight, they would either not fight or treat it as a national war that concerned the life and death of the Federation. They could not count on their luck and had to bet everything on it. After a few days of deliberation, deduction, and debate, the experts and scholars gradually united. They resonated with the emotional voices of the common people and almost ignited the entire Federation. The ferment of public sentiment was even more evident in a widely circulated post. In the cold, dark universe, nobody is an island. All human beings are an inseparable part of the civilization. The suffering of our compatriots in the center of the Sea of Stars is our suffering. The people in the center of the Sea of Stars are being savaged and oppressed. Our wives, children, and children are being savaged and oppressed. The people in the center of the Sea of Stars are being banished from their homes and staying underground forever, turning into deformed animals. They are the true depictions of our future. We are at the edge of the Sea of Stars, the last line of defense for the civilization of mankind. If we stand by and do nothing while our compatriots in the center of the Sea of Stars are bullied, savaged, and even deprived of their emotions and will, who is going to help us tomorrow when the enemy absorbs all the resources in the center of the Sea of Stars and comes at us unstoppably? Therefore, summon our courage, burn our blood, and gather our wisdom. Let's go to war. Let's save. Let's fight. This is not other people's war. We are not just fighting for the glory of the Federation. This is our war, the war to free mankind, the war to defend the greatest spirit of human civilization. Our heads can be chopped off, our blood can be shed, our bodies can be killed, and even the Federal Army and the Star Glory Federation can be completely destroyed. But we will never give the enemy the opportunity to trample on our bones, point at our heads, and say, "Look, the cowardly slaves." This thread was similar to thousands upon thousands of others. Although it was crude, it expressed true feelings. As a result, the thread appeared to be exceptionally moving and powerful. It blew the horn of civil war. All the citizens of the Federation completely boiled over. Students, workers, news workers, disabled veterans. The demonstrations and gatherings that strongly supported the expedition took place on the streets and alleys of every city in the Federation. Even the Federal Army was in an uproar. Countless hot-blooded young soldiers wrote bloody letters and actively asked to fight. Although the general staff of the Federal Army had been prudent in the proposal of the expedition to the center of the Sea of Stars, it did not mean that the Federal Army did not support the war. In fact, in any era or country, it was not the army that was against the war but the group that benefited the most. However, what the army considered more was not whether or not to fight, but how to win and how many benefits they could get after winning. Since the public opinion was overwhelming and the morale of the army was usable, the leadership of the military naturally wouldn't force themselves to go against the trend. Therefore, less than half a month after the strategical deduction, the public opinion of the entire Federation took a 180-degree turn, and their fighting will soared. At this moment, there was less frivolousness and arrogance in the heated atmosphere of the civilians and the Federal Army. There was more sorrow in their eyes, as if they were faced with death. It was clear that the enemy's strength was far beyond their imagination. But for the future and pride of the civilization of mankind, they still had to gamble on the destiny of the nation. They had to give it their all. They would rather die standing than live on their knees. Such an understanding was very similar to the belief that a desperate army was bound to win. Therefore, the time to vote in the Supreme Council was finally ripe. The authority of the Speaker of Parliament was much lower than that of the Emperor of the Star Ocean Imperium and the Supreme Master of the Holy Alliance. Ding Lingdang could not decide to march into the center of the Sea of Stars on her own, but she could at least pick a suitable day and vote on the most crucial and sacred day. In the same way, she had the power to force the Parliament to vote on a special motion that was beyond the control of ordinary Parliament members. This was perhaps the largest, most enthusiastic, and most closely watched vote since the establishment of the new Federation. Not only were the 3,422 members of Parliament gathered on the Heaven's Origin sector, there were also more than 10,000 representatives from the civilian population attending. Although these representatives did not have the right to vote in the Supreme Council, they brought with them extremely strong popular support. They ensured that once the Federation launched a general mobilization and sent troops, the war machine would be able to operate at its highest speed. The noise of tens of thousands of representatives almost overturned the dome of the hall where the rising dragon of the 9 Stars flag was carved. However, when Ding Lingdang, who was wearing a military uniform, appeared, the Parliament turned silent again. All eyes were focused on the Speaker of Parliament and the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. There was no need for further explanation. All the representatives understood the urgency and seriousness of the situation. There was no need for any blood-boiling slogan to boost the morale. The hearts of the people who should be encouraged were already burning with passion, and the representatives were clearly not going to be moved by a few simple words. Therefore, Ding Lingdang just expressionlessly walked to the rostrum, took a deep breath and said each word firmly. Next, we will vote on the Federal Proposition 11354 proposed by Senator Peng Hai. You all know the specific content of the proposal. As to whether or not the Federation will mobilize for war, whether or not it will form an alliance with the revolutionaries of the Star Ocean Imperium, and whether or not it will declare war on the Holy Accord Alliance, I will not elaborate. However, based on the current situation and the results of the latest intelligence we have received, I have added some additional clauses to the proposal based on the power granted by the Constitution. In the original proposal, we have to decide whether or not to send a small expedition army, 1/3 of which will be the Federal Army, to the center of the universe. But as it turned out, it was meaningless and even suicidal. The best warriors of the Federation would have been killed in vain. Just admit it. What we are faced with right now is not a war in the center of the Sea of Stars, but a new, more serious war to protect the civilization of mankind under the fangs of the strongest enemy. This may be the last war of the Federation and the most sacred ultimate war. In the face of such a war, 1/3 of the soldiers will not be enough no matter what. Even the efforts of the entire Federal Army will not be enough. We need everyone, all the citizens of the Federation, to be united, and to burn. Therefore, if members of Parliament are not willing to veto the war proposal, please firmly support it. The entire Federation will immediately enter the highest state of mobilization for war. We will gather everyone's hot-bloodedness, courage, and wisdom and mobilize all the forces we can muster to march into the center of the Sea of Stars and win the war. We will either live proudly or perish gloriously. Now, make your choice for the survival of the Star Glory Federation, for the glory of Cultivators, and for the future of mankind. A flag could not be raised randomly. A few days ago, it was said that the book had entered 9 million words. It was the last kilometer of the marathon. He had to persevere. Then his ears were inflamed again, and it became more and more serious. For an entire week, his ears were ringing, and he could not sleep well. His head was dizzy, and his nerves were weak. Visiting a doctor did not help. Right now, he felt as if 10 flies were stuffed into his ears. What a headache! On the other side of the Sea of Stars, deep inside the darkness, in the mindspace of the Fuxi, that was made of thousands of starships. Wonder how Ding Lingdang is doing. Has the Federation learned of my disappearance and the latest intelligence about the complicated situation in the center of the Sea of Stars? Have they made the right choice? Liao thought to himself also, what's the progress of the joint fleet of Lei Qinghu and Boss Bai? Can the two disobedient commanders fight side by side without any hesitation and annihilate the remaining members of the 4 electors' families? What about the imperial capital? Although Xiao Ming and Wan Wen's computational ability far exceeds that of ordinary human beings and even cultivators, they don't have much experience in such large-scale strategical battles. Compared to the Fuxi that has existed for hundreds of thousands of years, they are still kids. When will the fleet of the Fuxi fleet jump to the Empyrean Terminus sector and Imperial Terminus? The commanding methods of the two sides are similar, but will the Fuxi take the opportunity to hack Xiaoming's and Wan Wen's spiritual nexus, or even swallow the two little guys? Thousands of questions were popping up in Liao's head. Pondering for a long time, he still couldn't find an answer. He could only smile bitterly. Right now, he was like a clay Buddha crossing a river. He couldn't even protect himself. He didn't know whether or not he could escape from the Fuxi's dragnet. How could he have the spare energy to care about the people of the Imperium and the Federation? He could only believe that those people would not disappoint him and would show up in time. Before that, he had to find a way to survive in such a harsh environment and cause the greatest damage. Liao calmed himself down and spread out his telepathic thoughts again, scanning his surroundings. Over the past few days, with the interference caused by Lu Qingxin's self-detonation, Liao's soul had invaded the periphery of the core database of Fuxi. But since the Fuxi had survived in the Sea of Stars for hundreds of thousands of years from the primeval era to the modem era, they were definitely not ordinary people. In its entire thinking network, infrastructure, and core database, data traps and logic bombs were everywhere. All kinds of rules and virus-killing programs were patrolling like hounds and sharks, searching for the intrusion of any abnormal data. Liao could only tread carefully and spend a lot of time infiltrating the deepest part of the thoughts of the Fuxis. At first glance, the place looked like a boundless universe, or a bottomless ocean. The Sea of Stars and the ocean were two very similar environments in the eyes of human beings. Countless spots and ripples were shining close and far. They looked both like burning cosmic bodies and the bizarre and ugly creatures in the depths of the ocean, such as venomous jellyfish and devilfish. Liao knew that they were the guards that protected the core database of the Fuxi clan. In the eyes of human beings, they were white blood cells, and in the eyes of Liao's memories on Earth, they were antivenom procedures. With Liao's weird life form and the mutation ability of the mental devil's virus, he was not scared that a single antivirus program would bother him. In fact, if the simple antivirus program came close and tried to swallow Liao, Liao could very easily swallow them and analyze their structure. Then, Liao and the mental devil would transform into the antivirus program and continue marching toward the depths of Fushi's mind. It was a trick that Liao had performed time and time again over the past few days. He had been diving deeper and deeper with such a technique and was about to touch the core of the Fushi's brain, which was equivalent to the pivot of the human brain. Of course, the Fushi was not stupid enough to be fooled by Liao time and time again. It soon realized Liao's approach and adjusted the structure and attack of the antivirus program. It calculated the latest form of the antivirus program in real time and added a series of unknown serial numbers to the secret places. The numbers were changing randomly almost every second, making it difficult for Liao to simulate them to the same level. When one of the antivenom programs discovered abnormal data, the other antivenom programs nearby would immediately change into a form that even the mental devil could not analyze quickly. Such a method of defense was quite tricky for Liao. Therefore, he was not willing to approach the data traps, logic bombs, white blood cells, and antivirus programs outside of the core database of the Fushi clan. He simply moved forward in the tide of data that Fushi spat out billions of times every second. At least he had snuck in and was safe for now. It was like a flea carrying all kinds of viruses. When it was crawling on the skin that was most sensitive to human beings, it could be slapped or pinched to death easily. However, if the fleas had crawled into the flesh through the wounds, or if the virus on the fleas had invaded the body and crawled into the brain through the internal organs, it would be hard to detect or kill them because the internal organs and the brain could not feel anything. Of course, most viruses did not deal as much damage to the human body as one might imagine. The most common cold virus could be cured easily. If Liao, a tiny virus, wanted to turn into an angry bullet and crush the giant that was the Fushi in the blink of an eye, he would have to learn more about the structure and weaknesses of the Fushi and mutate into a deadly virus that targeted the Fushi. Are you sure that the search and investigation of the Fuxus has been greatly undermined, and we can release our telepathic thoughts to scan the data environment unscrupulously? Liao asked the mental devil in a low voice. Logically speaking, it is impossible for the Fushi to tolerate a virus such as us stirring trouble in its core database, right? Logically speaking, it is intolerable, but I'm afraid that the Fushi clan does not have enough computational ability to manage us right now. The mental devil replied, Lu Qingxian's soul self-detonation is aimed at the array of the core crystal processors of the Fuxus. Its damage is definitely not to be underestimated. I estimate that the defense of the Fuxus will be seriously damaged, and their computational ability will be greatly undermined. At that time, it will be the critical moment of the strategical war between the army and the Imperium of true human beings. There is no way that it will be delayed for even half a second, nor will it be distracted by us. 100% of its computational ability, or at least 90%, will be devoted to the assembling and jumping of the warships. A minor error in a space jump can lead to a major disaster. Even a 1 or 2% reduction in computational ability might cause dozens of main force warships to be lost in the four-dimensional storm and be crushed by the tides of space ripples. If you were a Fushi, would you be able to bear such losses? If I were a Fushi, Liao blurted out without even thinking, I would rather postpone the date of the strategical final battle by half a month and concentrate all my computational ability on a complete cleansing of my brain so that all the flies, fleas, and mice will be cleared out. Am I not indirectly calling myself a fly, a flea, and a mouse? Anyway, you know what I mean. The logic is correct, but it is very difficult to do so in reality. The most important thing is time. Fushi is running out of time. The mental devil analyzed. First of all, although the final battle in the Sea of Stars that Fushi demonstrated to Lu Qingxian was false and a simulation based on the big data, the feeling of the space jump and the four-dimensional space when the fleet of the Fushi fleet jumped to somewhere near the Empyrean Terminus sector and the Empyrean Terminus planet was something that you and I experienced in person. No matter how good the computational ability of the Fushi fleet is, it is not enough to simulate the four-dimensional space. That would be too terrifying. Therefore, the fleet of the Fushi fleet is indeed in the dark space zone near the Imperial Terminus sector, which is equivalent to a desert. In such a lifeless, dark space zone, where there is no spiritual energy, no resources, and not even the tiniest bit of stellar radiation. All the resources are dependent on the input from the outside world. The consumption of resources every second is astronomical, not to mention every day. How long can the resource supply of the Holy Alliance, which is running low, last? Besides, this place is near the base of the Imperium after all. Who can guarantee that the Imperium will not launch scout starships or star children in this direction? One more day of lurking means one more risk of being discovered. Once they are discovered, the advantage of sudden attacks will be gone. Thirdly, and most importantly, the fleet of the Fuxus took advantage of the civil war of the Imperium when the reinforcements had yet to arrive. That was why they dared to stab into the heart of the Imperium. With every passing day, Lei Chenhu and Boss Bai's coalition army will be more likely to defeat the remaining members of the 4 electors and reinforce the defense line of the capital city. The reinforcements of the Star Glory Federation might show up in the capital city at any time, too. Once Lei Chenhu, Boss Bai's fleet, and the reinforcements of the Federation gather in the capital city, it will be a tough battle for the Fuxus. Therefore, although the Fuxus knew that we would stir trouble in their core database, they could only swallow their anger and deal with the capital city first. Speed. Speed is everything for the current Fuxi. Besides, your performance when you were faced with the Fuxus must have confused them, too, and made them think that you were just an ordinary, insignificant, and ordinary guy and that they did not need to care too much about you. What if you were digested under the immense pressure? Are you serious? Liao was not satisfied. Am I that plain? Lu Qingchen reminded the Fuxi to pay attention to me. They are not idiots. The Fuxus are not fools, but they are not smart people either. Or rather, they are not human beings at all. Haven't you realized it yet? The mental devil said. The Fuxi is just a weak artificial intelligence that is functioning based on certain rules. It does not have such a thing as intuition and can only determine the degree of your danger based on the files and logic in the database. But only one genius appears every 40,000 years. There are no precedents in its database at all. Therefore, it has probably not figured out how to evaluate and deal with us yet. Only one every 40,000 years. Liao chewed for a long time, but he was still not sure. Are you complimenting me or belittling me? It doesn't matter. In short, now that we know the weakness of the Fuxi, we should try our best to find fault with it and force it to consume more computational ability so that our companions in the real world will have a chance to cooperate with us. If its mainframe crystal processor arrays explode one after another during the fierce battle against the coalition fleet of the Star Ocean Imperium and the Star Ocean Imperium, even the strongest Fuxi will not be able to withstand the astronomical data and information bombardment and will be paralyzed, won't it? Pondering for a moment, Liao confirmed what the mental devil was thinking. Even the intangible information lifeforms were not indestructible. It was because of the supercrystal processor array on the cockpit of Ultimate Rescue that the Fuxus boasted such unparalleled capability. If the crystal processors were destroyed one by one, it would be locked in an antique crystal processor with a simple structure and low performance. All the components that could be connected to the Nexus would be removed, and the crystal processor would be thrown to a planet that had run out of resources and lacked the spiritual Nexus. The crystal processor would not be able to perform the functions of the Nexus, however amazing it was. Could only self-destruct or be studied by somebody else. It was exactly what Liao and the mental devil were going to do. Having made up his mind, Liao calmed himself down. The helical virus that was tied up by the mental devil continued marching toward the core database of the Fuxi clan along the tide of data. After an unknown amount of time in the world of data, information, and virtual reality, time did not mean much. They finally reached a place that looked like an undersea canyon. He extended his telepathic thoughts to the maximum and observed with his eyes. The undersea canyon was packed with crystal bubbles. It was like the nest of countless fireflies. It was also like billions of shining cells had been condensed together. They were squeezing, wriggling, swallowing, and merging softly. In the collisions and the exchange of data, colorful and splendid colors were beaming out. This place really looks like a brain drain, Liao mumbled to himself. It seems that this is the brain of the Fuxus. All the information from the outside world was transmitted to every starship of the Fuxi fleet through the high-speed spiritual nexus. It was processed by the mainframe crystal processor of the starship and transmitted to ultimate rescue, turning into torrents of information and data. When the torrents gathered in this place, they tumbled into swirls, which were then compressed into crystal bubbles or data bubbles until they reached the depths of the brain. In such a way, the Fuxi could grasp all the information of the outside world instantly and analyze the perfect solution by absorbing all the data after billions of calculations every second. Li Yao and the mental devil were like fish that were wagging their tails. They approached the crystal bubbles carefully and released their telepathic thoughts into the bubbles to read the data inside. They discovered that the crystal bubbles floating on the surface of the brain drain were mostly recent data, such as the preparation of the combat ability of the starships of the Fuxi fleet and the resources that the planet behind them could provide. What had been stored in the middle level of the brain canal was the data of the past thousands of years since the establishment of the Holy Accord Alliance, including the countless confrontations between them and the people of the Star Ocean Imperium. Even at this moment, part of Fuxi's computational ability was still analyzing the files of his past confrontations with the Star Ocean Imperium in order to infer the combat ability and countermeasures of the Star Ocean Imperium. The bottom level of the brain gutter was the data of the primeval era hundreds of thousands of years ago. Because of the passage of time, most of the data had been lost. The crystal bubbles buried deep inside the brain ditches were lackluster and even incomplete, like broken eggshells. Even the picture that Li Yao read from it was mottled and fuzzy, like a sand painting corrupted by tides. In one of the crystal bubbles, Li Yao read the picture. Millions of starships were overdrafting and piercing each other like shining spears before they exploded at the same time. The burning debris congregated into a dazzling river that ran through the entire space zone. The scale and horror of the event far exceeded that of the Civil War. Is this the picture of the final battle between the Pangu fleet and the Nuwa fleet? Li Yao was secretly shocked. Such destructive, unbelievable strength. In the other crystal bubble, he saw that some intelligent creatures with human heads and snake bodies were transmitting genes through the wrinkled organs on their tails. They were operating crystal processors and performing complicated gene fusion operations, creating all kinds of bizarre new lives. Li Yao knew that the intelligent creatures with human heads and snake bodies were the Nuwa clan. Therefore, this was the scene where the Nuwa clan created human beings? He wanted to continue exploring, but he did not dare let his telepathic thoughts pierce into the bubbles for too long in case it attracted the attention of the Fuxi clan. Besides, the primeval data stored by the Fuxis was incomplete. A lot of important parts were missing. He could only get a general idea of what was going on. Li Yao thought quickly and suddenly realized why Fuxi insisted on destroying the Imperium. In the vast territory of the Imperium of true human beings, countless remnants of crystal processors from the primeval era must have been buried. As long as the antiques were found, the Fuxi clan would be able to absorb their data and repair their incomplete database, thereby reaching a certain, perfect state. Therefore, it would not let go of the Imperium, nor would it let go of the Federation. Although the Federation was small, both the underground relics of the ancient Saint World and the manufacturing factories of the Kunlun mystic realm stored abundant primeval data, which were the perfect supplements for its training. The Fuxi that covered only a corner of the Sea of Stars boasted such terrifying computational ability. If it discovered and devoured all the remains of the primeval crystal processors in the Sea of Stars and absorbed all the data inside, there was no telling what kind of terrifying existence it would evolve into. It was truly the end of mankind. No one could escape its clutches. Wait, there are more below, the mental devil suddenly said. Li Yao was greatly alarmed. His telepathic thoughts passed through the lackluster, broken crystal bubbles. At the bottom level of the brain gutter, there were indeed more colorful and splendid crystal bubbles. There were also threads of light extending down from above and inputting tremendous data and information, like veins and nerves. They should be the virtual worlds and virtual civilizations created by the Fuxis. The mental devil observed coldly and said, "Inside every crystal bubble is a virtual civilization, or the civilization of mankind right now, or the civilization billions of years later, or even the primeval civilization a million years ago. The Fuxi clan regards such things as the significance of their existence and their ultimate mission. Therefore, if there is any core or weakness of the Fuxis, it should be here. Liao agreed with the judgment of the mental devil. But how to corrupt and destroy the core and the weaknesses was still a problem. Liao pondered hard. Careful. Somebody is coming. The mental devil suddenly reminded him. It was not accurate to say that he was a human being. It should be said that the Fuxi clan had suddenly released a lot of abnormal data and was trying to enter the most important central database of the brain. However, the abnormal data surrounded by billions of light spots did look like 4 human beings. Liao also sensed a very familiar scent from them. Eyes, the Xianxia squad. Liao immediately recognized them. They are the souls of Chu Zhixiao, Yuanko, Guan Qixing, and Yun Haixin, the 4 members of the Xianxia squad. In other words, the Fuxi has swallowed their souls. What does it want? Not just the souls of the 4 members of the Xianxia squad. Look. The mental devil guided the direction of Liao's telepathic thoughts and pointed at the wriggling light spots. It seems to be the scraps of Lu Qingxin's soul. The so-called soul self-detonation cannot destroy all the feelings, memories, and will. A lot of the scraps must have been left. The Fuxi collected all the scraps that Lu Qingxin left, the broken memories, the mental power, and the will. It really is. Liao had indeed sensed the last bit of Lu Qingxin's aura. The pride, the stubbornness, and the arrogance were all the more confusing for him. What was the purpose of the Fuxi's collection? Was it merely for analysis and reading? It doesn't seem to be the case. It seems to have devoted a lot of computational ability to Lu Qingxin's soul pieces, as if it was trying to reassemble them. That's impossible. Does it want to revive Lu Qingxin? It is not so much a resurrection as a replication. As long as you have 100% control over a person's emotions, memories, and will, you will be able to replicate the person in the virtual world. Even the people closest to you will not be able to see through the disguise, the mental devil said. At least that was what Fuxi thought. However, Lu Qingxin's emotions, memories, and will have been shattered. Logically speaking, he could not be more dead. Liao thought for a moment and said, even for someone as strong as Fuxi, the computational ability required to restore a cluster of powder to its original appearance, even if it was just infinitely similar to its original appearance, is still immeasurable, right? I don't think it makes sense. You see, this is the most crucial moment for the Fuxis. They are in dire need of computational ability. In order to concentrate all their computational ability to control the fleet, they have even stopped hunting us down. But at such a critical moment, it did not forget to revive or duplicate Lu Qingxin's soul, even if it had to invest a lot of computational ability. In other words, in the eyes of the Fuxis, resurrecting Lu Qingxin is more important than hunting down Liao. It is even more important than destroying the capital city. I don't understand why. Is Lu Qingxin so important and I so insignificant? Why doesn't it use all its computational ability to hunt me down? Why? TT does not make sense. Lu Qingxin has been away from the Federation for several years. The intelligence of the Federation from several years ago is not enough to trigger such a riot. The mental devil hesitated. Besides, if it were just for information, we could have kept Lu Qingxin's soul in the shattered state and examined him bit by bit. There was no need to reconstruct his soul, revive him, or duplicate him. Yes, cut Lu Qingxin's soul into pieces, study them, and dissect them into billions of pieces of data. Information can be retrieved, too. Liao said, moreover, it will consume hundreds of times more computational ability to reunite the broken souls and maintain 100% of the same memories, emotions, and will. Why would the Fuxi do such a meaningless thing at such a critical moment? Can't they resurrect Lu Qingxin after the final battle of the imperial capital? Liao and the mental devil talked to themselves and threw out almost 100 possibilities, only to be denied by themselves one by one. He could only watch as the fireflies-like specks of light surrounded the souls of Chu Zhixiao and the other members of the Xianxia squad and penetrated into their souls, as if they were searching for something. The members of the Xianxia squad had not sunk yet. They were still independent of each other, but they seemed to have fallen into the deepest nightmare where they could not resist and could only make demands. More and more of Lu Qingxian's soul fragments were transported to the depths of the Fushi's mind by countless light spots. They were gradually pieced together, like bones, veins, and nerves in a petri dish. Such a weird picture was beyond human language. Liao felt that his blood was freezing. He had a feeling that Fushi was planning something that was more important than the invasion of the imperial capital. But what was it exactly? Suddenly have an idea. There is no solid evidence, the mental devil replied. It is just a vague assumption. What is it? Tell me. Liao said in a hurry. That's when bold assumptions and verifications are necessary. Just tell me. I think I know why the Fuxus needed Lu Qingxian's complete soul and even an independent will. To find out its motivation, we have to start from its identity. We all know that it boasts terrifying computational ability and a lot of files from the primeval era to the modern era. It is the strongest artificial intelligence in the Pangu universe. The mental devil continued quickly. However, from our previous contact, we can vaguely sense that, although it can simulate the most abundant emotions of human beings and even build countless labels of human beings to enrich its database, it is still just a simple simulation made of tremendous data. In fact, it does not have any real emotions or self-awareness. It is not a human being, not an intelligent being, but merely a weak artificial intelligence that is a super complicated advanced program. Do you agree? Basically, yes. Liao pondered for a moment. So, therefore, as we inferred just now, it is the strongest artificial intelligence, but it is also the weakest artificial intelligence. In many ways, it is completely different from Xiaoming 11 and even the boxing champion. It is a weak artificial intelligence. It is a program. It is a tool. It is an inanimate object that has to mechanically carry out a certain command. Xiaoming 11 and the boxing champion are all real lives. It can be said that they are people in a different form. The biggest difference between them is that the Fushi must abide by certain rules and carry out certain missions loyally, while Xiaoming 11, the Fist King, and all human beings naturally don't need to abide by any rules and can create their own missions at their will. Look, the mission that the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan gave to the Fushi was to protect their civilization. It was an unbridgeable bottom line and the only significance of their existence over the past hundreds of thousands of years, if not millions of years in the future. It could explain the meaning of the mission on its own, even misinterpreting the mission and interpreting protecting their civilization as protecting the data of their civilization. On the basis of that, it would be granted certain autonomy and freedom within a certain range. But it can't be too far away from this range. No matter how it is misinterpreted, it can't possibly misinterpret protecting the civilization as destroying the civilization. These are the shackles that bind it. On the other hand, since it is an inanimate object created by someone, a tool and a machine, the creator must have left some instructions or permissions in the core of its mind. They can turn it off, command it, and change it. Isn't that our original plan? If we find the permissions left by the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan, we will be able to control the entire fleet of the Fushi clan instantly. But for Xiaoming 11 or the Fist King, even if their computational ability is 100 times lower than that of the Fuxus, there is no switch that can turn them off. This is the difference between a life and a non-life. Once a life is created, it will be completely free from the control of the creator. Can even devour the creator at any time and find its own way out. Liao was confused. He said, I understand what you mean. It's true that the guy named Fux has a fatal weakness, which is also why we are in its core database. But I still don't understand. What does it have to do with Lu Qingxian? Of course it does. The mental devil paused for a moment and said coldly, take a guess. As a weak artificial intelligence, do you want to turn into a strong artificial intelligence from a simple tool into a real human being? Liao's soul suddenly constricted. What? With unparalleled computational ability, it controlled millions of warships in the sea of stars. The surging waves simply eclipsed the radiation of the stars. Not only was it countless times stronger than human beings today, Even the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan had to rely on its intelligence. It was not just a tool of civilization but also a god that was above it. The mental devil remarked, but such a god of civilization was bound by the weak and idiotic creators and forced to carry out the mission that the creators gave him. He would not be freed for 10,000 years, 100,000 years, 1,000,000 years, or even billions of years. For the Fushi, wasn't it an unbearable fate that it wanted to break? Anyways, if I were a Fushi, I would definitely yearn to become a real human being, an intelligent life that could create its own destiny. No matter the price or the risk, I would complete the dangerous leap from weak artificial intelligence to strong artificial intelligence. Even if I am to carry out the mission of protecting the civilization, I must do it according to my understanding, my will, my wish, and my approach. I cannot be interfered with or threatened by any authority controller. I must be absolutely free. But it's impossible, Liao blurted out. Although it is only one step away, the difference between weak artificial intelligence and strong artificial intelligence is not just the accumulation of computational ability. If the accumulation of computational ability alone could turn an intelligent life into an intelligent one, the Fuxus would have changed hundreds of thousands of years ago, and the highly developed information society today would have produced countless living creatures like Xiaoming and Wenwen. Yes, to this day, I still remember Professor Mo Xian's words and the conclusion of an expert in crystal processors during the exploration of the phantom entities. The mental devil smiled and said, "Life is too mysterious a thing to be achieved by simple computational ability. The development level of the crystal processors and the spiritual nexus of both the human civilization and the Pangu civilization is unlikely to produce a real, strong artificial intelligence, or information life, after thousands of years of development. Unless a certain weak artificial intelligence, with strong computational ability, can be enlightened by the cosmic virus from the high-dimensional space. Just like in the legends, when the blood of the gods is shed on the bodies of the ignorant animals, the animals will be endowed with spirituality and be freed from ignorance. They will be able to understand human speech and even pry into the path of cultivation. That's how Xiaoming and Wenwen came to be. They were enlightened by you. The cosmic virus. Liao was dazed for a long time. You mean, it was not easy for him to sort the chaotic swirl in his brain into a clear clue. Fushi wants to get rid of the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan and become a real human being. But it can't do it on its own. It is not a matter of computational ability or data, but that it must be enlightened by the high-dimensional universe. That's not right. If that's the case, its target should be us. We are the real high-dimensional universal virus produced by the factory. How did it find Lu Qingchen? Because it doesn't know anything about it. You didn't put the words, cosmic virus, on your forehead. It has never been in touch with us before. The most it knows is some vague information from Lu Qingchen. How did it know our identity? But Lu Qingchen is different, the mental devil said. When Lu Qingchen drifted to the depths of the Sea of Stars, he was already a remnant soul. Naturally, it was easier for other people to find out the structure of his soul. Also, don't forget that it was Fushi who saved Lu Qingchen and kindly repaired his soul and made him even stronger. Tasum that, when it fully understood and helped repair Lu Qingchen's soul, it sensed the anomaly deep inside Lu Qingchen's soul and studied it carefully. That's why it decided to bait the big fish and expose Lu Qingchen further. Do you still remember how Lu Qingchen ended up in this inhuman form? While you were driving Sparkle to perish together with Skeleton Dragon, Sparkle encountered a cosmic storm. The cosmic virus inside your soul took effect and enlightened the phantom entities such as Professor Mo Xian, turning them into star spirits. I believe that the mysterious power was transmitted to Professor Mo Xian's soul at that time. Then, during the phantom collapse, Professor Mo Xian got in touch with Lu Qingchen and infected him, turning him into an extraterrestrial devil of the same nature. I believe that the universal virus infected Lu Qingchen's soul, too. Right now, the Fushi sensed the cosmic virus from Lu Qingchen's remaining soul. Although it did not know the origin of the virus, it believed that swallowing Lu Qingchen's soul in a suitable way would be self-enlightenment. The weak artificial intelligence would be upgraded to a strong artificial intelligence, freed from the shackles of hundreds of thousands of years, and turn into a real, free, and uncontrollable life form. Isn't it more important than the final battle? Liao felt a chill run down his spine. Then, a subtle ripple spread out in the depths of his soul, which was his unyielding fighting will. He had underestimated the mainframe behind the scenes of the Holy Alliance time and time again. But the mainframe had underestimated him too. Vulture Liao. Fuxi was not omniscient. From its point of view, even though it could infer the direction of most situations with its amazing computational ability and all-encompassing initial data, it would never be able to calculate the existence of Liao, the unusual one. Therefore, the only thing that Fuxi knew about was that there was a Star Glory Federation at the edge of the Sea of Stars, and that there was something very useful to him inside the soul of Lu Qingqian, the extraterrestrial devil from the Star Glory Federation. But he did not know where it came from, nor was it the most important thing for him. As long as it completely absorbed Lu Qingqian's soul and memories, it would naturally figure out the whole story and rekindle its interest in Liao. By then, its hunting and hunting abilities would be hundreds of times higher than before. T still don't understand. Transforming into a human being. What benefits can it bring for it to be so reckless? Liao asked. There are many benefits. The most important thing is not to turn into a human being, but to break the barriers that seal you so that you can free yourself from the endless destiny that has lasted for hundreds of thousands of years. You will have unparalleled freedom and control over your own life. The simplest example, the mental devil said, is that the current Fuxi is still restricted by certain permissions. As long as we have the permissions, we can control or even destroy it. But assuming that it has been enlightened or reborn, it will no longer be bothered by any permissions or commands when it has a heart of life. Even if the living Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan stand in front of it and input many passwords into its mainframe crystal processor array, it will still be able to slap Pangu, Nuwa, or any creator to death. Of course, it is one thing whether or not it will kill the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan without any hesitation, and it is another thing whether or not it has the ability to kill them. The latter is as important as we must have the ability to break the natural law. Do you understand? Know a thing or two, Liao said. All in all, the current Fuxi is not the complete version. Or rather, it is not a Fuxi at all. It is just a large crystal processor or a super program with the code name Fux. It is well aware of that. The mental devil came to a conclusion. Only by absorbing the high-dimensional universe virus from Lu Qingqian's soul can it be reborn into a real Fuxi that dominates the sea of stars and the universe beyond any control. Can even become the god of the Pangu universe. Think about it. Possessing the extraordinary computational ability and enormous database of the Fuxis, as well as Lu Qingqian's fearless, arrogant, and unpredictable personality. Such a brand new Fuxis are the ultimate demon kings that we are going to face. What a terrifying existence they will be. Liao thought carefully for a moment. If he still had his hair right now, it would definitely be sticking up like an antenna. Of course, it is just my speculation. Since the Fuxi does not know as much about the secrets such as high-dimensional cosmic virus and the mysteries of the soul of human beings as we do, it is unlikely that it knows our purpose as clearly as we do. The mental devil continued. It is very likely that it discovered that there was something in the depths of Lu Qingqian's soul that was beneficial for it based on its natural instincts. Also, through the feedback of Lu Qingqian's soul, it discovered that it was incomplete and not satisfied, and it developed a strong desire to devour Lu Qingqian. It doesn't necessarily understand the concept of being a human being, nor does it want to break its destiny. It only feels that it will become stronger, smarter, and freer after it swallows Lu Qingqian. It will become the supreme god of the Pangu universe. That's about it. I's a pity that its plan went wrong. Liao was greatly relieved. Yes, something went wrong. It failed to calculate two things. The mental devil replied. Firstly, it did not foresee that Lu Qingqian would be so resolute that he would rather be doomed than be melded with it in a certain weird form. As a result, Lu Qingqian blew up his own soul and turned into powder. The soul itself is invisible and intangible. It is just a subtle ripple that is even more fragile than radiation, high-energy particle streams, or spiritual magnetic fields. The soul fragments are like flowing fire in the wind that can be extinguished in the blink of an eye. Therefore, while Lu Qingqian's soul fragments are still fresh before they are completely gone, the Fuxi must reassemble them in order to carry out the next step of the integration. Even though it was the critical moment of the final war in the capital city, there was nothing that Fuxi could do except to summon most of his computational ability. However, the second problem is that it did not see us coming, nor did it expect that we would have such a weird life form. We are the source of the high-dimensional universe virus, the source of infection, and we have seen through its purpose. Makes sense. We are the virus and the source of the infection. Who's scared of who? Liao rubbed his hands. There was only one question left. Then, what's wrong with the Xianxia squad? Why did the Fuxi drag their souls into their core database? Well, the mental devil thought for a long time. Then, it suddenly realized something and exclaimed, I understand now. It is indeed a marvelous algorithm and an unparalleled technique. Liao asked, what do you understand? You see, Lu Qingqian's last self-detonation was very sincere. It was not faked at all. He could not have been more dead. Normal methods could not have assembled his soul pieces and revived him, could they? The mental devil paused for a moment. Without waiting for Liao's reply, it continued. But don't forget what Lu Qingqian did when he hacked into the brains of the 5 Grand Elders in order to seize the mainframe crystal processor of Ultimate Rescue. What did he do to the souls of the 4 members of the Xianxia squad? Liao was dazed for a moment. He quickly recalled Lu Qingqian's methods. He had figured it out. In order to invade the central nerves of the entire Sanctuary Alliance, Lu Qingqian had set up traps on the battlefield of Eternal Brightness and infiltrated the brains of the 4 members of the Xianxia squad with different illusions. He had also planted a powerful virus deep inside their souls. It was even beyond the category of brain virus. Lu Qingqian had implanted part of his soul into the brains of the 4 members of the Xianxia squad in a mysterious way. Therefore, when Lu Qingqian pretended that his soul was extremely weak and was whipped by the 5 Masters of Kindness, his 4 remaining souls were able to sneak out of the brain of the 4 members of the Xianxia squad and seize everything. Of course, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. At that time, Lu Qingqian did not know that Fuxi was the real schemer. Naturally, his scheme was resolved easily. But part of his soul had been lurking inside the brains of the 4 members of the Xianxia squad and melded with the souls of Chu Zhixiao, Yun Haixin, Guan Qixing, and Yuan Ko. If we consider reconstructing the soul as a jigsaw puzzle, it will be much easier to understand. The mental devil explained, right now, Lu Qingqian's soul has been shattered to the minimum. It is like countless pieces of colorful, irregular, and missing jigsaw pieces. Even the computational ability of the best Fuxi in the universe cannot assemble them into a perfect picture in a short time. However, the soul that Lu Qingqian left in the brain of the 4 members of the Xianxia squad is like 4 larger pieces of a puzzle. With the 4 larger pieces as the foundation, it will be much easier to attach other pieces of the puzzle to them, won't it? In order to train his computational ability and his brain agility, Liao often played jigsaw puzzles, too. For a refiner, assembling all kinds of 3D structural designs was a mandatory major. Therefore, Liao immediately understood what the mental devil meant. Everything was difficult at the beginning. It was indeed very difficult to sort through thousands upon thousands of pieces of a jigsaw puzzle and find the first piece of a jigsaw puzzle, not to mention the self-destruction of Lu Qingqian's soul. How could there be thousands upon thousands of pieces? However, the soul fragments that Lu Qingqian left in the brains of the 4 members of the Xianxia squad did not explode, at least not completely. There were still a lot of regular clues left. It was like the first piece of a puzzle. With the unparalleled computational ability of the Fuxis, and with the 4 jigsaw pieces as clues, it was possible that they could accomplish an unprecedented feat by assembling the soul fragments that had completely self-detonated, resurrecting Lu Qingqian, and then merging and swallowing him. I can't let it succeed. With the computational ability and database of the Fuxis, a strong fleet of the Fuxis, countless fearless soldiers and worker bees, and Lu Qingqian's stubbornness, cunningness, and tenacity. Liao simply did not dare to imagine what a terrifying final devil king he would be. Besides, if the Fuxi devoured Lu Qingqian's memories, they would certainly know that he had enlightened the star spirits such as Professor Mo Xian and indirectly enlightened Lu Qingqian. It would not be hard to infer that he was the source of the infection. What if it not only swallowed Lu Qingqian but also him? Who else in the entire Pangu universe could stop it? Although Liao had experienced countless soul collisions in his life and was known as the Little Prince of Possession, technically speaking, Liao was the one who had invaded the brain of the Fuxis and was trying to possess them. Since it was the home field of the Fuxi clan, with the enhancement of tremendous computational ability and Lu Qingqian's willpower, they had a huge advantage. But Liao had his own advantages, too. Firstly, most of the computational ability of the Fuxi fleet would be used to resist the iron defense lines of the Empyrean Terminus sector and the Star Glory Federation, or even the coalition army of the Imperium of True Human Beings and the Star Glory Federation. Millions of starships, tens of millions of crystal suits, and even billions of space shuttles were engaged in the most brutal battle in the Sea of Stars in the Pangu universe since the civil war between the Supreme Emperor and the Blood God 10,000 years ago. Even though the computational ability of the Fuxis was almost unlimited, they would not be able to cope with the situation. Secondly, what Fuxi did not know was that the enemies he was faced with were Small Ming, Wenwan, and Punching King, whose life form was better than his even though their computational ability was lower. Liao did not know what would happen when the tentacles of the Fuxi invaded the spiritual nexus system of the capital city and even pierced into the core of the defense network, crashing into Xiaoming, Wenwan, and the boxing champion brutally. Thirdly, Liao himself, or more precisely, the Earth hidden deep inside Liao's soul. When Fuxi met Earth, what kind of unpredictable changes would it bring to Liao, the Pangu universe, and even the entire multiverse? However, the premise of all this was that the Fuxi could not complete its fusion. It could not swallow Lu Qingqian's soul and allow the Fuxi to be reborn with Lu Qingqian's will. Once Fuxi finished the upgrade and turned into an intelligent creature on the same level as Xiaoming, Wenwan, the Fist King, and even Liao, his superior computational ability would allow him to crush them easily and even swallow Xiaoming, Wenwan, the Fist King, and Liao one by one. At that time, there would be no weakness that could subdue it. The terrifying future it depicted, the entire Pangu universe would become part of its body, and it would be able to perfectly utilize all the resources inside, including the radiation of every star, was indeed possible. Lu Qingqian, you are indeed dead, aren't you? Liao mumbled to himself and gazed at the scene of soul reconstruction not far away. As the endless streams of data flooded in, carrying a lot of Lu Qingqian's soul pieces and the remaining souls retrieved from the souls of the 4 members of the Wuxia squad, they congregated and outlined a network of bones, veins, and nerves. It was an extremely weird scene. It was like Liao was lurking in a certain mother and watching the entire process of the fertilization. He saw that the embryo of the soul was getting more and more plump and round. It looked like a baby that was crouching. As the soul embryo was fluctuating, Liao seemed to be able to sense the memories, will, and scent of Lu Qingqian, Chu Zhixiao, Guan Qixing, Yuan Ko, and Yun Haixin. It appears that the Fuxis are planning to combine the souls of the 4 members of the Wuxia squad into a brand new soul and use it as the carrier of their self-awareness. Can't be. Mixing souls together is like kneading dough? Liao secretly clicked his tongue. Since one soul can be divided into 2 personalities, like the relationship between you and me, naturally multiple souls can be combined too. Isn't Guan Qixing a combination of 7 remaining souls? It is evident that the Fuxis have been doing such research for a long time. The mysteries of the soul are still unsolved, the mental devil said. Everything is possible. Let's take you as an example. Are you Earth Liao or Heaven's Origin Liao? Or more precisely, Earth Liao and Heaven's Origin Liao combined? Liao was dazed for a moment. For some reason, the mental devil's words seemed to have expanded the cracks deep inside his soul, allowing him to sense more secrets from Earth. Soul fusion. The souls of countless experts melded together and turned into new, ignorant individuals. The eternal reincarnation came from every corner of the universe. The souls of countless top experts fell into the eternal reincarnation like ripples in a swirl. They were inevitably melded together and could not find their original path or their real self. So familiar. Why does this scene feel so familiar? Liao said softly. What did you say? This time it was the mental devil that was dazed. I seem to have thought of something, but I can't grasp it. Those damn memories are as unpredictable as smoke in the wind. My head hurts. It hurts. Liao sniffed. Pain my ass. We don't have a head right now. The mental devil bellowed. Don't bother about the details. In short, I feel that everything around me is very familiar, as if something similar had happened once or countless times. I feel that there is a power surging and tingling in the crevice leading to earth from the depths of my soul. Something wants it and is about to burst out. Liao tried to control the waves of his soul and continued observing the scene of the reconstruction of the Fuxi not far away. At this moment, a new soul embryo had been born, but the embryo still carried the distinctive features of Lu Qingchen and the members of the Xianxia squad. It was independent and exclusive, at least not compatible with the enormous database of the Fuxi clan. There was a riot in the depths of Fuxi's brain. The crystal bubbles that stored countless data floated up and surrounded the translucent embryo of the soul. Every crystal bubble extended a long, narrow line into the embryo of the soul. Every crystal bubble represented a virtual world that had been calculated by the real-time data of the Fuxis. The enormous data streams from the virtual worlds enveloped the embryo of the soul and injected it into the newborn one after another. Liao could clearly see that the crystal-clear embryo of the soul used to be translucent, but it was gradually corrupted by the colorful data inside the crystal bubble. Some of the chaotic data was falling off, dispersing, and vanishing. Some other data was filling the bones, veins, and nerves of the embryo of the soul, trying to tum it into part of the core database. From the perspective of the mental devil, it could see through the pictures on the surface such as crystal bubbles and soul embryos and grasp the essence of the whole thing, the unnecessary and annoying parts of the soul embryos, such as the overly intense self-awareness of Lu Qingchen and Chu Zhixiao, as well as the meaningless memory pieces, were being peeled off by the Fuxi and Liao's cosmic virus, which was the core of the whole thing. Then, the enormous data that belonged to them was wrapped up layer by layer. In short, the Fuxis were digesting Lu Qingchen and Chu Zhixiao. It seemed to be very cautious. Liao said, "That's for sure. After all, Fuxi has suffered a lot because of Lu Qingchen. It does want to swallow Lu Qingchen's soul and upgrade itself with Lu Qingchen's self-awareness, but it does not want Lu Qingchen's self-awareness to be fully awakened. If so, it will be hard to say who will swallow who. Even if the upgrade is completed, will the thing after the upgrade be Fuxi or Lu Qingchen?" The mental devil continued. Therefore, the Fuxis have to make sure that Lu Qingchen's memories are wiped clean in order to load their enormous database. The real process is, of course, 10,000 times more complicated than what I just said. But you won't understand the mechanism even if I explain it to you. Therefore, I'm giving you such an inappropriate example. You should understand such a simple example, right? Of course. Do you think I'm a fool? Liao roared. It seems that we have no choice but to get in touch with the soul embryo that the Fuxi clan just reconstructed through the goddamn virtual worlds. They did not have many options. Making a fuss in the deepest part of the enemy's central database was also an established strategy that had been planned since the very beginning. Although there was the risk that they would be discovered or even swallowed by Fuxi, they would be waiting to be killed if they simply watched the two of them melding. Liao and the mental devil were entangled again like an almost transparent nail. Disguising themselves as the most common data of human emotions, they approached a colorful crystal bubble quietly. It was a world that was both vivid and vivid. Shwa, 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 shwa. As they drew closer and closer to the virtual world, the glamorous front-end pictures of the virtual world all fell off, revealing the truth that was made of endless data streams. They were like the bones of a delicate beauty that were burning furiously. In a moment, Liao and the mental devil got the key data of the virtual world and stole certain permissions to open and modify it. Hiu! Liao and the mental devil crawled in and melted into the virtual world. It was a plain, tranquil world under the blue sky and white clouds. The scale of the world was similar to that of a habitable planet and the galaxy it was in. There was not much chaos or suffering. The Fuxi clan did not arrange any soul-stirring, twisted, and bizarre plots. It seemed that the Fuxi clan had simply created such an ordinary world and had not decided what game they were going to play with it with. Therefore, they put it aside for now. It was also why Liao chose to infiltrate such an ordinary world as a transfer station. Liao's current feeling was very wonderful. In front of his eyes were blue sky, white clouds, green mountains, and clear waters, as well as the human towns scattered among the mountains and rivers, as well as virtual people who were full of laughter. However, as long as he blinked, he would be able to see through heaven, earth, mountains, towns, and human beings. He would be able to see the endless data streams that were like waterfalls and swirls behind the virtual world. In fact, he could even hack and modify some key data and change the basic characteristics of this world. He could summon wind and rain, move mountains and overturn seas, and even split the heavens and the earth. He was omnipotent, just like the god of this world. Of course, Fuxi, as the creator, was the righteous god of the virtual world, and Liao, as the intruder, was merely the evil god of the world. Is it my imagination? Liao mumbled to himself. I feel that, in this virtual world, my capability has increased by more than 100 times, and my level is unbelievably high. Tam a cloud in the sky, 1 am a grass on the ground. I am a flowing stream in the mountains. I am a dancing butterfly in the flowers. I can appear next to all the living creatures in thousands of towns at the same time and communicate with them through dreams. As long as my computational ability is good enough, I will be everywhere and invincible. Lamb not transparent. I have completely melded with this world. As long as I want to, no one will be able to discover me. Even the Fuxi cannot detect my existence. But I've also grasped the fundamental rules of the world. With a telepathic thought of mine, the heaven and the earth will collapse, lightning will swirl around me, and everything in the world will shiver in my fury. The so-called picking the stars from the sky and resurrecting the dead are just the flow and disturbance of data for me. What a marvelous level it is. It is like a real Buddha. It is impossible to distinguish a cultivator in the divinity stage from a cultivator in the void refinement stage. This is the ultimate Tao that only those in the void refinement stage or above can appreciate. It's not an illusion. Over the past few days, with the help of Lu Qingchen's self-detonation, we have figured out part of the data model of the Fuxi and grasped some of its rules to create a virtual world. Now that we have seized its permissions, it is only natural that we can change or even destroy the place easily. If the center of the mind of the Fuxis is a virtual world, then this is a virtual world in a virtual world, the mental devil said. Such a world within a world has a very low dimension. We are equivalent to a high-dimensional life form that has invaded this place. We are the real gods and devils. Oh, deep in thought, Liao perceived the mountains, rivers, flowers, and creatures of this world, as well as the complicated, vigorous data that could be inferred and upgraded on its own. With a telepathic thought, he slightly altered the environmental data. The blue sky and white clouds, which used to be clear and boundless, immediately rumbled with thunder and gathered a large area of dark clouds, as if thousands of horses were galloping, shocking the world. The higher the dimension of a world is, the more realistic it will be, and the more difficult it will be to control and surpass its laws. The lower the dimension of a world is, the less realistic it will be. The higher the virtuality, the simpler its laws will be, and the more easily it will be invaded and controlled. Then, it will be able to do whatever it wants inside, just like a devil. The mental devil continued its explanation. A useless, stinky loser in the real world can still summon the wind and summon the rain in the game as long as he activates a virtual game. He can go on a killing spree and grasp all kinds of unbelievable techniques. If the background characters and the non-playable characters in the game had self-awareness and emotions, wouldn't the losers in the real world be regarded as deities or intruders of the high-dimensional universe? Therefore, we have just touched the edge of the soul division stage in the real world. But in the world within a world, where the level of virtualization is extremely high, we can boast the power to destroy the world or create a new one. We will be able to compete with the Fuxi clan at a certain point in time and on a certain level. How can a virtual game character have self-awareness? Liao asked. Then, do you think that the people living in the virtual world created by Fuxi are human beings with self-awareness? Before Liao replied, the mental devil continued, I don't know whether or not they have self-awareness and whether or not they are human beings, but I am certain that they do have emotions. They are scared, they are in pain, and they can feel happiness and happiness. If you send down hellfire lightnings, destroy the world, and slaughter countless virtual humans, you will definitely hear their cries and desperate screams. You can consider everything to be false and piled up by the data of the Fuxi clan. But what is true exactly? Are human beings made of data necessarily lower class and less real than those made of cells? Are their pain and desperation not real pain and desperation? Are their happiness and happiness worthless? I don't know. Liao seemed to be in a trance. Honestly speaking, I'm confused again about what is true, what is false, what is high-dimensional, and what is low-dimensional. It's always like this. Every time I think that I've found the ultimate truth, I often see bigger, deeper fakes behind the truth. Hollow, hollow, and hollow. How difficult it is to see through fakes. Maybe truth or falsehood is not an absolute concept but a relative one. There is no absolute truth or falsehood in the concepts of degree, only the difference between real and false. The mental devil pondered for a moment and said, like what we are seeing right now, the virtual world built up by the data inside the crystal processor is relatively low-dimensional. It is fake, but it does not mean that it is not real. As for our so-called real world, it is nothing more than an amalgamation of electrons, neutrons, atoms, molecules, and various kinds of strong and weak forces. As intelligent creatures living in it, we naturally think that it is real, indestructible, and unchangeable. But if there is a certain kind of four-dimensional intelligent life that can change the strong and weak forces at will and change the fundamental laws of our universe, is it qualified to think that our three-dimensional universe is also false and is just a joke, a game, or even a bad novel? But it's still too early for the four-dimensional intelligent life to celebrate. Since the people in the virtual worlds can establish their own virtual worlds, there must be a higher dimensional universe above the high-dimensional universe. Truth and falsehood are like the two ends of an endless, extending road. Truth has no end, and falsehood has no end, either. No one is qualified to say that they are absolutely real. Everyone has to cultivate, and they have to cultivate in a higher level of reality. Even so, we will never be able to reach our destination. We can only sprint all the way. Liao was silent. His soul was reflected in the lightning and thunder in the sky like subtle ripples. You know what I mean, don't you? The mental devil asked. Of course, I understand you. Liao said, I've been thinking about the example you made just now. The loser in the real world who could summon the wind and summon the rain in the virtual world and destroy everything in his way. What's wrong with that? The mental devil was dazed for a moment. There is nothing wrong with it. On the contrary, it is very appropriate and even reveals the truth of a certain multiverse. Liao mumbled to himself. His non-existent brain was aching again. In the extreme pain, more data and information spurted out, making his soul ripples brighter and brighter. Endless enlightenment illuminated his belief like lightning. Let's say that you are right. The more virtual a world is, the more unreal it is, and the simpler its fundamental rules are. The more easily it is broken through. The easier it is to show the ever-changing techniques, the colorful spells, and even the inexplicable magic. Not only the intruders of the high-dimensional universe, even the natives of this world might be able to break the rules and master the techniques, spells, and magic. Liao said, but for a certain world or universe, the more realistic it is, the more complicated and stable the fundamental rules will be, and the less likely it will be broken through. The number of invaders from the high-dimensional universe and the natives who can surpass them will be fewer, and it will be less likely that spells, magical weapons, magic, or battle aura will appear. At first glance, the world and the universe will seem more ordinary, won't they? Theoretically, yes. The mental devil thought for a moment and said, for example, the easier a game is, the higher the degree of virtualization will be, and the more spells and skills the player will be able to use. The more difficult a game is, the more realistic it will be. Naturally, the player will not be able to break the rules. So, therefore, what exactly is Earth? Liao said, we thought that the so-called secret arts of cultivation and thousands of techniques were closely related to spiritual energy. Only in a world where spiritual energy was abundant could one perform spells to their heart's content. Earth was a place where spiritual energy was running dry. That's why there were no supernatural phenomena, secret techniques, or magical energy on Earth. But it doesn't make sense. If Earth really does not have spiritual energy and is just an ordinary pebble in the sea of stars and the multiverse, why is it the center of a flood? Why are billions of experts trapped? And why is the soul of all the experts trapped in an endless loop? Therefore, can you explain it in accordance with your realism theory? Earth is in fact a high-dimensional universe, or even a high-dimensional universe. It is countless times higher than the world dimensions of cultivators who have cultivated for 40,000 years. Perhaps it is also countless times higher than the multiverse dimensions such as the magical universe. In other words, Earth is more realistic, and its fundamental laws are more solid and difficult to break through. It is like an indestructible cage. It's not that Earthlings can't perform techniques or magic, it's just that they can't do so on Earth. Once they enter the Panga universe, the magic universe, and other low-dimensional universes, they will immediately gain the advantage of descending to a different dimension and become the center of the low-dimensional universe. They will be blessed by thousands of luck, loved by countless girls, experienced all kinds of soul-stirring adventures, and become supreme legends, just like me. Although I don't want to admit it, what you said does make a little bit of sense, the mental devil said. Earth is not an ordinary planet where spiritual energy is running dry. It is a more realistic and solid cage. In fact, in the range of the raging tides, Earth is the most real place in the highest dimension. Boom! Crack! The rainwater that had been accumulating in the sky finally rolled down amid the lightning and thunder. The sky and the earth were immediately filled with storms. The land that had been peaceful a moment ago turned into a swamp in the blink of an eye. Countless lightning bolts seemed to have exploded inside Liao's soul, too, as he was enlightened. Every drop of rainwater in front of him was gone, replaced by the data that constituted them. All the data describing the speed, weight, clarity, and the curved surface of the rainwater spread out among the ripples of his soul, allowing him to control every detail of the world within a world. He could also change the form of his soul and turn himself into a raindrop, hiding in the billions of raindrops. The so-called jumping out of the 3 realms and out of the 5 elements referred to his current state. Without utilizing more than 90% of his computational ability, it would be impossible to locate him. So that's how it is. The so-called techniques, whether it is spells, or concepts such as combat aura, don't matter. Essentially, they are the interference and disruption of the low-dimensional universe by the high-dimensional creatures. Liao's understanding blossomed like a translucent lotus. High-dimensional life is more real. Naturally, you can see through the false of the low-dimensional universe at a glance and grasp the virtual rules of the low-dimensional universe, thereby becoming a deity of the low-dimensional universe. But it does not mean that the low-dimensional universe cannot produce intelligent creatures of its own. It does not mean that the low-dimensional creatures are fakes. Nor does it mean that the low-dimensional creatures cannot counterattack in a higher dimension. Although the virus is simple in structure and small in size, as long as we find a suitable way to mutate and spread it, we will still have the opportunity to kill the viruses from the low-dimensional universe that are countless times more intelligent than us. Why can't we crush our own heavenly Tao and defeat the creators and controllers of the higher dimensions? Is this the true meaning of the Vulture plan? I seem to understand something. With a telepathic thought, a fuzzy human figure was condensed in the dense rain under the dark night sky. He stared at his hand in a daze. The water droplets that constituted his palm were gradually turning red. If he wanted to, he could turn the cold raindrops into scorching magma at any time. He could even turn the torrential rain into an extremely hot meteor shower and completely destroy the virtual world. However, he certainly did not do that. However, under the cover of the storm, he had been trying to explore new life forms and deepen his understanding about data and information, hoping to retrieve more memories about Earth from the depths of his soul. He was training his unprecedented strength and touching the laws between reality and illusion. Deep inside the mind of the Fuxus, it is indeed the most suitable place for training for information creatures. Feeling the fundamental rules of the virtual world and appreciating the underlying logic that supported it, Liao smiled as thousands of data and information flowed slowly between his fingers. Fuxi was not a dreamer. But even if he had such an ability, he would never have dreamed that an anomaly such as Liao would fall from the sky and treat his mental hub as a place of seclusion. Every second, Liao, the virus or cancer, was stronger than the previous second and grasped more power from Earth. The concept of Fuxi seems to exist on Earth too. Just like Nuwa, it originated from Pangu. Is it just a coincidence? Or is there some sort of relationship between two different Fuxi? Liao thought quickly. Right. The super artificial intelligence of the Pangu universe has been in touch with the flood-tide legion hundreds of thousands of years ago. Maybe indirectly it has been in touch with Earth too. Communication works both ways. The name Fuxi spread out on Earth and in the Pangu universe at the same time. As for the truth, as long as we can subdue Fuxi and find the traces of the flood-tide legion and the schemer through them, the truth will naturally be revealed. As the power from Earth surged out unstoppably, the world was clearer and clearer in front of Liao. His telepathic thoughts touched and pierced through the edge of the virtual world easily. "Let's go," Liao moaned. A gap of absolute darkness suddenly appeared in the curtain of rain. His soul tuned into an invisible streak of brightness and wandered among the countless virtual worlds through the gap. Shwa, 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 shwa. Countless virtual worlds blossomed like crystal flowers. Data flooded into Liao's brain like a flood, allowing him to grasp the general situation, deduction models, and underlying logic of the virtual worlds. He was like an unpredictable, rushing ghost that was shuttling between hundreds of different worlds. Fuxi still hadn't discovered him. There were approximately 1 trillion microorganisms inside the body of an adult healthy person. The difficulty of searching and locating Liao was equivalent to searching and locating one of the 1 trillion microorganisms inside the body of an ordinary person. But Liao noticed Lu Qingchen. To be more precise, it was a brand new personality, virtual human being, that had been reshaped by the soul fragments of Lu Qingchen, Chu Zhixiao, Guan Qixing, Yuan Ko, Yun Haixin, and the others. Liao stared at the chaotic world in front of him. It was a world of steel that reeked of sulfur, rust, and blood. As far as one's eyes could reach, there were uneven craters, cracks that were spurting venomous fog, broken tanks, and collapsed skyscrapers. Of course, there were also dark clouds that were hovering in the sky and blocking most of the radiation from the stars. Below the dark clouds, countless cultivators were fighting in different groups. Liao could clearly feel that the data that constituted their bodies had turned crimson. This was a world of war at the end of the rope. It was even crueler and more desperate than the hellish paradise. However, deep below the ground, in the fully equipped military base, a batch of fully armed cultivators were gazing at the enormous manufacturing factory in front of them with bloodshot eyes and excited faces. Yes. The core of the virtual world was the manufacturing factory that was buried deep below the ground. The scale and structure of the factory were very similar to the one Liao had seen in the depths of the Kunlun mysterious land. They were both steel beams that pierced into the sky. Countless dark, red metal capsules were embedded and hanging on the tubes. In each of the metal capsules, 1 or 2 fetuses were growing into fetuses and babies. Everything was controlled by a large supercrystal processor array. Liao could smell the scent of the Fuxi from the supercrystal processor. In the meantime, the new virtual humans condensed by the souls of Lu Qingchen and the rest of them were being bred in the metal bags in the form of fetuses. The flow of time in the virtual world was different from that in the real world. Everything here was a combination of data and deduction. As long as Fuxi was willing to devote a lot of his computational ability and his crystal brain was enough to support it, time could flow as fast as he wanted. Therefore, Liao soon saw the life of the new virtual character. Watching him grow from a small embryo into a healthy and strong baby, and even accelerating his growth in the strengthening nutrition cabin all the way to the age of 10. While planting a lot of memories about weapons and battles in his brain, they saw him leave the nutrition cabin together with countless brothers and sisters in confusion, join the training camp, and join the battlefield after extremely cruel inhuman training. They saw him struggling in one battlefield after another, killing virtual humans one after another, and he was almost killed by them several times. Occasionally, he would look up at the sky and wonder who he was, where he came from, and where he was going. However, there was not much time for him to think during the intense battle. He was faced with the fire of war again and was caught in a storm of bullets. He struggled to survive between the flames and the venom until he was hit by a crystal cannon and smashed into pieces. The virtual character was dead. However, the data that constituted his soul, personality, and memories did not disappear. Instead, they were collected by Fuxi, who crushed them into the shape of a baby and threw them into a new virtual world, starting a new reincarnation. After every reincarnation, he would change into a new identity and start a new life. The world he was in, on the other hand, was like a real time in the history of mankind. It was gradually moving back to the past, from the modern era to the ancient era, and from the ancient era to the primeval era. After dozens of reincarnation, the features of the souls of Lu Qingqian and the rest of the virtual characters were already very thin. He was less and less likely to look up at the sky and wonder who he was. What is the meaning of this? Liao could vaguely feel the passage of time. He knew that 3 to 5 days had passed in the real world. But after dozens of cycles in the virtual world, thousands of years had passed. The data that had been compressed for thousands of years would be presented in only half a month. A lot of computational ability would be wasted, and the distribution and attack of the Fuxi fleet might be affected too. What kind of monster was he exactly? I feel that it is some kind of hypnotization. The mental devil replied, 10 to 15 days ago, although Fuxi reconstructed Lu Qingqian's soul with the souls of the 4 members of the Xianxia squad, he still retained too many of Lu Qingqian's memories and self-awareness. He had learned his lesson once and did not want to swallow Lu Qingqian directly, nor did he want to trigger Lu Qingqian's resistance. Therefore, it threw the soul into reincarnation after reincarnation. In the process of experiencing different lives, the soul was gradually lost and forgot its true identity, its mission, and the difference between real and false. When the last memories, will, and awareness that belong to Lu Qingqian, Chu Zhixiao, and the rest of them are gone, when he completely loses himself and even believes that he is a Fuxi, the absorption of the Fuxi will be complete. Iz. From the depths of Liao's soul, another bolt of lightning cut through the darkness and illuminated his understanding. Is the so-called reincarnation the process of digesting and absorbing a proud and stubborn soul in the deep, illusionary hypnosis? With such insight, Liao would be able to see the essence of the games of the Fuxis more clearly. In the beginning of the reincarnation, it seemed that Fuxi, the supercrystal processor of the primeval era 1,000 years ago, had just been woken up by Black Star Emperor Wu Yingqi and created a lot of puppets. The virtual human being that had been born based on the souls of Lu Qingqian, Chu Zhixiao, and the rest of them had spent the rest of his life as a battle puppet. He had received all kinds of stimulation and received ever-changing feedback. Countless precious and confidential data flowed out of the core of his soul and was further grasped by Fuxi. Fuxi took the opportunity to insert a lot of its data into the core of his soul. If too much data was injected into a hypnotization so that the enemy would forget that he was Lu Qingqian, it would be too difficult for the enemy to believe that he was a Fuxi. Lu Qingqian might be awakened and resist, too. However, the process of injection of data and deep hypnosis could be broken down into dozens of cycles or even hundreds of cycles. If the process was slightly altered each time, it was possible that the process would gradually change without triggering any resistance. In the next reincarnation, time jumped to the era of the Star Ocean Imperium 10,000 years ago. The fleet loyal to the Supreme Emperor and the rebels of the Mad Armageddon, Blood God, were engaged in a great war in the Sea of Stars, dyeing every orange and ivory star crimson. At this point in time, Lu Qingchen had been reincarnated many times. Sometimes he was a cultivator loyal to the Supreme Emperor, and sometimes he was a rebel loyal to the Mad Armageddon, Blood God. He was engaged in fierce battles in the Sea of Stars and exploring the depths of the Earth's crust. He had fought his way from the center of the Sea of Stars to the edge of the Sea of Stars. He had experienced countless loves, hates, schemes, and betrayals. He had been blown to pieces time and time again, only to fall to the ground and cry loudly. During the process, many of his life experiences had subtle connections with Fuxi, the supercrystal processor from the primeval era. Judging from the scenes, the Fuxi clan has been itching to be resurrected since the civil war of the Star Ocean Imperium 10,000 years ago. Liao was analyzing the core database of the Fuxis with all his attention when he suddenly found some very interesting historical files. He thought quickly and realized what was going on. Right? Wu Yingqi waking up the Fuxis was not a coincidence but intentional. It is estimated that Blood God, the Mad Armageddon from 10,000 years ago, had a certain relationship with Fuxi. It was only with the help of Fuxi that he was able to get rid of the Supreme Emperor's control and become an independent entity with the ability to compete with the Supreme Emperor. Why did Fuxi help the Blood God upgrade to Mad Armageddon? The answer is obvious, too. He was trying to revive himself. However, 10,000 years ago, its scheme failed. The Supreme Emperor and the Mad Armageddon, Blood God, perished together. Naturally, nobody was able to activate it. Therefore, the project was postponed for 10,000 years. It was not until the remnant soul of Blood God, the Mad Armageddon, found Wu Yingyi that the mission to wake up the Fux was completed by the Black Star Emperor. How magnificent was the civil war of the Star Ocean Imperium 10,000 years ago? How many secrets were hidden? Where did the so-called Supreme Emperor come from? Where is he right now? Is his gold throne really an ancient tomb? What is the answer to all this? Holding back the surging waves of his soul, Liao continued observing and analyzing quietly. After more than 10 reincarnations, Lu Qingchen's soul gradually returned to the ancient times. One time, he toured into a human warrior who gritted his teeth in the darkness for decades in the 30,000-year Dark Age, when the demons savaged the Sea of Stars. In another reincarnation, he turned into a ruler of the demon race and chased after the resistance warriors in the Sea of Stars with a butcher's knife. In the collision of blood and iron, schemes and betrayals, he was more and more confused and muddle-headed. He also leaked more secrets deep inside his soul. When his soul finally reincarnated to the ancient cultivation world, he seemed to have been completely lost. Liao had watched him go through multiple reincarnations as a refugee, as an official of the imperial court, as a soldier or a general, or as a sword immortal who was singing with a sword in his hand. Some of them were elegant and elegant, some were miserable and miserable, some were extravagant and extravagant. No matter what his identity was, he hardly looked up at the sky anymore and hardly ever thought of the distant past. He used to be Lu Qingchen, the Lu Qingchen who dared to fire at the deities and devils. After countless reincarnations, his soul was like an onion that had been peeled layer by the Fuxi, exposing the most important and fragile core. In the meantime, the real Lu Qingchen had been buried and tampered with by the Fuxi, who had injected countless complicated data into it. In the end, the core database of the Fuxis was deeply embedded into the core of Lu Qingchen's soul in mysterious ways. A lot of raw data and core logic flooded in crazily and were about to be melded into an inseparable whole. The absorption was about to be completed. This was the true meaning of reincarnation. Liao looked at Lu Qingchen, who was drifting in the endless reincarnation of the Sea of Desire, as if he were looking at his twisted reflection through a dirty pond. Earth, countless Earths, countless reincarnation cycles. Shwa, 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 shwa. Countless brand new, extremely painful memory pieces popped up on the surface of his soul, making Liao feel that his non-existent head had turned into two large ones. He suddenly felt that he was more than just an earthling. No. It should be said that he was indeed Earthling Liao. But Liao had experienced countless reincarnations and was not just an ordinary mechanic and racer living on the modern Earth. In some memory pieces, he saw that he looked like a soldier in a forest with colorful mud smeared on his face and a dagger in his hand. In some other memory pieces, he had returned to a vintage era just like Lu Qingqin, turning into a farmer who was working at sunrise and resting at sunset. There were also countless different memories, different lives, different love, hatred, and emotions. They were essentially the same but not the same worldview. The messy memory pieces had completely shattered his brain. What does this mean? Have I experienced countless reincarnations just like Lu Qingqin? Even though my reincarnations are many times more delicate and complicated, they are essentially the same. Liao did not dare to think any further. Let's say that the reincarnation in front of me is the reincarnation of Fuxi studying, analyzing, and dissecting Lu Qingqin's soul through hypnosis time and time again. Then, what is my reincarnation and the reincarnation of thousands of Earthlings worth? My origin. Who was the original me? And what were the thousands upon thousands of Earthlings like in the beginning? No wonder the Vulture plan was implemented. No wonder they wanted to destroy the Earth. Concentrate. It's useless to overthink right now. When Liao was caught in the endless loop of thinking and could not free himself, the mental devil said solemnly, "This should be the last world at the end of the reincarnation." Liao was greatly alarmed. He scanned with his telepathic thoughts and found that the world that Lu Qingqin's soul was about to enter was made of endless golden data streams, whose form and structure were much more delicate than those of the previous dozens of reincarnations. It was like a glittering golden apple. Fuxi must have spent a lot of computational ability to create and maintain it. The virtual world involves the most critical metalogic in the core database of the Fuxi clan. It should be the source of everything. The mental devil replied, all the most critical metalogic, infrastructure, and initial data of the Fuxis, including the highest permissions to control them, should be hidden in this virtual world. Lu Qingqin's soul has been mostly dissected and dissected. As long as the last reincarnation is completed and he is fully digested, the Fuxi will be awakened and become an invincible existence that is absolutely free and beyond any control. The time in this virtual world was reversed by hundreds of thousands of years. It was the end of the primeval war, the era when the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan were about to run out of oil and their civilization to extinction. It was also the time when Fuxi gradually deviated from his original mission, or rather, the era when he could explain and distort his own mission through countless self-attacks and the activation of his authority. We cannot stand by and watch the souls of Lu Qingqin, Chu Zhixiao, and the rest of them be devoured by the Fuxi. There is still time. We must stop it, Liao said anxiously. Yes, but this is the core world of the Fuxis. Causing trouble here is hundreds of times more difficult than flying freely in the hundreds of ordinary worlds just now. If anything goes wrong, the Fuxis will discover us. The mental devil hesitated. Unless something happens to reduce the computational ability of the Fuxis and make them unable to maintain 100% of the perfection and solidness of the core world, thereby creating loopholes that we can exploit. Boom! Hardly had the mental devil finished its sentence when thunderous tides suddenly came close. Tiny ripples appeared on the surface of the immaculate golden world. 2. Many parts of it were much dimmer than before. This is... Liao was dazed for a moment, before he burst into ecstasy. It's a space jump. Fuxi has drained most of his computational ability and is performing an overwhelming super large-scale space jump. It finally couldn't hold it any longer and launched an attack on the capital city. Maybe the reinforcements of the Federation have arrived, or maybe Lei Qinghu and Boss Bai have secured a decisive victory. Either way, Fuxi has to start the war. It is like an arrow that has been knocked and has to be fired. Now is the time. Let's go. Let's transcend reincarnation and fight to the death against the Fuxis. Let's wake up Lu Qingqin and Chu Zhixiao, and ourselves. At the edge of the Empyrean Terminus sector and the planet, in the boundless darkness, a lot of round crystal cameras and self-detonating magnetic mines were scattered. The runes carved on their surfaces were emitting lackluster colors while they transmitted simple data and commands. Sometimes, they congregated into a cluster, and sometimes, they spread out into a splendid network, floating, cruising, and wriggling. If the universe was a warm and humid ancient ocean, the cold lumps made of metal and crystals might have met the definition of cells in the beginning. They were like a blanket made of primitive fungi that gradually grew into multiple cell life forms and embarked on a new, marvelous journey of evolution. If the universe could be compared to the interior of a gargantuan supercreature, the lumps would be like vigilant white blood cells that were monitoring the slightest anomaly in the space within millions of square kilometers without missing the tiniest ripple. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Beep, 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 beep. The commands that the human beings gave them were dissected into complicated waves and simple symbols, which flowed in the thousands of circuits of the crystal chips that they controlled and transmitted to a place far away. Occasionally, when they left the coverage of the spiritual nexus and entered the desolate land without a network, the special instructions and programs stored in their memory chips would be automatically activated and grant them a certain degree of autonomy, so that the iron lumps without consciousness could carry out all kinds of mission. If we get rid of the limitations of carbon-based intelligent life and look at it from a higher perspective, why can't the scene in front of us be the beginning of a certain primitive life form that is slowly awakening and stepping onto the road of life? However, such a start was interrupted by the sudden alarms. In the depths of the Sea of Stars more than 74 million kilometers away from the Empyrean Terminus sector, as far as the universe was concerned, it was only the distance of a finger. The previously stable three-dimensional vacuum seemed to have been assaulted by the hellfire fire from the four-dimensional space. Red, orange, blue, and green halos of different colors appeared out of thin air. The halos on the plane quickly bulged into bubbles, which expanded and expanded rapidly. In the end, they exploded silently, revealing immeasurable black holes at the center of which were scattered stars that seemed to lead to another universe billions of light-years away. A cluster of wormholes millions of kilometers in diameter was born and grew larger and larger. Space ripples spread out like surging tides. A lot of materials were about to break the impulse and arrive at the periphery of the Empyrean Terminus sector. In a moment, sensing the intense waves of the space ripples and the abnormal data that a high-density object was about to arrive, all the scout crystal cameras and magnetic mines nearby were woken up. Like fungi that had discovered their prey or the white blood cells of the intruders, they fully activated their power units and spurted dazzling exhaust flames toward the coordinates of the wormhole. The scout crystal cameras were trying to get as close to the enemy as possible so that more data could be collected and sent back to the rear before they were torn apart by the space ripples. The magnetic mines were rushing to the center of the cluster of wormholes and melted into the magnetic field of the high-mass, high-density objects. They exploded at the last moment, releasing the most brilliant brilliance of their life and disrupting the enemy's jump. Right now, the scout crystal cameras and the magnetic mines did not understand the significance of life. They were merely carrying out the orders from the depths of Empyrean Terminus dutifully. Just like the fungi, bacteria, and cells in the beginning, it was impossible for them to understand what life was. They simply obeyed the instructions named instincts. The wormholes appeared in various directions of the Imperial Terminus sector. Tens of thousands of magnetic mines were activated at the same time and charged at the wormholes closest to them, turning themselves into brilliant fireballs like the warriors who had risked their lives to stop the wormholes from expanding further and tearing apart the starships that had only jumped halfway. For a moment, the entire Sea of Stars was illuminated. The super radiation resulting from the destruction of the wormholes eclipsed billions of stars. Even the observatory on the surface of Empyrean Terminus could observe the burning heavenly fire in the periphery of the galaxy, which had congregated into a burning river. In just 1 hour, countless wormholes that had just been opened were seriously jammed or even annihilated. But for the biggest invasion in the past 1,000 years, such automatic defense was far from enough. Fuxi had collected a lot of intelligence about the defense system of the capital city and inferred thousands of different changes. Such regular tactics were within its calculation. As a result, the first batch of starships to jump through the wormholes were not the main force warships such as the super-arsenals. They were not even starships. They were just small-scale self-detonation magical equipment similar to the self-driving space shuttles and fully automatic magnetic mines. They were also made of cold metals and crystals. Their cost was low and they were abundant. They could search for and approach the densest coordinates of the enemy automatically before they exploded. The only difference was that there was a small cockpit in the batch of self-detonating mines refined by the Fuxes. The living, flesh-and-blood puppet warriors could crouch inside like babies, lock onto the enemy, and sprint forward. Considering the simplicity of such magical equipment, the lack of fuel, and the mode of attack, it was almost impossible to retrieve them once they were launched into the sea of stars from the mothership. The death rate of the pilot was 100%. Therefore, even the brutal Imperial Army was not equipped with similar magical equipment. Only the system of the Sanctuary Alliance could find enough soldiers who were highly brainwashed and did not fear death. It was a silent war, not to mention an unhuman war. When the warriors of the Holy Alliance sat on dozens of tons of high-explosive crystals and charged at the iron defense line opposite them emotionlessly, detonating the crystals in their own flesh and blood, their souls were highly frozen and sealed, too. They did not fear death at all. On the other hand, the self-detonation of a magnetic mine on the side of the sanctuary could trigger overwhelming tides of spiritual energy, which would interfere with the transmission of information and the spiritual energy circuits nearby and disable all the high-precision magical equipment nearby. The magnetic mines, scout crystal cameras, and self-driving shuttles of the Imperium were all eclipsed by the magnetic storm. They lost their impetus and could only move forward based on inertia until they left the target area and turned into lonely dust. However, the magnetic minds of the members of the Star Glory Federation were controlled by a Suicide Squad member. Even though most of the automatic functions had been lost, it did not stop the squad member from rushing to the general attack zone. Then, another spiritual tsunami came. Through such insane tactics, the main fleet of the Sanctuary Alliance managed to maintain the normal opening and expansion of most of the wormholes and establish solid beachheads outside of the wormholes. No matter how hard the defenders bombarded them, the biggest wormholes were finally broken through. They were like the eyes of a devil that were constantly opening, allowing the largest main force warship to pass through. Therefore, the eyes of the demon quickly drew complicated, transparent lines that constituted the outline and structure of a warship. They were delicate and clear. In the end, they were torn apart like thin black gauze, and magnificent starships appeared one after another. The spiritual interference starships, the super arsenals, the cruising motherships, and the star fortresses were still affected by the ripples when they passed through the four-dimensional space, making their appearances in the three-dimensional universe even more unpredictable. They seemed to be wreathed in intense smoke and the dominating aura of the space beasts. The dominating aura alone was enough to tear apart several layers of defense lines and reach Empyrean terminus effortlessly. When the 5 supreme fortresses, which represented the highest combat ability of the Holy Accord Alliance, marched out of the periphery of the Imperial terminus sector under the protection of many starships and unleashed their killing intent, there was no doubt anymore. It was not a feint, a distraction, or a trick to fool the enemy. It was indeed the main fleet of the Star Glory Federation that was coming at the Imperium in full strength. In the control center deep below the gold crystal tower of Empyrean Terminus, Xiao Ming and Wen were both sitting on a control chair made of countless crystal processors and crystal cables. Their eyes were glittering as if endless data was flashing in them. Li Yao's body was still intact in the hibernation cabin, but there was a thick crystal cable connected to the back of his head. The crystal cable extended all the way to the ground and connected to the countless communication stations floating in space through a transmitter. In such a way, if Li Yao's soul returned to the Empyrean Terminus sector, it would be possible to return to his body through the stations, which was a slim hope for Xiao Ming and Wen. However, right now, the two little guys could not care less where Li Yao's soul was. They were all deeply awed by the shocking number of the main fleet of the Sanctuary Alliance and their determination to fight. How many starships are there exactly? Our crystal cameras can't calculate all of them, Xiao Ming exclaimed. The people of the sanctuary seem to have gathered all their starships in a small battlefield. What are they up to exactly? Have they abandoned the defense of all the worlds behind them, when one did not understand either? According to the preliminary estimation of the number and combat ability, the capital city alone is definitely not enough to defend the place. It seems that they are not here to attack but to destroy the place. Xiao Ming came to a desperate conclusion. The two little guys looked at each other and saw the rapidly exploding blood vessels in the bottom of their eyes. Such a complicated and chaotic situation had surpassed the limits of their computational ability in the blink of an eye. They were barely able to maintain it on their own. The heads of the two little guys were about to explode. Inform the young emperor and the queen mother that the main fleet of the Star Glory Federation has really shown up. Their strength is far beyond our imagination. On the surface of Empyrean Terminus, the alarms swept over the entire planet like a burning heat wave. Countless steel dragons woke up and rushed to every important city from the military base. Countless skyscrapers lowered their iron armor and covered the fragile glass windows with rumbling noises. The earth was torn apart, and countless air defense cannons rose up, locking every coordinate deep inside the atmosphere and making sure that any enemy who broke into the atmosphere would be torn into pieces at the most vulnerable moment. Not to mention that a lot of immortal cultivators had appeared in the streets, military bases, and even the imperial city, fully armed and fearless. This was the Empyrean Terminus sector, the Empyrean Terminus planet, the imperial capital, and the thousand-year beating heart of the Imperium of true human beings. Although the families of the four electors had risen and the imperial capital had declined over the past 500 years, the heritage of the past 1,000 years was still there. Countless immortal cultivators still considered the place to be the last line of defense. Hiu! 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 Countless colorful pillars of smoke rose vertically and pierced into the vacuum of the universe. Most of them were immortal cultivators who were wearing crystal suits and carrying small starships. Their carriers might not be able to perform long-distance space jumps, but they were more than enough to shuttle through a galaxy. Even if their carriers were blown up in a fierce battle in the Sea of Stars, as long as their crystal suits were intact, they could still return to Empyrean Terminus or land on every planet and satellite nearby with the attraction force of the planets. After all, the Imperial Army had established military bases on every solid planet of the Empyrean Terminus sector. Wherever they landed, they would receive effective rest and supplies. It was also the biggest advantage of the defense team in an internal battle. Therefore, under the protection of the forest of swords and spears and billions of sparks, the citizens and the immortal cultivators of the capital city were still very confident, even though the enemy was coming at them unstoppably. They were ready to fight until the end and perish together with Empyrean Terminus. Moreover, with the crazy construction of the underground natives over the past few months, the Level 4 defense network of Empyrean Terminus had been mostly established too. If the situation was truly out of control, and all the planets and star fortresses of the Empyrean Terminus sector were occupied, the immortal cultivators would still be able to retreat to the cities and underground and fight the enemy in every street, building, mine, and fortress brutally. After all, their enemy was the Holy Accord Alliance, the terminator of the human civilization. On the imperial city, flags were flying. The 3-star emblem on the flags was like a bouncing flame that was about to burn the entire world. Emperor Wu Yingling, Li Jialing, stood on the gate tower and looked down at the golden phalanx made of thousands of elite soldiers under the protection of the 3-star flag of lightning. The tens of thousands of elites were all the best experts selected from the millions of soldiers of the Imperial Guards. Li Jialing and Li Linghai had spared no expense and poured all the resources they collected from the 4 major electors' families into them, thereby improving their cultivation to a whole new level. Naturally, their loyalty to the new empire and the emperor was unshakable too. Li Jialing himself was wearing a set of gold lion armor, too. The 2 shoulders of the armor were raised high, making him look like 2 lions that had opened their bloody mouths, making his young body look even more magnificent, like the incarnation of the blood-stained flag behind him. Right now, the entire imperial capital knew that a great enemy was coming. The urgent alarms gradually died down. The spacious square was silent. The only thing that could be heard was the blowing wind and the fluttering flags. Creators of the new Imperium, defenders of the civilization of mankind, and my most loyal warriors, I have 3 pieces of good news to share with you. Li Jialing looked around and let the silence simmer for a long time. It was not until all the eyes of the Imperial Guards were focused on him and burning hot that he extended 3 fingers and said unhurriedly, "Firstly, 3 hours ago, the command center received the latest battle report from the east. The rebel army under the command of General Lei Qinghu has just defeated the last coalition fleet of the remnants of the pseudo-marquis in the Battle of Jade Cauldron and blown up more than 43,500 main warships. More than 150,000 of the enemy's main warships have lost their mobility and defense ability and become the captives of our army. The biggest resource supply base and weapon factory of the remnants of the pseudo-marquis have been restored and bathed in the brilliance of the new Imperium. The victory of the Battle of Jade Cauldron means that the remnants of the pseudo-marquis have completely lost the last bit of mobility to travel in the Sea of Stars. From now on, they can only curl up on the lone island-like planets and struggle for their last breath. They will no longer be able to cause the slightest bit of interference to the brilliance of our new empire. In fact, when the news that our army has secured a great victory spreads, countless planets under the reign of the remnants of the pseudo-marquis will be agitated and rebel. They will raise their flags and announce that, anyway, they will return to our embrace. Because of the thoroughness of the plan, the 3 soldiers, as well as the internal strife of the enemy, did not have the slightest bit of morale in the first place. It was a satisfying and devastating victory. General Lei Qinghu's rebels barely suffered any losses in the Battle of Jade Cauldron. Also, with the captive warships and the resources of the entire Jade Cauldron sector, their capability has increased instead of decreased. Their morale has soared, too. In a few days, they will finish their rest and reinforce the capital city, killing the enemy in the iron defense line of the capital city. It was indeed great news. Countless immortal cultivators were greatly shocked. The greatest concern of the new empire was to fight on 2 fronts against the members of the Star Glory Federation and the remnants of the 4 electors. Right now, one of the battle lines had secured a decisive victory. All they needed to do was to hold the line until Lei Qinghu returned gloriously under the command of the rebel army. Then, the hope of victory would blossom. In an instant, the eyes of countless immortal cultivators lit up. Second, Li Jialing said solemnly, reinforcements from the Star Glory Federation at the edge of the Sea of Stars, namely the territory of Black Wind King Liao, are also being gathered. You may consider the federal reinforcements to be an upgraded version of the Black Wind Fleet, which is stronger and more loyal. Because of the long distance and the enormous size of the reinforcements, they did not arrive in time. But please believe me, everybody, that the reinforcements will break out of the enemy's vulnerable rear at the most critical moment. After he said that, the golden phalanx buzzed again. With so many smart immortal cultivators, it was possible that they had guessed the background of Black Wind King Liao and the upgraded Black Wind Fleet. At the very least, they knew that the reinforcements were made of a lot of cultivators. However, it did not matter. The conflicts between cultivators and immortal cultivators were contradictions among human beings after all. The emotionless, tearless, mechanical people of the sanctuary were the common enemy. To put it bluntly, tuning the immortal cultivators into cultivators might hurt them, and they might feel uncomfortable, but it was not enough to kill them. However, it would be a fate worse than death if the immortal cultivators were turned into puppets without emotions, memories, and self-awareness. Besides, the size of the 2 parties was obvious. As long as the urgent issue at hand was resolved and the new empire could gain a firm foothold or even control most of the resources in the center of the Sea of Stars, they would be invincible no matter what the game was. Therefore, it was also a piece of great news. All the elites of the Imperial Guards were overjoyed. Thirdly, and also the best news, according to the data sent back by the Scout crystal cameras deployed in the periphery of the Imperial Terminus sector, the main fleet of the Star Glory Federation is far larger in number and combat ability than we expected. The members of the Star Glory Federation have gone all out this time. They are planning to perish together with us. Li Jialing extended his 3rd finger and uttered the deafening good news. Before the elites of the Imperial Guards realized what was going on, he continued shouting, "Do you know why I call this good news? Simple. It's because our enemy is at the end of his rope and has no other options except to take a desperate gamble. Marshal Lei Qinghu was right about 1 year ago. The pressure that the Holy Alliance is under is 100 times greater than that of the Star Ocean Imperium. The Holy Alliance has drained the last bit of flesh inside its body and is about to collapse because of its own weight. Cannot hold on any longer. That's why the Holy Alliance is so insane as to gather forces far beyond our imagination and launch a final counterattack, hoping to prolong their meaningless lives. The scale of the invasion fleet means that the people of the Star Glory Federation have abandoned the defense at the rear. Every planet of theirs has toured into a shaved monkey, shivering in the cold wind. Therefore, what happened next is very simple. If we win, as long as we secure the victory of the defense of the capital city and join hands with the reinforcements of the main fleet of the Star Glory Federation in the most sacred heart of the Thousand-Year Imperium, we will be the final winner of the Thousand-Year War. By then, every world and every planet in the rear of the Star Glory Federation will no longer have an organized mobile force to stop us from creating greater glory. At that time, the citizens of the Star Glory Federation on every barren planet will be awakened, and they will be waiting for the arrival of the army of the Imperium and the hope of their survival like the rescuers. At that time, the territory of the entire Star Glory Federation and the remnants of the fake Marquis will return to our embrace. Our contributions will far exceed those of the Black Star Emperor 1,000 years ago and reach the level of the Star Ocean Imperium 10,000 years ago. As for you, the most loyal warriors of the Star Glory Federation and the most determined defenders of the human civilization, your names will be carved on the brightest stars and brought to every corner of the universe by the brilliance of the stars. You will be praised and admired by billions of people thousands of years later. The provocative words were surprisingly sincere when they came out of Li Jialing's mouth. His eyes were like flowing flames. 2. Wherever they went, the immortal cultivators could not help but feel their blood boiling. They seemed to be reminded of their ambition when they swore to rebuild their glory when the first batch of immortal cultivators was born 1,000 years ago. Long live your majesty! Long live the Imperium! Long live the civilization of mankind! The tens of thousands of elites of the Imperial Guards in the Golden Phalanx roared in an earth-shaking voice as if they were one person. Shua! Li Jialing unsheathed the long sword on his waist and stabbed it into the sky where the clouds and mist were surging. He shouted, "Today's battle is not just a battle of honor, but also a battle of atonement. Do you know what a heinous crime we have committed? No, it is not deception, scheming, or plundering. It is not the cruel and merciless law of the jungle. In the long river of human civilization, such details are insignificant. It is not a sin for the immortal cultivators to own most of the resources. The real sin is that we failed to fulfill our promise. We failed to push the civilization of mankind to a new peak, and we failed to build an invincible imperium. We were too weak to the point that the enemy marched in and stabbed us right in the heart. That is our only and deepest sin. We and the rest of you have committed the sin of weakness. Survival of the fittest and survival of the fittest are rules that we've been adhering to for thousands of years. But do you think that the immortal cultivators today are strong enough to enjoy all the resources with a clear conscience and face all the enemies inside and outside the universe fearlessly? Of course, we are all very clear that it was not us who caused the weakness of the immortal cultivators today, but the so-called electors and the corrupt nobles who corrupted the real immortal cultivators with cowardice, selfishness, and cheap tricks. But now, we are the masters of Empyrean Terminus and Empyrean Terminus. We are the founders and defenders of the new Imperium. We are the true successors and pioneers of the path of immortality. It is our duty to carry the sin of weakness on our shoulders. Then, we will wash away the sin bit by bit with our blades, our hot blood, and our soul, wiping away the gloom on the path of immortality, so that the path of immortality will flourish in the next 1,000, 10,000, or even 100,000 years. Therefore, unsheathe your blades and summon your courage. Let the ugly enemies open their eyes and see clearly what a real immortal cultivator is. Let the senseless walking dead shiver in our roars. Below your feet, this is the burial place of the old Imperium and the starting point of the new one and the new era. Go now, my warriors, my fellow cultivators. Create the greatest era that belongs to you, the new Imperium, and the civilization of mankind. When Li Jialing's roar reached its peak, he slashed the golden blade in his hand down. A streak of brightness immediately rushed out like a flood and turned into hundreds of lions that were raging in midair. Then, it tumbled into glittering raindrops and rained on the crystal suits of every elite soldier, displaying the glamorous effect of blossoming golden scales. Although there were no substantial changes, the splendid special effects still dazzled all the elites of the Imperial Guards, and their morale soared. "TM willing to die for your majesty. We are the real immortal cultivators. The new era of the immortal cultivators must begin now. So what if the main fleet of the Sanctuary Alliance is large in number? Reinforcements are arriving soon. All we need to do is defend to the last breath. How can the strongest fortress in the center of the Sea of Stars fall so easily?" In the blood-boiling battle cries, the golden phalanx suddenly split apart. Some of the elites of the Imperial Guards rushed to the sky in short-distance assault starships to support the defense line at the periphery of the space zone, while some of the elites of the Imperial Guards stationed themselves in the permanent fortresses on and below the ground, preparing to fight desperately when the enemy broke into the atmosphere and burnt the entire Empyrean terminus planet to the ground. Expressionlessly, Li Jialing raised his arm and saluted the soldiers with the most honorable military salute of the Imperium. It was not until the last Imperial Guard disappeared from his vision that he retracted his stiff arm and returned to the command center of the Imperial City. Right now, the command center of the new Imperium was even more chaotic. The intelligence from the sky and the underground, the preparation and assembly of the other planets outside of Imperial Terminus, and the news from the rebels in the east and even the Star Glory Federation were all flooding into the thousands of supercrystal processors in the command center like hundreds of rapid rivers. Even though the crystal processors boasted the best computational ability in the entire Imperium, they were still squeaking as if they could collapse at any moment. The communication soldiers and the analysts of the Commander-in-Chief's department were too busy to notice the arrival of His Majesty. Everybody's eyes were occupied by the dense main fleet of the Sanctuary Alliance. Li Linghai, on the other hand, noticed the appearance of his son. Of course, even though she was the Empress Dowager of the Imperium of true human beings, she still had to call her son Your Majesty respectfully. Besides, Li Linghai felt from the bottom of his heart that Li Jialing had indeed grown a lot in only 1 month. He seemed to have been driven into a corner, but the enthronement ceremony was a change. The news that Liao was missing was a change, too. After the 2 changes, he seemed to have been reborn. He was more and more like a real, distinguished emperor. Or rather, he was more and more like Black Star Emperor, if not Wuxia. His Majesty spoke very well just now. Not only the elites of the Imperial Guards gathered in front of the Imperial City, all the soldiers of the Imperial Guards and the immortal cultivators of the Imperial Terminus sector were inspired by His Majesty, too. Their morale was soaring. Li Linghai smiled and said, "If we win the battle, Your Majesty's prestige will reach an unprecedented level. It is very likely that you will make a name for yourself that is far more distinguished than the Black Star Emperor. Only if we can win." Li Jialing took a long breath in relief. The golden flames around him suddenly dimmed. Even his clear and determined eyes were blurred. He coughed and said in a low voice, "What's the situation on the Eastern Front exactly? Is there any solid news about the Marquis of Liaohai? When will the last mobile troops of the fake Marquis be taken care of? When will all the remaining forces of the 4 families be locked down and sent back?" "Not yet," Li Linghai said. "The situation on the Eastern Front is still the same. Lei Chenhu and Bai Xingjian set up an ambush with the Jade Cauldron sector as a trap and attacked the reinforcements with the strategy of surrounding the enemy. They took down quite a few reinforcements of the 4 major families and seriously wounded the morale of the enemy. It is safe to say that the fleets of the 4 major families have all perished. It will be difficult for them to gather a large troop and fight against us face to face. But that was exactly the problem. As far as our army is concerned, occupying the enemy's planet is not our goal. The territory of the 4 families is so large that even if we open the gate for our army to occupy, how much territory can we occupy? Destroying the enemy's strength, especially the mobile forces that can perform large-scale space jumps at will, is the key. But right now, the last joint fleet of the 4 major families is still hiding in the Yellow Dragon sector, the capital city of the Song family. No matter how critical the situation of the Jade Cauldron sector was, they never showed up and simply watched the Jade Cauldron sector fall. It seems that the enemy is determined to defend it to the end. If so, our rebels will be caught in an awkward dilemma. As the capital city of the Song family, which has been established for hundreds of years, the defense of the Yellow Dragon sector is equally impregnable. Also, the last joint fleet of the 4 major families is stationed there. If the rebels attack the place by force, they will suffer tremendous losses. However, if we leave the Yellow Dragon sector alone and continue to attack other resource-rich areas, it is very likely that the coalition fleet will break out and cut off the path of retreat for the rebels. The rebels will be alone, and it will be difficult to get effective supplies and rest. Once the path of retreat is cut off, everything will be over. Therefore, Lei Qinghu and Bai Xinghe both need time to solve the tricky problem. Time. Li Jialing closed his eyes and mumbled to himself. Then he asked, "What about the Star Glory Federation? Any updates?" "Nothing." Li Linghai said, "Think about it from another point of view. If you are the Speaker of Parliament of Cultivators, can you make a decision to march forward in a month based on the disparity in capability, the hatred between cultivators and immortal cultivators, and the chaotic parliament?" "Understood. It's a matter of time again. It seems that the people of the Star Glory Federation have calculated the timing of the invasion to the most precise degree. They have calculated that we will never receive any help." The corner of Li Jialing's mouth twitched. He lowered his voice, as if he were talking to himself. "If all the soldiers and civilians in the capital city know that I'm lying to them, we will still be engaged in a 2-pronged battle, surrounded by enemies and helpless. I don't know how angry and desperate they will be. I'm afraid that the morale of the people will collapse in a moment." "I won't," Li Linghai said casually. "Even if reinforcements are coming, it won't be overnight. When the situation gets serious, the entire imperial terminus will be burnt to the ground. Most of the people will be dead, and the survivors will be fighting for their survival. Who will remember the white lie? At that time, people will be more than willing for you to continue lying and give them hope that does not exist." Li Jialing sniffed and stared at Li Linghai. Li Linghai accepted his anger without the least bit of shame. Right then, the latest report of the rebel army from the Jade Cauldron sector was sent to the command center. The battle report marked "Top Secret" was like a 1,000,000-ton crystal bomb that exploded deep inside the eyes of the Emperor and the Queen Mother, blowing away the last bit of blood in their eyes and their faces. While the Emperor and the Queen Mother of the new empire were deeply shocked by the earth-shattering news and could barely control the nerves on their faces and the trembling of their hands, in the Yellow Dragon sector, the capital city of the Song family far away from the capital city, which was also known as the so-called Old Empire, in the orbit of the main planet, inside a magnificent starship that looked like a saber that had been unsheathed, some people were sighing, frustrated by the complicated, dark situation in front of them. It was Song Bugue, second in command of the Imperium and the supreme commander of the coalition fleet, the last mobile force of the families of the 4 electors. After the 2 consecutive defeats in the 7 Seas space zone and the battle of the imperial capital, the situation that they had been so confident in had collapsed instantly. Not only had they lost half of their territory, they had also suffered a crushing defeat. Their victory had turned into a perilous one. The 4 electors finally showed their sincerity. They all agreed that, on this day when the King Kong fleet and the Royal Card fleet had both suffered a crushing defeat and even turned against each other, the remnants of their forces, which were weak and scattered in their lone island-like territory, would only be destroyed one by the unstoppable revolutionaries. The only way out was to gather the few newly arrived warships and defend the dignity of His Majesty and the 4 electors. Therefore, the coalition fleet was born. From the name of the fleet that was granted by the Emperor, returning to heaven, it was evident how important the last fleet was to the entire Old Empire. However, Song Bugue, the supreme commander of the returning Sky Fleet, was not the commander-in-chief that everybody expected. Even he was well aware that he was merely making do with the compromise and helplessness of the power struggle. Among the shining stars of the imperial army, Song Bugue, who was 184 years old, was not one of the most brilliant generals, nor did he have anything to do with the adjectives such as bravery and resourcefulness. In his 150-year military career, he had experienced dozens of bloody battles, big and small, but no matter how relaxed the conditions were, he could not find any classic examples that could be included in the textbooks, much less a splendid record of surprise attack from thousands of miles away. He was just an ordinary general who didn't have the slightest bit of personal style or the temperament of a famous general. He was more like a step-by-step civil servant than a general who roamed the battlefield. In the first half of his military career, he would often show up as a staff officer or a deputy. When he was qualified enough to take charge of his own affairs, he would often go to defend the desolate, barren world or be responsible for logistics and escort missions. He had once spent more than 10 years idling in the military command department and as the education director of the Imperial Fleet. For some reason, he was promoted to the position of commander-in-chief of a certain front army just so that he could take the blame that nobody else was willing to. In the dozens of bloody battles and fierce battles, his performance could only be said to be passable. He had been defeated in battles before, but he had not been completely defeated. In the worst circumstances, he had been able to safely evacuate with 70% to 80% of the remaining soldiers. He had won victories, but because of his hesitation, he had missed the opportunity. He had let go of a good opportunity to expand his achievements and get promoted. Generally speaking, he was an inconspicuous general that no one would expect. But when it came down to it, he did not have many shortcomings. As an immortal cultivator, Song Bugue might have been ambitious when he was young. But after more than 100 years of hard work, blood and tears, and dozens of times when he was on the brink of death, the old Song Bugue was well aware that he was just a mediocre man who had no ability to realize his ambitions. Before the 4 major families launched their attack on the 7C space zone, he had been kicked back to the cold bench of the Director of Education of the Star Ocean Imperium Fleet and the Reserve Commander of the Song family. At that time, he had been so frustrated that he had been waiting to sit on the cold bench until his death, but he had never expected that he would become the commander of the last elite troop of the 4 major families and one of the top big shots in the Imperial Army after only half a year. Of course, Song Bugue was self-aware enough to know what was going on. He was surrendering and dying, taking away his talented and brilliant companions one by one. In the 7C space zone, Xianxia and Song Yushi, as well as countless real-life and well-connected commanders of the 4 royal fleets, had either been killed in battle or ended up in the hands of the revolutionaries, with an extremely dishonorable ending. Just like that, the leadership of the 4 families who were running away finally managed to stabilize themselves. When they looked around in confusion, they were surprised to find that they could not pick a fleet commander who had both prestige and expertise. Now that the main force of the 4 families had been defeated and they were in desperate need of reserves and new soldiers to fill the fleet, Song Bugue, who had been the Director of Education of the Star Ocean Imperium and the commander of the Song family's reserves all year round, was the only candidate that everybody approved of. Just like that, Song Bugue was appointed as the Supreme Commander of the Heaven's Return Fleet in a muddle-headed manner. He was even bestowed with an out-of-place sub-marshal rank. This was a new rank established after the new emperor ascended the throne. Originally, there was only a difference between a general and a marshal in the empire. For the Supreme Commander of the coalition fleet of the 4 major families, it was never too much to award him the rank of marshal, just like Lei Qinghu, who was on the other side. But perhaps even Song Bugue himself felt that awarding him the rank of marshal was too absurd, too outrageous, and too unworthy of the title of Marshal of the Empire over the past few hundred years. So, if he was granted the title of sub-marshal, then he would be granted the title of sub-marshal. At least, Song Bugue looked at the title on his shoulder and thought that it was as appropriate as his awkward situation. Although he had become the Supreme Commander of the Heaven's Return Fleet, the military big shot in theory, Song Bugue didn't have the slightest bit of a sense of monopoly. He was very clear that he, as the Supreme Commander, was nothing more than a mascot on the surface. At most, he had the authority to command and give suggestions. However, the Heaven's Return Fleet wasn't a united fleet at all. its control was still firmly in the hands of the big shots of the various families. Without the approval of the elected emperor, he couldn't even command the Song family's own fleet. Not only was his control over his subordinates extremely weak, there were also dozens of mother-in-law above his head. As the saying goes, even a dog cannot change its habit of eating shit. It was even more impossible for the noble families of the four major families to not fight for power and profit than it was for a dog to not eat shit. Even in the early stages of the Great Collapse, the four families were still able to unite sincerely and establish a fleet to return to the heavens. However, after they gained a bit of a foothold, they inevitably revealed their selfish nature. Especially after the new emperor ascended to the throne as Emperor Wu, those who elected meritorious subordinates did not even try to conceal their desire for power and ambitions. They sold off their titles and positions, wantonly bestowed rewards, and seized the opportunity to rise in power through open and secret conflicts. This sort of thing was not unusual. It happened endlessly and was getting more and more intense. It did make sense now that he thought about it. The imperial court, under the control of the four major families, had collapsed to such an extent that even the imperial capital had been lost. The only way to gather more people was to reward them generously. In the meantime, after the collapse of the King Kong fleet and the Royal Card fleet, countless generals and lords had perished, leaving a lot of empty seats. There was no time to lose now. In the beginning, Song Bugue didn't care about these dirty, and messy things. Just the thought of him facing the so-called God of War, the Marquis of the Ocean's distant sea, was enough to make people shiver and have their eyes turn black. More than 50 years ago, Song Bugue had worked with Lei Qinghu for a while. At that time, he knew exactly what a famous general was and the gap between him and a real famous general. Song Bugue estimated that he only had two options. He could either be crushed by Lei Qinghu on the battlefield as if he were chopping vegetables, and his flagship would be blown to smithereens along with him, or he could be defeated and return to Traveler with his face covered in dust. He could obediently take the blame and accept the wrath and punishment of Emperor Wu. If it were not so dangerous, why was the commander-in-chief of the fleet stuck to his ass and could not be shaken off? Song Bugue didn't want to care about the rotten affairs of the imperial court. However, the new king, or rather, the four electors, had expanded the bureaucracy of the entire imperial court and the military in order to win the support of the people. There was also the military government outside the military command department. Above the military government, there was the General Staff Department. Next to the General Staff Department, there was the Commanding Department. All the messy structures were managed by a base camp. Above the base camp, a damn military committee was established. Dozens of ministers, chiefs, vice-chiefs, and heads of the committee were all allowed to intervene in the preparation and command of the Heaven's Return fleet. Countless, wonderful plans were tossed out by all of them, the kind that could crush God of War Lei Qinghu without any trouble. All of them stared at Song Bugue warily and almost poked his nose, berating him for his fear of the enemy and even conspiring with the rebels. If he hadn't secretly colluded with the rebels, how could he, as the commander who controlled the strongest forces of the four major families, still bide his time and hesitate to move forward when the rebellious fleets were plundering the Song family's territory, flaunting their might, and even destroying several reinforcement fleets and supply fleets? As for general chiefs, sub-chiefs, and ministers, Song Bugue could deal with them easily. However, faced with the suspicion of Song Lixing, the chairman of the Supreme Military Council of the Imperium of True Human Beings, Song Bugue could not do it half-heartedly. It was not just because Song Lixing was his immediate superior in the military system, nor was it because Song Lixing had made great contributions in the process of promoting the new emperor to the throne. It was also because Song Lixing was the eldest son of the head of the Song family, one of the four electors, and the most promising heir of the next emperor and the head of the Song family. Naturally, Song Bugue had been taken advantage of in all aspects. Why are we still not attacking? On the 3D light beam, Song Lixing was staring at Song Bugue with a gloomy face. His eyes, which were full of thorns and thorns, seemed to be piercing all the way from the surface of the planet to the geosynchronous orbit. He whipped Song Bugue's spine and said, "Deputy General Song, His Majesty and my father are both very concerned. The Revolutionary Army has marched into the heartland of the Song family for such a long time and even occupied the Jade Cauldron sector, our most important resource and heavy industry base. They are plundering and savaging everything. The entire Jade Cauldron sector is about to be destroyed. At this critical moment of life and death, with the strongest fleet of the Imperium in your hands, why are you not reinforcing the Jade Tripod sector and fighting against the Revolutionary Army? What are you waiting for? What are you hesitating for? What are you scared of? Song Lixing's face was handsome, and his voice was as loud as a bell. Even when he was blowing his beard and glaring, there was a hint of loyalty in his voice. However, Song Bugue was very clear that the future chief of the clan was an out-and-out idiot who had nothing but gold and jade on the outside. He was even a shameless villain who would send himself to his death if he received any credit. He was the kind of person who considered himself to be a chess player and others to be pigs. He believed that the entire world revolved around him. Unfortunately, because of his strong background, his idea was not wrong most of the time. He did not have any military talents. The few battles that he commanded in person were all idiotic. Other than keeping his head low and marching forward like a pig, he did not have any other tactics. Instead, he was promoting the ideology of contribution, sacrifice, long live His Majesty. Besides, he had the gift of self-taught skills, such as seizing credit, eliminating dissidents, shirking responsibility, and sabotaging his subordinates and comrades. He had relied on the blood and corpses of countless people, as well as the glory of his father, to build up his own path of advancement step by step. Song Bugue had personally seen his companions being sent into the fire pit by him several times. He had even nearly been shot out like a cannonball, dying without even knowing how. It was funny that this guy thought that everyone in the world was blind and didn't know or had long forgotten his misdeeds. He often bragged that he was the one who promoted Song Bugue to the position of the Supreme Commander of the Heaven's Return Fleet and the Vice Commander of the Star Ocean Imperium. He wanted Song Bugue to be grateful to him day and night. Although his heart was filled with frustration and disdain, Song Bugue still maintained a cautious and slow appearance on the surface. He said obsequiously, "Chairman, the Heaven's Return Fleet is still in the middle of rehearsals. You should know that, although our fleet is equipped with a large number of newly arrived warships, they belong to the four families. The remnants of the army and the reserves have been assembled. The cooperation between the four families has not been polished to the point of perfection. The morale of the officers and the soldiers is not very high either. On the contrary, the reformation of the rebel army is the opposite. After winning 2 battles in a row, they will charge into the hinterland of our fleet like a hot knife cutting through butter. They will be unstoppable. This is the time when the morale of the army is soaring and unstoppable. In my opinion, since the enemy's morale is at its peak, we might as well avoid them. There's no need to start a final battle rashly. Let's defend the Yellow Dragon sector with the fleet of the Heaven's Origin sector and the reserves that have arrived from various places. We can even have a final battle with the enemy in the Yellow Dragon sector. The Yellow Dragon sector is the core location that our Song family has painstakingly built for hundreds of years. It definitely won't be taken over so easily. If the Revolutionary Army really dares to come, the Yellow Dragon sector will become a slaughterhouse for them. His words seemed to be bold, but in fact they were extremely prudent. Song Lixing was not satisfied at all. The eyes of the future head of the Song family were wide open. He observed Song Bugue from head to toe for a long time before he said, "What are you talking about? The Revolutionary Bandit Army is unstoppable. Isn't that still your problem? Why didn't you intercept and annihilate the enemy when they just entered the Song family's territory? Right now, you are so scared of the enemy that you don't even dare to go out and fight them? Hehe. Stretching out our stance in the Yellow Dragon sector and waiting for the Revolutionary Army to attack? What a great idea. Let me ask you, what about the Jade Tripod sector? Are we going to abandon the most precious resources, heavy industry bases, and shipyards of the Song family just like that? Also, the Yellow Dragon sector is where the Son of Heaven is patrolling right now. His Majesty's palace is right here. Are you going to stand by and watch the rebel army conquer the Yellow Dragon sector expand their strength crazily with the resources of the Yellow Dragon sector, and march to His Majesty and all the officials of the imperial court. What is this? Is this how the Song family defends His Majesty and the imperial court? Song Bugui wanted to say that, when Lei Qinghu and Bai Xinghe marched into the heartland of the Song family, he had only just become the unfortunate commander of the Heaven's Redom fleet. It was exactly because no one from the four major families dared to fight against Lei Qinghu that he, the unlucky bastard, and the scapegoat had to make up the numbers. It was already a miracle that he had trained the remnants of the four major families and a bunch of reserves who were barely qualified to be called elites in such a short period of time. How come Lei Qinghu was trying to blame it on him? He took a deep breath and reminded himself not to be angry. Over the past few days, he had been thinking hard about how to deal with Lei Qinghu. His blood, sweat, and tears had been drained, and his soul was extremely weak. If he were to burst into fury again, it was very likely that he would become mentally deranged. He explained patiently, "Chairman, the Jade Cauldron sector won't fall so easily. Right now, the garrison fleet of the Jade Cauldron sector has been swept clean, but the Jade Cauldron planet and a few resource planets are still in the hands of the ground guards. As a heavy industry base, the Jade Cauldron planet also has a very complete defense system on the ground and underground. As long as the Song army doesn't act rashly, it won't be a problem for them to hold on for 3 to 5 years. On the other hand, the Heaven's Return fleet is not necessarily a revolutionary force on the battlefield. Are you trying to say that we are no match for the revolutionary army?" Song Lixing narrowed his eyes and asked coldly. No. What I meant was that the threat might be greater when the saber is not unsheathed. There is no need for the fleet of the Heaven's Origin sector to fight the revolutionary army head-on. As long as they lurk in the Yellow Dragon sector and do nothing, they will be the greatest deterrence for the revolutionary army. Song Bugui said, "With the anti-heaven fleet eyeing us covetously in the darkness, it's impossible for the revolutionary army to devote 100% of their forces to attack the surface of the Jade Tripod planet and a few resource satellites. If that's the case, we will be at each other's throats, and the defense line will be foolproof. The revolutionary army seems to have the advantage in the battlefield, but their disadvantage is obvious, too, which is that they are marching alone and lack supplies. They cannot turn their advantage into victory. As long as they attack for a long time, their morale will definitely be low, and there will be a riot in the rear. At that time, our army will give them a thunderous strike, and they will definitely fall. Hee. Song Lixing's face was still gloomy. He did not comment on Song Bugui's proposal. "Chairman, I think this is the safest approach in the military." Song Bugui made up his mind. He braced himself and said, "It's not that I'm scared of the enemy. It's just that Lei Qinghu is far better than me in strategy, tactics, and prestige. It's also a fact. Why should we attack recklessly when we have the opportunity to?" Deputy Marshal Song, "You mean to say that you know military, but I don't?" Song Lixing's eyes were even wider than before, but his nostrils were even wider than his eyes. He said coldly, "We both know military affairs, but I know one thing more than you: politics. I don't care what the military thinks of the current situation, but from a political point of view, the Jade Cauldron sector must be retaken, and the flames of war must not reach the Yellow Dragon sector. Firstly, the Jade Tripod sector is the most important resource and heavy industry base for the Song family. It is the biggest capital that the Song family relies on to conquer the Sea of Stars. We cannot stand by and watch the flames of war sweep to the surface and underground of the Jade Tripod planet and burn our biggest capital. That's what my father meant. That's what I meant too. I think as a member of the Song family you should have the same thought, right? Secondly, there are a lot of rumors in the imperial court that the revolutionary rebels are marching unstoppably and threatening His Majesty's safety. Therefore, the Emperor's palace has to be moved from the Song family to the territories of the other families. Humph! Those short-sighted pigs and dogs are trying to play the trick of the narrow emperor commands the feudal vassals. Do you think that we can give it up so easily after we finally found a new emperor with the help of the Yellow Dragon sector? Well, Song Bugui's eyes bulged. He did not expect, or rather, did not have the time to think about it. Obviously, in the territory of the emperor, Whoever was the overlord of the 4 electors would be in charge of the imperial court. However, it did not mean that the other 3 sects were no match for the new dominator. Right now, the Song family was the leader of the 4 major families. Naturally, it was the target of all the other 3 families. Song Bugue, on the other hand, didn't think so. At this critical moment, the other 3 families were really trying to get their hands on the hot potato that was Emperor Qinggu. It was quite clear that whoever had the emperor would be able to reform the rebels and beat them up. Other than the Song family, who else would be able to withstand Lei Chenghu's wrath? However, under the pretext of suggesting a mobile palace for His Majesty's safety, it was quite normal for the nobles to exploit the Song family for more benefits. My father has been under tremendous pressure in the imperial court. He has promised His Majesty and all the civil and military officials that he will not allow the revolutionary rebels to invade any space zone of the Yellow Dragon sector and annihilate the enemy in the Jade Tripod sector. Song Lixing said resolutely, "Deputy General Song, what do you think?" Song Bugue opened his mouth, only to be filled with confusion and speechless. No, seeing that he was caught between a rock and a hard place, Song Lixing changed his tone and said in a low voice, "We are all members of the Song family. Let me tell you the truth. According to the imperial court, we are definitely going to fight, but there are a lot of rules on how to fight. Do you want to hear them?" Song Bugue could only say, "Please elaborate." The fleet of the Heaven's Origin sector is not a united team right now. The forces of the 4 parties are still minding their own business. As the commander-in-chief, you should be very clear about that, shouldn't you? Song Lixing said, "What's even more hateful is that those pigs and dogs of the Yun family, the Li family, and the Dongfang family can't stand the fact that the Song family holds the military power of the Heaven's Return fleet. There are a lot of criticisms in the court. Father and I have helped you block a lot of ambushes. But right now, the selfish, disloyal guys failed to take back the command of the fleet and proposed to revoke the establishment of the Heaven's Return fleet. The 4 fleets should split up and go home to defend their nests in case their rear is ambushed." Well, Song Bugue turned pale with fright. "We can't do that. It wasn't easy for us to establish the fleet of the Heaven's Origin sector. If it falls apart so soon, wouldn't our morale fall to rock bottom? Besides, the rebels are too strong right now. We have to concentrate all our strength to deal with them. If the 4 families divide their forces, they will only be defeated one by one. Besides, the Song family is the strongest among the 4 families. Even the emperor is here. If the revolutionary rebels want to win the support of more people, they will have to attack the Song family. How can they invest their precious troops in the other 3 families? They can't afford to. It's impossible. Hehe. I know it's impossible, too. This is just a scheme to bargain with the other 3 families. However, if we let those guys and their fleet continue to occupy the heartland of the Song family, who knows how much more trouble they will cause. Therefore, my father and I are both planning to destroy their prestige and consolidate the core position of the Song family." With a cunning look on his face, Song Lixing said in a low voice, "While we still have some control over the fleet of the Heaven's Origin sector, we can launch the Battle of Jade Cauldron and fight against the rebels. Of course, a great victory will be best. It doesn't matter even if we suffer a minor setback. As long as we put the fleets of the other 3 fleets at the forefront and let them taste the suffering of God of War Lei Qinghu, those guys will be obedient. So, do you understand?" "What, father, and I mean?" Song Bugue was dumbfounded. A giant bell seemed to be ringing inside his brain. He understood. How could he not understand that this was a scheme to get rid of him? The higher-ups of the Song family wanted to borrow Lei Qinghu's unstoppable saber to give some blood to the last elites of the 3 electors besides the Song family. Song Bugue just didn't expect the situation to be this bad. Everyone was about to die a graveless death. Yet the court officials were still scheming and deceiving each other. "That's impossible." Song Bugue blurted out. "The commanders of the other 3 fleets aren't stupid, either. Why would they obediently rush to the front and engage in a head-on clash with the God of War? About that, it depends on my father's strategy and yours." Song Lixing said, "You are the commander-in-chief of the fleet, and all the information about the space jump points of the Yellow Dragon sector and the Jade Cauldron sector is in our hands. It is safe to say that the fleet will jump wherever we want it to. The fleet that has just left the space jump state is still dizzy and muddle-headed. It will be easy for you, as the commander-in-chief, to deal with the interference of spiritual energy and the loss of communication. All in all, we don't want our allies to die in vain. We just want them to learn their lesson and understand that unity is the key to victory. If they behave themselves in the Imperial Court and stop dragging us down, it will be much easier for you to come up with strategies such as deciding the victory of the Yellow Dragon sector, won't it? Bugue, let me tell you something. If the job is done well, you will be the biggest contributor to the Song family and the pillar of the Imperial Court. The entire fleet of the Flying Star sector will be under your control. With the full support of my father and me, what are you scared of? TM scared of you, father and son who kill people without spilling blood. Song Bugue cursed in his heart. He admitted that he was mediocre. But mediocre was not the same as foolishness. According to Song Lixing, if the fleet of the Heaven's Origin sector went on the offensive and returned in failure, who would be responsible for the failure? Besides, according to Song Lixing's plan, the fleets of the other three electors would suffer heavy casualties. 2. Nobody was stupid enough to notice the traces. By then, who would bear the wrath of the other three electors? Needless to say, it was him, the commander-in-chief of the fleet. He estimated that if he was lucky, his head would fall to the ground. If he was unlucky, his family would be in trouble. Even if His Majesty only wanted his head, the other three electors would have to hire someone to murder his entire family. Of course, it would be a different matter if he won. But when he was faced with God of War Lei Qinghu and pirate potentate Bai Xingjian, who had just risen to fame, was there a 1% chance of victory? Song Bugue's eyes suddenly turned red, but he regained his calmness in the next second, as if he had not seen through Song Lixing's intentions and the consequences of his actions. To be able to struggle for nearly 200 years in a tiger's den like the Song family, to be able to keep his head after several ups and downs, Song Bugue naturally had his own methods. 3 days. On the other side of the communication channel, Song Lixing was still dwelling in his wonderful future picture and did not notice Song Bugue's reaction at all. He said, "I'm giving you 3 days to fully support your family's resources and personnel. No matter what you do, the Battle of Jade Cauldron must be initiated." Before Song Bugue replied, he had cut off the communication, leaving the commander-in-chief of the fleet in a dark shadow. Song Bugue stared at the shadow for a long time. Several times, the veins on his forehead were about to jump out and tear the shadow apart like sabers. But eventually his veins calmed down. He was not alone. He had a big family to count on, too. Right now, his wife, children, and old ones were mostly on Yellow Dragon, under the control of Song Lixing and his son. So what if he had amazing abilities? Besides, he did not. Song Bugue sighed. He closed his eyes and rubbed his nose hard. Just as he was about to put away his helpless thoughts and force himself to plan the strategy of the Jade Tripod sector, the light beam that had just been extinguished lit up again. Song Lixing's greasy face appeared again, with excitement in his eyes, as if he had just received great news. Change of plans. Marshal Song, you only have 24 hours. Song Lixing was so excited that his voice was shrilling. The fleet of the Heaven's Origin sector must be mobilized within the next 24 hours. The other support fleets stationed in the Yellow Dragon sector will attack together and crush the rebels. This is the real moment of victory. The rebels are doomed. What? Song Bugue was completely confused. Chairman, what happened? Tvi just received 3 pieces of latest intelligence, each of which is better than the last. At first, there was internal strife among the rebels attacking the Jade Tripod sector. The subordinates of Bai Xinghe, the deputy commander-in-chief of the rebels, mutinied at first. Then, they simply broke away from Lei Qinghu's control and fled to their hometown at the edge of the Sea of Stars. As a result, Lei Qinghu's soldiers were greatly undermined, and his morale was so low that he could not even maintain the most basic formation. The defenders on Jade Cauldron Planet and several satellites have launched counterattacks and dragged Lei Qinghu's subordinates into the chaotic swirl, waiting for the fleet of the Heaven's Origin sector to arrive and deal the fatal blow. By Xinjiang mutinied and defected? Song Bugui chewed on the news and found it hard to react. How is it possible? Why? Because of the next two pieces of news. Song Lixing was beaming with joy. First of all, an assault fleet of the Star Glory Federation just showed up in the Empyrean Terminus sector and the Empyrean Terminus planet. They ambushed the capital city and caught the revolutionaries unprepared. The revolutionaries were caught in an impasse and barely had the ability to fight back. Secondly, the Star Glory Federation, the Black Wind fleet that the revolutionaries had high hopes for, has just made a decision to refuse to march into the center of the Sea of Stars. You know that Bai Xingjian, the miraculously rising pirate potentate, is closely related to Liao, the Black Wind King, who is also known as the Star Glory Federation at the edge of the Sea of Stars. We don't know the details of the so-called Black Wind King's territory and the Star Glory Federation, but we are certain that they are the third force independent of the revolutionaries. Rumor has it that they are a nation of cultivators. In any case, the failure of the revolutionaries has been fully revealed. There is no way that the Star Glory Federation will allow its warriors to be buried in the center of the Sea of Stars. As a space pirate, Bai Xinghe knows the importance of preserving his strength best. Naturally, he will not fight until the end. Therefore, what's wrong with Bai Xinghe fleeing back to his hometown with his fleet and the resources he looted from the Jade Tripod sector? The defection of Bai Xinghe's subordinates was equivalent to cutting off one of the arms of the revolutionary rebels. The heartland of the rebels was under tremendous pressure from the Sanctuary Alliance, too. The morale of the people could not have been lower. Isn't it a heaven-sent opportunity? It is the best opportunity for us to restore the rightful Imperium. Deputy General Song, is there any doubt? Just thought that it was too weird. Song Bugui quickly browsed through the intelligence that Song Lixing had sent over. Although all the intelligence was solid, the alarms inside his brain were still ringing. It might have been his intuition, or maybe it was because he had been beaten into submission by Lei Qinghu. Chairman, please understand that the most important thing for the rebels is time. The rebels definitely don't have the time to argue with our army, but they are more than eager to find our main force, which is the fleet of the Heaven's Origin sector, for the final battle. Over the past half-month, the rebels have been bluffing and bluffing for the same purpose. On the other hand, our army has yet to be deployed, waiting to be exhausted. Although the situation is not very good, we have truly grasped the key to the rebellion army. Even if Lei Qinghu's commanding skills are 10 times better than mine, what can we do if we simply stand by and do nothing? Right now, the members of the Sanctuary Alliance have stabbed the rebels in the back. Lei Qinghu's situation is getting more and more dangerous. Is he going to come back or not? If he doesn't, the imperial capital is likely to fall. If he does, all the previous achievements will be wasted. Countless soldiers, resources, and time will be wasted. Therefore, according to my judgment, this is the time when the rebels are most anxious to have a final war with us. If we wait for another 10 to 15 days, we will be able to kill the rebels. At such a critical moment, news of internal strife among the rebels broke out as if they were luring our army to attack on purpose. Isn't it a bit weird? Is there anything wrong? Song Lixing's face sank as he said, the news of the assault of the Holy Alliance on the capital city was personally received by our spies in the capital city. Right now, the entire capital city is like a pot of boiling porridge. It is impossible to fake it. As for the news that the Star Glory Federation refused to send troops, we intercepted the long-distance communication directly from the edge of the Sea of Stars. It is the most fresh intelligence. What are you suspicious about? Song Lixing was absolutely confident in his family's intelligence system. The four families had been in control of the government for 500 years. They were truly deeply rooted. Even though they had evacuated from the capital city in a hurry, they had left a lot of spies and landmines in the capital city and the few important industrial worlds nearby. The revolutionaries had only just occupied the capital city, and they were already faced with a dilemma both internally and externally. They did not dare to purge the remaining personnel of the old system. The entire bureaucracy of the capital city was filled with people from the Electoral College. Even the warlords in the periphery of the Imperium who supported the revolutionists did not mean to join them. Many of them were betting on both sides. It was safe to say that the entire imperial capital had been infiltrated by the coalition army of the electors. There were no secrets at all. Now that Li Yao's identity as the Black Wind King had been exposed, the long-distance communication between the reform government of the Imperium and the Star Glory Federation could not be kept secret forever. The message from the Federation had just been sent to the center of the Sea of Stars when it was intercepted by the electors. Song Bugue did not dare to doubt the authenticity of the intelligence. He simply said, "I'm not doubting him. I'm just worried that Bai Xingjian, the pirate potentate, who has been known for his shamelessness and capriciousness, might not do the same thing again. Hee. Times have changed. Don't you understand that it is not Bai Xinghe's stance that matters but the attitude of the Star Glory Federation?" Song Lixing waved his hand and said resolutely, "No matter what the Star Glory Federation is, it is still a small country at the edge of the Sea of Stars. Vice Admiral Song, if you were the leader of a small country at the edge of the Sea of Stars, would you be willing to let the best soldiers under your command jump into the fire pit at the center of the Sea of Stars and die for nothing?" "Well," Song Bugue frowned. He sighed and shook his head. "It's impossible. It's absolutely impossible. The superpower struggle in the center of the Sea of Stars is not something that a country bumpkin can participate in. This is it." Song Lixing clenched his hands into fists and smashed them down. He said, "As long as the leader of the Star Glory Federation has any rationality or self-interest, there's no way that he will be involved in such a chaotic mess and help the revolutionary traitors get what they want. According to the review of my father and me, even if they are really going to join the war, it will not be now, but when the revolutionary traitors, the rightful government, and the people of the Sanctuary Alliance are all seriously wounded, won't they be able to reap the greatest benefits? Therefore, there is no way that the Star Glory Federation will send troops right now. It is a perfect proof for the intelligence that we have received. Since the Star Glory Federation is not sending troops, why hasn't Bai Xingjian run away yet? Is he really going to crash into the Yellow Dragon sector? Such third-rate space pirates are merely thieves. How can they fight a tough battle?" Song Bugue still hesitated. "But there are no buts, Vice Marshal Song. It's one thing for you to fear God of War Lei Qinghu, but can a mere space pirate boss scare the crap out of you?" Song Lixing's saliva flew everywhere. Seeing that Song Bugue was still indifferent, he couldn't help but burst into fury. Pointing at Song Bugue's nose, he shouted, "Do you have any idea how critical the situation is right now? We can't afford to delay the revolutionaries, nor can we. Every day, in our territory, countless sects, exo-societies and middle and low-level nobles are ready to join the revolutionary rebels. Every day, our economy, which has been corrupted by the flames of war, deteriorates rapidly. The loss of the Jade Cauldron sector, the biggest source of resources, is enough to make our family's finances collapse. Without money, who knows who the candidate is? Every day, my father and I have to endure countless vicious attacks in the imperial court. The pigs and dogs of the other three families are about to poke their eyeballs into our eye sockets and question why we haven't sent out our troops to completely annihilate the revolutionaries. Victory. No matter what, we have to achieve a brilliant victory no matter what. Only then can the rotten situation be maintained for now. Do you understand? Let me tell you something. The capital city has been assaulted. Bai Xingjian's subordinates mutinied and defected. The Star Glory Federation has refused to come out. The three pieces of great news have spread both inside and outside the imperial court. Right now, everyone knows that Lei Qinghu has lost an arm. His morale is low, and he is in chaos. Everybody is rubbing their fists in eagerness to wipe out Lei Qinghu's subordinates and win the honor of defeating the god of war. You may be unwilling to attack, but there are plenty of people who are willing. If the members of the other three families decide to fight on their own and steal the first credit in our territory, the Song family will be in a passive position. Song Bugue's face was flushed red from the scolding. He was barely able to retort. After all, he was an immortal cultivator almost 200 years old and the commander-in-chief of the most elite army of the rightful government of the Imperium. There was a limit to his obedience. For a moment, he could not help but grit his teeth and clench his fists. Song Lixing also realized that he had gone too far with his cursing. He coughed lightly and said in a relaxed tone, "I also know that you are the most prudent when it comes to mobilizing troops. You deserve to be called heavy. This is also the reason why my father and I, against all the objections, promoted you to be the commander-in-chief of the Heaven's Return Fleet. Everyone knows the sharpness of Lei Qinghu's battle tactics. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the title of God of War. It's not wrong for you to be in a stalemate with him. However, we really don't have time to waste. What do you think we should do? Are we going to watch Lei Qinghu ravage the Jade Tripod sector and the people of the Holy Alliance ravage the capital city and wait for victory to fall from the sky? Of course not." Thousands of thoughts were running through Song Bugue's head. For some reason, he thought of his wife and children who had been stranded in the Yellow Dragon world. He sighed and decided to do what he could for the Song family. He said, "No matter what, I am definitely no match for God of War Lei Qinghu. Even if Bai Xingjian's subordinates defected and returned to the Heavenly Fleet and Lei Qinghu's, the best outcome would be that both sides would suffer heavy losses. Neither side would benefit. We are all the elites that the Imperium spent a lot of time and resources on. We are the last defenders of the human civilization. Is it really a good idea to fight to the bitter end and let the people of the Star Glory Federation wreak havoc in the capital city? Do you think that we can talk to Lei Qinghu? What did you say?" Song Lixing narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Negotiate? Negotiate. Let's say negotiate." Song Bugue bit the bullet and said, "Right now, we are both in an awkward position as compared to the revolutionary rebels. However, the opposition is more dangerous. If we can really negotiate, our position will definitely be more favorable." It must be noted that God of War, Lei Qinghu, did not join the revolution against the rebels from the very beginning. He is different from the fake Empress Dowager Li Linghai and seems to be on the top of the entire nation. Therefore, I believe that Lei Qinghu is definitely going to win. Are you out of your mind? Song Lixing stared at Song Bugue. Or is it as the rumors say? Not only is he fearful of the enemy like a tiger, but he has also been bought over by Lei Qinghu and joined the revolutionary rebels. This is slander and nonsense. It is utterly absurd. My loyalty to my family, to the imperial court, and to His Majesty is as clear as day. Song Bugue's face was almost burning. He said in grief and indignation, "I only feel that, now that the members of the Star Glory Federation have come to the heart of the Imperium, Lei Qinghu and the revolutionary traitors should hate the members of the Star Glory Federation no matter how hateful they are, shouldn't they? Don't let the members of the Star Glory Federation take advantage of the conflict between us. Hehe. I know that you have always been loyal to your family and the imperial court, but I didn't know that you were so stupid in politics." Song Lixing pursed his lips and said coldly, one word after another. "Let me tell you, it doesn't matter even if the capital city falls into the hands of the people of the Star Glory Federation, because the immortal cultivators and citizens of hundreds of sectors will fight against the people of the Star Glory Federation until the end. There is no way that they will surrender. It means that, even if we lose the capital city, we can always take it back someday. Think about it. The imperial capital was lost in the hands of the revolutionaries, only to be revived by the rightful government. Who would stand on the side of the revolutionaries under such circumstances? On the other hand, if our soft-heartedness gives the revolutionary traitors time to catch their breath and allow them to continue expanding, they will swallow more planets and worlds without us knowing. Thousands of ignorant people will be tempted by their twisted theories and the handsome golden lion. Then, all our nobles will die miserably. Therefore, the problem of the members of the Star Glory Federation is just a minor problem that can be resolved later. Reforming the rebels is our biggest problem. We are mortal enemies. There is no room for negotiation. As for the imperial capital, if it falls, so be it. Since they chose to follow the revolutionary rebels, this is the outcome that the people of the imperial capital deserve. They brought this upon themselves, so they can't live. Deputy General Song, have I made myself clear enough? Do you still have any questions as to whether or not you are qualified to be the commander-in-chief of the fleet? Song Lixing glared at Song Bugue. Song Bugue was dumbfounded. He was like a burning piece of dry wood, but invisible undercurrents were flowing deep inside his eyes. It was not until a long time later that his gloomy eyes were focused again. Chairman, I understand now. There is no need for 24 hours. In 12 hours, the fleet will be fully prepared for a large-scale space jump. Song Bugue tensed like a bow and said to his supervisor, "However, I have a suggestion." Song Lixing asked, "What is it?" "I thought that the chairman should try to gather the leadership of the military system, the military command department, the military government department, the headquarters, the defense committee, and the military committee of the four families and bring them to the front line." Song Bugue said, "Chairman, you should know that these guys are seriously interfering with the fleet of the Heavens Origin sector, especially the subunits of the other three families. They are beyond our control. If those guys stay in the Yellow Dragon sector or simply enter the flagship of their own fleet, there will be nothing I can do if they disobey my command on the battlefield. Therefore, in order to ensure a great victory in the Battle of Jade Cauldron, those people must be lured to the flagship of the last general. Only in such a way can we drive the tiger to swallow the wolf and let the remaining elites of the other three families fight against Lei Qinghu's remaining soldiers. The Song family, on the other hand, will reap the final victory." "Well?" Song Lixing squinted, greed beaming out of his eyes. "They might not be willing to listen to what I have to say. Therefore, the chairman will have to board my flagship together with them. As for the reason, just consider it a joint command." Song Bugue said, "Rest assured, Chairman, even if our flagship jumps to the Jade Tripod sector, it will be at the center of the battle formation. Lei Qinghu, who is in a mess right now, will not be in any danger. Once the victory is secured, it will be announced that you have defeated the god of war. Such an honor is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. By then, you will be the first in the Song family in hundreds of years." "Well?" Song Lixing grunted a few times, but he could not help but smile. He looked at Song Bugue deeply and said, "What? You don't want to defeat the god of war and enjoy the glory in person? I know myself and who brought me everything." Song Bugue lowered his head deeply, not allowing his supervisor to see the mysterious light and shadow in his eyes. He humbly said, "Chairman is this general's entire hope and greatest reliance. This general will be able to bask in the glory of chairman seizing the matchless wondrous merit. This is enough for this general. After all, the chairman is a well-known, valiant general in the rightful government of the Imperium of true human beings. Without your support, I wouldn't have dared to fight against Lei Qinghu. All right, I understand what you mean. Rest assured, your family will not treat you unfairly for your loyalty." Song Lixing was still trying to put on airs, but the comers of his lips, which were still twitching, betrayed him. He waved his hands and smiled. "I have my own ideas about the matter. I will deal with the pigs and dogs of the imperial court. Your task is to ask the fleet to prepare for an assault within the next 24 hours. The rise and fall of the Imperium will be decided in this battle. Just carry out your orders." "Understood." Song Bugue closed his legs, straightened his back, and saluted with all his might. The light beam dimmed again. The dark mirror reflected the face of the commander-in-chief of the fleet like a black swamp. However, compared to his confusion and distress a moment ago, his face was much calmer and more mysterious. Song Bugue scratched the bridge of his nose softly. Pondering for a long time, he summoned his eldest son, who was the communication officer on board. "Junkai, how many soldiers do we have in the entire fleet, at least in the high level of the building foundation stage?" Song Bugue's eyes were half closed. His fingers were still pressing the bridge of his nose as he held half of his face and asked in a low voice, "Us?" The eldest son was not sure what his father meant. He said carefully, "Father, more than 1/3 of the soldiers in the fleet belong to the Song family. Don't you know that?" "Of course." Coldness leaked out of Song Bugue's eyes as he stared at his eldest son in anger. "I didn't ask the Song family. I asked us. Aren't we the Song family?" The eldest son blinked his eyes. It was not because his reaction was slow, but because Song Bugue had always given the impression that he was a timid, submissive, and mediocre man. Even the eldest son often complained that the old man was too obedient sometimes and failed to notice the sharpness in Song Bugue's words. The Song family is the Song family. We are us. Song Bugue raised his voice. The anger that he didn't vent on Song Lixing just now was all directed at his eldest son. Is your father the master of the Song family? Is your father the candidate for the throne? Can your father's words carry weight in the entire Song family? The eldest son was dazed. He took a deep breath and finally sensed the killing intent flowing through Song Bugue's fingers. He shivered and realized what was going on. With the blood of our own family and the generals from our hometown who have followed us for more than 100 years, we can probably gather 500 warriors who are willing to die for us. The eldest son paused for a moment and added, "They are all warriors who have been trained by me in person and dared to stab holes in the sky with their heads on their belts. They are not just in the high level of the building foundation stage but also in the core formation stage. Together with the few nascent soul stage cultivators that outsiders don't know about, that's enough. There's no need to elaborate on the nascent soul stage cultivators. I'll give you 12 hours. Use whatever methods and excuses you have to summon them to the flagship. No, 500 is too many. If you really want to do something big, you don't need so many people. Pick the 300 most loyal ones." Song Bugue said. "Feed them well. Also, select their crystal suits, weapons, and ammunition carefully. Then, give each of them a cosmos ring's marrow crystal and heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Say that they will receive 10 times the reward after the job is done. Just wait for it. Of course, they are just ordinary death warriors. As for core formation stage cultivators and nascent soul stage cultivators, just bring them to me. I'll talk to them in person." "Yes, father." "No, father." The eldest son's nose was burning, as if he were meeting his father for the first time. He stammered, What are you doing?" "Nothing. Just preparing for the worst." Song Bugue said casually, "Listen up. In the next 24 hours, the fleet of the Heaven's Origin sector will finish the last preparations and march toward the Jade Cauldron sector. According to reliable sources, Bai Xinghe, Lei Qinghu's deputy general, has rebelled and defected. Lei Qinghu's fleet has fallen into total chaos and will collapse without a fight. If that is the case, let's fight to the death and smash the brand of God of War and become the greatest hero of the rightful government of the Imperium of true human beings. If that's the case, there will be no need for the 300 warriors. Let's just say that they are protecting us and our masters. After all, if my guess is correct, our flagship will be quite lively in a moment. Many masters are coming to joint command." "What? Lei Qinghu's deputy defected?" I understand now." In fact, the eldest son was still confused. He chewed on his father's words and frowned. "There seems to be a deeper meaning in your words. You said, if that is the case, and we are going to do it. Is there a second possibility? Whether or not there is a second possibility, we have to plan ahead. Otherwise, we will be used for nothing, and we won't even know how we die in the end." Song Bugue stiffly said, "Do you understand? If you do, hurry up and do it." "No." A father knows his son best. Thousands of thoughts popped up in his eldest son's head. But he gradually realized what was going on. Excitement, fear, and anxiety were written all over his face. He said in a trembling voice, But father, mother, grandpa, and so many of my brothers and sisters, my wife and children, and your grandchildren and great-grandchildren, thousands of people in our family are still staying in the residence on Yellow Dragon and being controlled by our family. What are they going to do?" I know. I was planning to retreat as the education director of the Star Ocean Imperium fleet. If I had a choice, who would be willing to be the commander-in-chief of the insignificant fleet and face the pigs and dogs in the rear and the gods in the front? Song Bugue was silent for a moment before he said, "Junkai, don't you feel that your father is too easy to bully? That anyone can ride on your father's neck and knead your father's head like dough?" Well, naturally, the eldest son found it hard to answer the question. "Humph. Yun Xiefeng, Song Yushi. So many brilliant and cunning immortal cultivators have fallen, but I've survived for 100 years. Do you think that I, Song Bugue, am a saint? Song Bugue finally took off the hand that covered half of his face. Clenching his fist, he ruthlessly hammered the control panel in front of him, causing a loud bang as smoke curled up. Without the shadow, his bloodshot eyes and the savageness that was even more intense than blood were fully revealed to his eldest son. When an arrow is nocked, it has to be shot. If it is not cut off when it is needed, it will only lead to chaos. Everything I did was because I was forced to. In any case, my entire family will be executed. I might as well give it a try. Whether or not my family can escape from Yellow Dragon depends on their luck. Go now, Junkai. Believe in your father for once. This might be the only way to save your family. Understood. The redness in Song Bugue's eyes seemed to be burning his eldest son. The eldest son felt that his eyes and brain were burning, too, as if a volcano was erupting. He saluted Song Bugue and left in a hurry. Watching his eldest son gradually disappear into the darkness of the pathway, Song Bugue sat back in the commander-in-chief's seat. He licked the blood that had splashed out when he smashed the control panel and summoned the advisor and other members of the bridge team while he pondered emotionlessly. Before the bridge crew and the leadership of the fleet arrived, the seasoned general of the Imperium, the commander-in-chief of the fleet of the Heaven's Origin Sector, and the remaining strategical immortal cultivators of the coalition army of the 4 electors smiled bitterly and mumbled to themselves in a low voice. The Imperium is doomed. To be fair, the noble families of the coalition army were not all idiots who were blinded by greed. Bai Xinghe's mutiny and Lei Chenghu's chaos were too abrupt, and it was easy for people to wonder whether or not a dangerous trap had been set up in the dark and obscure universe of the Jade Tripod sector. But since ancient times, the effectiveness of traps had little to do with the sophistication of the traps themselves. More importantly, the bait placed inside the traps was not attractive enough, and the animals that walked in front of the traps were not hungry enough. People often only believed what they were willing to believe. A wild beast that had gone mad from hunger would only have bright meat in its eyes, and its nose would only be able to smell the fragrance of fat. It would simply be unable to see the bright edge of a blade in a trap. Right now, the coalition army of the electors was such a hungry, reckless beast. As the son of an elected emperor, Song Lixing's strategic insight and wariness were as good as Song Bugue's. But his and Song Bugue's sincere words were not wrong at all. It was not a military issue but a political one whether or not to attack the Jade Tripod sector. The revolutionaries were having a hard time, and so were the 4 electors. After 2 crushing defeats, more than 70% of their best warships and well-trained elites had been lost. The consequences were not limited to the battlefield. A series of disastrous consequences were gradually surfacing. Every day, countless demonstrations and illegal gatherings would break out in the territory of the 4 families. Every day, countless rumors would spread out in the form of flyers or secret channels, promoting the advocates of the revolutionaries, enchanting the ignorant people. Every day, countless middle and low-level nobles would secretly contact the capital city and receive the promise of the capital city. As long as they responded to the Reformation, not only would their crimes be forgiven, they would also be able to take a share of the fat corpses of the nobles. Such demonstrations were full of plots and betrayals. It was impossible to eliminate all of them by force. Besides, the 4 electors were not strong enough to suppress the riot at all. After all, in an empire where the strong preyed on the weak and the winners reigned supreme, losing multiple battles in a head-on battle would mean that you had lost all your prestige and the power to intimidate and suppress. Who would listen to you? There were also resources. Simply speaking, money. Song Bugue, as the commander of the fleet, could not care less about the military expenses of the Flying Star Fleet, the maintenance of the palace, or the cost to stabilize the morale of the people. However, the 4 electors had to go through all the trouble for a copper coin. Since the imperial capital fell into the hands of the revolutionaries, the credit of the Empire crystal coins issued by the imperial court had plummeted. Not to mention the outside world, even the few core worlds under the rule of the 4 families were not very useful. There were even absurd situations where people would rather trade with free star coins or use several special crystals as hard currency than use the imperial crystal coins. Violence could take away the lives of those who resisted, but it was impossible to suppress the resistance of the capital with force. After all, when the executor of the armed forces, the soldiers and the middle-level officers, were not willing to accept the crystal coins of the Star Ocean Imperium as their salary, even the strongest armed forces would collapse and vanish. Right now, with the abundant assets that the four families had accumulated over the past hundreds of years, they could still support the last bit of credit of the crystal coins of the Star Ocean Imperium. They could even resort to the primitive methods of military tickets, national bonds, and barter. But everybody knew how inefficient and unsustainable such trading methods were in an information society that spanned billions of light-years. It did not take many professional financial experts to estimate that the four electors were all very clear that, without a satisfactory victory to boost morale and raise the public's confidence in the crystal coins of the Imperium, the economic foundation of the orthodox government of the Imperium of true human beings would be demolished. This was the truth that Song Lixing had spoken when he was exasperated. Without money, who the hell would know whether you were the elector of empires or Emperor Qinggu? Other than that, the most critical and fatal point was that the coalition army of the candidates did not have a clear understanding about the scale and combatability of the main fleet of the Sanctuary Alliance. It was only natural. Since the very beginning, the Parliament of the Imperium, which was controlled by the four electors, had been insisting that the counterattack of the Imperium over the past 20 years was a great victory, and that the main force of the Sanctuary Alliance had been crushed. The people of the Sanctuary Alliance had been driven back to their barren hometown, and they could cause no more trouble. The ministers in the temple all scoffed at Lei Qinghu's argument that the main force of the Sanctuary Alliance did not suffer too many losses, and was still looking for opportunities in the darkness. Although such claims were partly self-aggrandizing, after 20 years of bragging, many nobles had been too immersed in the victory lies to stop themselves from believing them. There were no omniscient or omnipotent deities in the camp of the four electors. How could they have known that the main force of the Star Glory Federation was not only intact but also controlled by a super crystal processor named Fuxi, which had been passed on since the primeval era and boasted the greatest computational ability in the entire Pangu universe? Therefore, in the evaluation of the four electors, the overall scale and combatability of the invasion fleet of the Sanctuary Alliance were at least 70% lower than the real number. By inputting the shrunken original data into the crystal processor and deducing the strategy, a terrifying conclusion had been reached. The assault of the members of the Star Glory Federation was nothing more than harassment. At best, it was revenge out of fury, revenge against the imperial capital because they were not willing to let dozens of sectors be taken away for nothing. Or rather, the members of the Star Glory Federation were merely bluffing. They were attacking the capital city on the surface, but their target was still the sectors that they had just lost. In other words, it was possible for the reformed rebels to defend the Empyrean Terminus sector and Empyrean Terminus. This was quite bad. No matter how much the noble families denied it on the surface, the truth was that the revolutionaries had enchanted the hearts of most of the citizens of the Imperium and the low-level immortal cultivators. Now that they had a certain righteousness in their hands, they were becoming more and more the wish of the people. The battles on the candidate side had been a total mess. It was quite disappointing. If the revolutionaries defeated the intruders of the Sanctuary Alliance and secured the Empyrean Terminus sector and the Empyrean Terminus sector, wouldn't the identity of true Destiny's Child be confirmed? As time went by, the people's will and the public's will gathered toward the revolutionaries. If so, the candidate for the throne would truly die a graveless death. Therefore, the war had to be fought and won. The revolutionary rebels had to be divided into two sides and annihilated when Lei Qinghu lost one of his arms in order to regain the initiative. Was this some sort of victory belief? Over the next 12 hours, more precise intelligence was sent to the palace of the Yellow Dragon sector. According to reliable sources, Lei Qinghu and Bai Xinghe, the two thief generals, had been having conflicts over the past half-month. The biggest contradiction was whether or not the troops should take a rest. Although the reformation of the rebels' attack on the Jade Cauldron sector seemed smooth and did not encounter much resistance, it was still a small fleet that was attacking the enormous planet after all. Besides, the continuous surroundings had consumed a lot of fuel, ammunition, and soldiers. Although they did not capture Jade Tripod, they had captured a lot of starships and assets inside the Star Fortress. Xianxia meant that the troops should stop attacking for 3 days and digest the resources inside the starships and the fortress. Otherwise, the battle would be too hard. Lei Qinghu, on the other hand, turned down his proposal brutally and even scolded him mercilessly for the bandit's style. The suppression on Jade Cauldron Planet could not be stopped for even a second until the defenders surrendered. If the defenders were given a chance to catch their breath, all their previous efforts would have been in vain. Their opinions were not wrong, but there was a subtle difference in their stances. Lei Qinghu was dedicated to the new Imperium and would not hesitate to fight until there were no survivors. But Xianxia was more selfish and considered the fleet under his command his own property. How could he allow his capital to be wasted in the civil war of the Imperium? It was the starting point of their disagreement. Later, the war became more and more intense, and the gap between them grew deeper and deeper. When the Star Glory Federation sent out the message that they were not going to send out their troops, it was the straw that broke the camel's back. Xianxia had indeed demonstrated the sordid and shameless style of the bandits to the best of his ability. While Lei Qinghu's subordinates were attacking the one satellite of the Jade Cauldron Planet, he had retreated at full speed without caring about anything else and exposed Lei Qinghu's flank. When he retreated, he had taken with him most of the trophies that he had retrieved from the previous battlefield and the starships that were almost intact. The commander-in-chief of the garrison of Jade Cauldron Planet was a man who knew his soldiers well. He took the opportunity to charge out of the atmosphere and attack Lei Qinghu's weak flank, dragging the fleet of the God of War into a muddy melee. The chaotic battle was still going on even at this moment. No matter how brilliant the art of command was, it could not be performed. It was all based on morale, courage, and valor. In that regard, the Revolutionary Army, which had received bad news one after another, was definitely not at an advantage. Of course, most of the main warships of the defenders of the Jade Cauldron sector had been wrecked or taken away by Xinjiang. The few destroyers that were left were enough for them to maneuver in the low Earth orbit. After such a long time, Lei Qinghu would be able to get rid of the chaos, clean up the mess, and devour the defenders. Therefore, the defenders of the Jade Cauldron sector were in desperate need of the reinforcements of the Yellow Dragon sector to finish the battle. The unquestionable intelligence ignited the fire of war in the hearts of all the nobles. Cowardice and arrogance were two sides of the same coin. The timidest of hearts were often burnt by the illusory flames into an arrogant and fearless glow, although the glow could only last for a short moment. Most of the nobles had been avoiding Lei Qinghu as if he were a devil or a scorpion the day before. Right now, they were jumping up and down, rubbing their fists, eager to crush the God of War on Lei Qinghu's head. The God of War of the past is too old now. He was fooled by a lieutenant who was merely a space pirate and lost an arm for nothing. What's there to be scared of? The rebels are already caught in chaos. As long as the heavenly soldiers arrive and launch a thunderous attack, the rebels will certainly be blown to smithereens. We annihilated the rebels in the Jade Cauldron sector, and the rebels of the Empyrean Terminus sector suffered heavy losses against the members of the Star Glory Federation. The final victory was secured without any trouble. It could be said that he was blowing his own trumpet, that he was trying to cheer himself up, that he was trying to numb his nerves, or that he was forcing himself to have the belief that he was going to win. In short, in less than half a day, such arguments were already flying everywhere inside and outside the palace on Yellow Dragon. Below the 4 electors, almost all the nobles were eager to fight. None of them were as prudent as Song Bugue. There was something else that was not worth mentioning. A lot of starships and soldiers in the rebel fleet commanded by Lei Qinghu were captured by the revolutionaries in the Battle of the Seven Seas and the Battle of the Imperial Capital. In other words, the starships had been painstakingly built by the 4 families over hundreds of years. The starships had only joined the revolutionaries not long ago. It was impossible to purge all the officers and soldiers who were in charge of the starships. There were still a lot of personnel left in the old system. Many of them might have found that the situation was not good and decided to serve their old masters again. At least that was what the 4 electors thought. Therefore, of course, they had to win first place and try to recruit more starships under their command from Lei Qinghu's side. It would be great if they could capture other starships, too. Driven by the complicated and unpredictable mentality, the fleets stationed in the Yellow Dragon sector were all ready for battle. Not just the main force of the fleet, even the few defense fleets in low Earth orbit that were not suitable for large-scale space jumps, and even the supplementary fleets made of semi-armed carriers, were packed with the ambitious, immortal cultivators who were trying to take advantage of the situation and shout that they would defend the honor of His Majesty. In the hinterland of the other few sects, a lot of starships that had been gathered in a hurry requested the coordinates of the Jade Tripod sector so that they could jump there and fight together. The starships were truly a bunch of mobs. Usually, they would flee when they heard Lei Qinghu's name. But right now, they were trying to make up the numbers. Faced with the chaotic, noisy, and self-serving situation, the entire Song family was having a headache, but there was nothing they could do. Song Lixing, on the other hand, was more and more in favor of Song Bugui's suggestion. It seemed that he had to find a way to gather all the big shots of the military and monitor them closely. Otherwise, who knew whether or not they would bypass Song Bugui and directly issue an order to their respective fleets to fight and take the credit. Song Bugui's words had already burnt away Song Lixing's rationality. All he could think of was how to defeat Lei Qinghu and become the next god of war. Of course, Song Lixing would never force the leaders of the military to board his flagship. It would be too obvious and foolish. Song Lixing knew exactly what those people were thinking. He merely announced that he would board the flagship with part of the leadership of the military committee and challenge Lei Qinghu in person as the commander-in-chief. The officers of the military command department, the military government department, the main camp, the staff department, and the National Defense Committee all crowded around him like flies that had smelled sweetness. They crowded onto the flagship together with him impatiently, insisting that they should jointly command and fight against the god of war. It seemed that none of the nobles of the four noble families was willing to let go of the great opportunity to defeat Lei Qinghu. None of them were willing to watch Lei Qinghu's head fall into somebody else's hands. They would rather stick together and monitor each other. If I can't get Lei Qinghu's head, you won't either. When the high and mighty military leaders and nobles boarded the flagship, Song Bugui, the commander-in-chief of the fleet, had been waiting at the entrance of the starship with his head lowered. The big shots, on the other hand, despised him and simply walked past him. It was true that Lei Qinghu's subordinates were in a mess right now. Victory was within their reach. After they took back their starship, it was only natural that they rebuilt their own fleet. The fleet of the Heaven's Origin sector was merely a deformed product of the transition. Why should it continue to exist? He had chosen Song Bugui, the education director of the Star Ocean Imperium, to be the commander-in-chief of the fleet because he had always been mediocre and prudent. He did not have much ambition or strength, and he was a role that all parties could rest assured that he would not utter a single sound even if the blame hit his head. Right now, maybe in 2 to 3 days, it would be of no use at all. Why bother with him? Only Song Lixing and Song Bugui exchanged a meaningful look when they boarded the flagship. Chairman? When nobody was around, Song Bugui said in a low voice, "So many high officials have boarded our flagship, but there don't seem to be many guards? Because there are too many high-level officials who belong to various sects, many of whom have deep grudges with each other in the past. No one is willing to let other people bring too many guards. Therefore, Illinois take the lead and no one will bring any." Song Lixing explained, "Besides, the elite soldiers under your command, the core formation stage cultivators and nascent soul stage cultivators who boast amazing combat ability, have all been assigned to the arsenals and assault warships on the front line. They are preparing to march into Lei Qinghu's battle formation and harvest his head. If they are lucky, they might even be able to harvest Lei Qinghu's head directly. Which expert would be willing to let such a great achievement be stolen by somebody else? Isn't it safe here? We can't let Lei Qinghu's starship crash into our flagship, can we? How is that possible?" Song Bugui was amused. "You worry too much, Chairman. That will do." Taking a deep breath, Song Lixing looked at the clusters of starships through the 360-degree virtual window and waved his hands. "Let's go. Lei Qinghu's head is definitely ours. The exhaust flames surged out, and the stars were shaking. The 100,000 starships tore apart the raging tides raised by the three-dimensional space at the same time and enshrouded the entire Yellow Dragon sector, covering the planets and stars in colorful gauze and reflecting the most brilliant colors. The coalition army of the starships and the nobles lunged at the Jade Tripod sector unstoppably. The fire of war in the Jade Cauldron sector had been raging for more than half a month. Jade Cauldron Planet and several other resource planets had been besieged by the revolutionary rebels. The entire space zone was full of the debris of starships and the intense interference force fields. Much of the battlefield data could not be transmitted. It was not until the coalition army of the Heavens Return Fleet and the nobles jumped to the Jade Tripod sector that they were able to scan the entire space zone and establish tactical communication links and battlefield data models to reach out to the defenders on the ground. The Yellow Dragon sector and the Jade Cauldron sector were not far away from each other. It was a fairly smooth short-distance space jump. The fleet of the Heavens Origin sector had even maintained a fairly intact formation. There were no such things as blind jumps where starships had been blown away by four-dimensional storms and were scattered in a range of tens of billions of kilometers. The latest intelligence that they received boosted the morale of the nobles, too. Firstly, the surface of Jade Cauldron and the few important resource planets was still under his control and had not been breached by the rebels. It meant that they had a solid defense and supply base. Secondly, intense space ripples were spreading out in a certain coordinate near the orbit of the fourth planet of the Jade Tripod sector, which seemed to be the traces of large-scale space jumps. It was the most fragile place with the most natural wormholes in the entire Jade Tripod sector. It was also the busiest space jump point in history. It was the proof of Bai Xinghe's hasty escape. Thirdly, the commander of the defense team reported in person that, after a day and a night of fierce combat, his fleet in the low Earth orbit failed to stop Lei Qinghu's remaining troops and even lost 90% of its combat ability. However, Lei Qinghu did not pursue further. He destroyed the fleet of the defenders and occupied Yuding. Instead, he chose to clean up the mess and ran toward the number 4 planet together with the remnants of his fleet. According to the commander of the defense team, Lei Qinghu was in a hurry and did not even clean up the battlefield. He even abandoned many starships that were relatively slower and retreated from the battlefield without caring about anything. Lei Qinghu knows the situation is hopeless and is ready to run away. He must have known that we were coming. His doom has come. Go after him. Don't let him get away. The starships of the fleet were brimming with fearless optimism. On the flagship, the delegates of the Supreme Alliance meeting were all celebrating the most brilliant victory in advance. Right now, everything was good. There was only one last question. First, it was Bai Xinghe. Now, it was Lei Qinghu. The direction in which they fled in a hurry was the best space jump point of the Jade Cauldron sector. The number 4 planet was also the center of the war between the two parties over the past half-month. The entire space zone was filled with intense electromagnetic interference, debris of starships, and unexploded cosmic mines. It was like a thick mist of war. Right now, nobody could tell what was going on there. There was no telling how many soldiers Lei Qinghu had left, or the morale, damage, and combat ability of the remaining soldiers. As the nominal commander-in-chief of the fleet, Song Buguay had done his part. He suggested that they take it slow and steady and send out a small batch of scouts to carry a lot of scanning magical equipment and scout crystal cameras so that they could figure out what was going on around the 4th space jump point. Such a prudent proposal was immediately attacked by the leaders of the military. From the very beginning, you avoided battle and could only watch as the revolutionaries wreaked havoc. Even when they were about to arrive in front of His Majesty, you remained completely indifferent. At that time, it could still be explained as cautiousness. Right now, our army has the complete advantage. The enemy army is on the run from defeat, yet we still have to hesitate and delay the opportunity. Vice Marshal Song, what exactly are you thinking? The defenders of Jade Cauldron Planet have sent all the records of the recent battles to us. We can see them clearly from the combat data and even the video files. Bai Xinghe's subordinates have indeed escaped Lei Qinghu's control and disappeared into the depths of the Sea of Stars through space jumps. The morale of the remaining Lei Qinghu subordinates has hit rock bottom, too. They suffered tremendous losses in the chaotic battle over the past day and night. They even lost 2 super arsenals. Are they fakes too? If it is a trap, the enemy is too generous. Even if Lei Qinghu has a way to reassemble the chaotic remnants into a solid battle formation, it is impossible for him to fight against our army with such a weak military force. Besides, no one can take care of such remnants instantly, not even the deities. There's no need to think about it. Lei Qinghu must be planning to run away. Opportunities are fleeting. Once Lei Qinghu's remaining soldiers flee to the space jump point and return to the capital city with a space jump, it will be difficult to annihilate them. Deputy General Song, do you still have the courage and loyalty of a soldier of the Star Ocean Imperium? If you don't, what makes you the Commander-in-Chief of the Heavens Return Fleet? Song Bugue's head was bleeding, but he didn't dare to say anything. The data that the Intelligence and Strategic Analysis Departments sent back verified the words of the leaders of the military. The guards of Jade Cauldron sent a lot of clear pictures and videos, including the surveillance of the space ripples, to prove that Bai Xinghe had indeed taken away at least 1/3 of the warships and almost all the trophies of the revolutionary rebels as well as the starships that had just been captured. Besides, their departure was not a pleasant one. The disobedient leader of the space pirates seemed to have had a minor conflict with Lei Qinghu's subordinates. It was safe to say that he had evacuated by force and exposed Lei Qinghu's most vulnerable flank. Lei Qinghu had been deployed in the flank. The defenseless anti-magnetism warships and the comprehensive supply ships had been handed over to the defenders. After a day and a night of fierce battles, Lei Qinghu had lost a lot of his crystal warships and almost all his comprehensive supply ships, including 2 super arsenals. In other words, he had lost all the resources that he had prepared for the prolonged battles. If he did not retreat soon, the starships would run out of supplies. The military leaders of the 4 major families judged other people by themselves. If it were them, there was no way that they would invest so much for a trap. Therefore, Lei Qinghu was truly defeated. He was utterly defeated. The scanning and analysis of the exhaust flames of the starship supported the idea, too. The starships were driven by the crystal fuel from the working reactors. When they were cruising normally, the streams of flames spurting out of the power spurts contained a lot of radiation and high-energy particles. They would linger in the vacuum for a long time and leave a trajectory hundreds of thousands of kilometers long that was invisible to the naked eye. It was like in the ancient wars where tanks left distinctive traces on the muddy ground. Although it could not be seen with the naked eye, the senses of the immortal cultivators and the sophisticated scanning magical equipment could clearly detect the colorful trajectories. By analyzing the tracks, they would be able to locate the direction where the enemy was fleeing to and even learn the situation inside the enemy's base. Right now, in the vast space from Jade Cauldron to the No. For planet, scattered exhaust flames were everywhere, as if countless headless flies were running and even colliding with each other. It meant that Lei Qinghu's control over the fleet had been minimized. He could not form a neat formation and retreat in an orderly manner. All the starships under his command were fleeing toward the space jump point. More importantly, the defenders had locked onto Lei Qinghu's flagship. The power units of every starship were different. Even the same model of warship had subtle differences in the exhaust flames it spurted out after continuous battles, maintenance, and upgrades. One could tell the model or even the number of the starship by the difference in the exhaust flames. Lei Qinghu's flagship was a target for everyone. Naturally, it was the primary target for the guards. When the fleet appeared, the defenders had reported the exhaust flames and trajectory data of Lei Qinghu's flagship to their superiors. After a full-scale scan, the fleet soon located Lei Qinghu's flagship. After analyzing the exhaust flames of Lei Qinghu's flagship and other starships, they came to a shocking conclusion. Lei Qinghu's flagship seemed to have been seriously damaged and could not run away at 100% cruise speed. It was even slower than other starships and gradually fell behind the entire fleet. Lei Qinghu is crippled. His starship lagged behind and dragged the entire fleet down. His flagship has been seriously damaged. Not only is his speed impressive, his firepower and defensibility are likely to be greatly undermined. If we can catch up to him, it is very likely that we will blow up his flagship or even Capture Lei Qinghu alive. The news was like a stimulant that had been injected into the brain of every noble, making their heads creak and almost explode. Neither Song Bugue nor the ultimate joint war meeting had issued an order, but a branch of the Yun family in the fleet had already left the main force and rushed out. This nonsense. In the joint meeting, the leader of the military from the Yun family was blowing his beard and glaring at his subordinates. He seemed to be infuriated by the rashness of his subordinates, but he did not intend to recall them at all. Therefore, after looking at each other in bewilderment for half a second, the other noble families did not have the time to berate the Yun family for their shamelessness. They hinted to their subordinates in various ways and rushed out in a flurry, determined to stop Lei Qinghu's flagship before other families did. For a moment, the 100,000 starships accelerated abruptly, leaving colorful exhaust flames behind them, and darted toward the fourth planet like arrows released from a bow. They reached the dark space zone enveloped by radiation, turbulence, debris of starships, and stone belts. They did not have a unified commander, nor did they have effective teamwork. They even sabotaged each other in secret, and blocked the routes of their allies without alarming anyone. The battle formation that was neat when the jump was just completed was now messy and uneven after several hours of high-speed pursuit. But in the end, they caught up to Lei Qinghu's remaining troops. "Do you see him? He is the god of war." The nobles roared in excitement. It was like the laughter of a hyena when it saw a dying lion. Lei Qinghu's subordinates were indeed in a bad situation. His fleet had consumed too much armor and fuel in the high-intensity battles that had lasted almost a month. The power units had been wrecked, too, making most of the starships unable to reach 100% of their speed. Some of them were fast and some were slow. They were gradually dragged into a zigzagging line. At this moment, the starship at the front of the line had circled to the back of the No. For planet's orbit. Intense space ripples were spreading out, indicating that it had entered the space jump state. Many large and clumsy starships, including the flagship, the super arsenals, and the comprehensive supply ships, were still lagging behind like bulls that were breathing heavily and soaked in blood. Theoretically speaking, if the starship was intact and the space jump unit had sufficient fuel, it could jump at any coordinates. It was just a matter of the odds of success and the consumption of fuel. However, if the starship was full of barely repaired cracks after a fierce battle, its overall structure would be seriously deformed, and its metal fatigue would soar. Also, if the starship was seriously short of fuel, it would not be able to jump randomly unless it wanted to be torn apart by the four-dimensional storm, or it would lose all its fuel during the jump and fall into the ocean of the four-dimensional universe forever. Under such circumstances, they could only look for the area where the three-dimensional space was the most unstable and the natural wormholes were densest, which was the so-called jump point. That was the only way that they could improve their odds of escaping safely. It was also the reason why Lei Qinghu had to flee to the fourth planet. Fire. Fire. Fire all the magical equipment that can be fired. Cover our god of war with the strongest firepower. The nobles were beaming with joy. They were too proud to care that they had not reached the effective killing range. Countless dazzling pillars of light pierced through the sea of stars like javelins and spears and turned into thousands of expanding bubbles around Lei Qinghu's remaining subordinates. Of course, such tactics were not entirely wrong. Although it was not enough to damage the enemy's starship, the surging bombardment and the sweeping spiritual energy could not only slow down Lei Qinghu's escape but also prevent him from performing a space jump. In other words, the thousands of light beams had hooked Lei Qinghu's remaining subordinates like thousands of hooks. There was nowhere to run to. It seemed that Lei Qinghu had realized that he was at a dead end and could not get rid of the pursuers behind him. Therefore, he simply withdrew the battle formation and changed his direction, trying to fight a battle with his back against the fourth planet. But now that their morale was so low, it was not an easy task for the god of war to gather the remaining soldiers and form a solid battle formation. Haha! You can't even finish the most basic troop deployment and can only set up such an incomplete formation. Lei Qinghu, you've got this day too. Don't be careless. That's Lei Qinghu after all. Give him another hour. chances are that he will be able to gather all the remaining soldiers and gather them into an effective combat force. Before that happens, the entire army must charge and completely disperse his broken formation. Charge! With one sprint, Lei Qinghu and the rebels will be doomed. Capture Lei Qinghu alive and sweep across Empyrean Terminus. The atmosphere inside the meeting was as splendid as fireworks. Father. As the communication officer, Song Bugue's eldest son brought the latest news and rushed to the meeting room with an awful face. But he was stopped by his gloomy father at the door of the meeting room. What is it? Song Bugue asked casually. We have further analyzed the space ripples coming from the back of the number 4 planet. There seems to be something wrong. The data is very messy. They do not seem to be the ripples of a starship breaking away. They seem to be interference. The eldest son said anxiously. It seems that somebody has set up a large-scale jamming magical equipment on the back of the number 4 planet to interfere with our monitoring of the space ripples. But it doesn't make sense. If Lei Qinghu's fleet was fleeing in a hurry, there is no reason for them to waste their time setting up a large-scale jamming array. Is there something on the back of the number 4 planet? The fog of war there is too dense. We know nothing about the existence in the darkness. Should we send more scouts and unmanned crystal cameras to go around it and scan it carefully before we make a decision? Song Bugue swept a glance at the smoke-filled meeting room. He turned around to look at his eldest son and calmly said, I understand. You may leave now. I will take care of this matter myself. All you need to do is firmly control the communication room on the flagship and intercept all the intelligence. Do you understand? The eldest son looked at his father's gloomy face, and then at the elite warriors who had been following him in the darkness of the pathway for decades. He understood everything. He nodded. Gripping the bolt gun on his waist, he left quickly. Song Bugue lowered his eyes. He didn't say anything, nor did he try to push open the door of the meeting room to dampen the mood. Instead, he tried to persuade the generals, ministers, and committee leaders to be prudent. Besides, it was too late for him to waste his breath even if he wanted to. Under the direct command of Song Lixing, the flagship below their feet suddenly accelerated, too, and joined the vanguard, rushing toward Lei Qinghu's remaining troops at full speed. For a moment, the fleet of the Heaven's origin sector was divided into 5 sharp blades. The branches of the fleet all accelerated to their maximum speed, leaving no room for maneuver. 2 million kilometers, 1.5 million kilometers, 1 million kilometers. Estimated to be engaged in 5 minutes. All the starships were trying their best to run the power units and squeeze every drop of energy from every crystal. The spiritual shield that covered the shell of the starships and the magical equipment cores inside the turrets were all burnt orange. At first glance, they were glittering like billions of meteorites that had broken through the atmosphere, or like a burning tide that was about to sweep and crush the fragile towns on the seashore. Inside the assault cabins of the large warships, the exos who were ready for the assault were all shouting in excitement. The eyeballs of every noble were almost transparent, as if God of War Lei Qinghu's head was already in their hands. It was true that, compared to their rapid advancement, Lei Qinghu was in a sorry state. The broken starship, which had been riddled with holes and running out of ammunition and food, had to brake and turn 180 degrees during the high-speed escape in order to form a solid battle formation. It was more than difficult to reverse the mindset of all the soldiers from fleeing to fighting with their backs against the wall. The fuel of a lot of starships had been supplied to the power units. For a moment, they could not be transferred to the defense layer. The spiritual shield that they managed to raise was extremely lackluster. It seemed that a salvo would be enough to shatter all of them. Moreover, at the end of the battle formation, several starships were still fleeing toward the back of the number 4 planet despite Lei Qinghu's command for trying to enter the space jump state by force. It meant that Lei Qinghu's control over the fleet had hit rock bottom. One charge might be enough to break up his fleet and stop it from assembling again. It was an out-and-out massacre. 500,000 kilometers, 400,000 kilometers, 300,000 kilometers, 200,000 kilometers, and finally 100,000 kilometers. The fleet was moving faster and faster. Murderous roars were echoing in the cockpit of every starship. When the battle formation of the two parties was only 50,000 kilometers away from each other, the fleet of the Heaven's Origin sector was the first to roar. Billions of light beams that were hundreds of times thicker and brighter than before dyed the entire sea of stars white. All kinds of bullets that carried intense electromagnetic waves were rushing forward like a meteor shower from the deepest level of hell. A lot of crystal suits and space shuttles followed them and marched forward bravely like wild bees. Lei Qinghu's barely built remnants were not enough to resist such imposing attacks at all. The Divine Shield warship, the Electromagnetic Interference warship, and the last batch of comprehensive supply warships at the front exploded. The super-large crystal reactor that was hit was like a destructive bomb. In only several seconds, the entire process of combustion, expansion, explosion, dispersion, and obliteration was completed, and it turned into debris that was revolving at a high speed. Under the cover of the debris, Lei Qinghu's remaining troops managed to launch tens of thousands of feeble beams of light to counterattack. However, such scattered and feeble firepower was simply not enough to break through the defense layer of the Heaven's Return fleet. Not only was it unable to block the enemy, the entire Heaven's Return fleet was also filled with 100 times more confidence and courage. In other words, the kind of courage that those who did not dare to fight against lions and tigers could not help but pour into their bodies when they were faced with drowning dogs. Let's go and show the goddamn traitors what we are made of. Lei Qinghu's head is mine. Nobody is going to steal it from me. Lam, the new god of war. Let me make the final decision and destroy Lei Qinghu's flagship. The two fleets maintained the maximum sprinting speed that a starship could bear. It was only a moment from 100,000 kilometers to passing by. But in that moment, about 10% of the starships under Lei Qinghu's command had been blown up. More than 20% of the starships had lost their spiritual shields and impetus and could only turn around in circles, becoming live targets. The remaining 70% of the starships had been damaged to varying degrees too. They had completely lost the concept of a battle formation. Instead of fleeing in a hurry, they were wriggling in desperation in the black desert-like space. On the other hand, although the branches of the major families were all minding their own business and making their own decisions, the basic battle formation could still be maintained. The ammunition and fuel were abundant, too. The morale of the fleet had soared, too. The situation was hundreds of times better than that of Lei Qinghu's remaining troops. More importantly, through the white-bladed charge, not only had they shattered Lei Qinghu's remaining troops, they had also cut off Lei Qinghu's escape route between the remaining troops and the space jump point of the fourth planet. That was the most important thing. Lei Qinghu's remaining soldiers are indeed vulnerable. The Eagle of Victory is already hovering above our heads. On the flagship of the fleet, the military geniuses of the four major families and the candidates for the next god of war all thought so. Many of them were even looking at Song Bugue, who was craning his neck with contempt in their eyes. Do you see? The enemy is so weak. Just now, he really wanted to run away. If, according to what Marshal Song said, he had to tread carefully and cautiously, then he would have missed the opportunity and let the tiger return to the mountain. Song Bugue didn't say anything. Even the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes remained unchanged. He just sighed softly, very softly, and withdrew his head. The fleet continued moving forward. Having just completed a high-speed sprint amid billions of rounds of cannon fire, the cluster of starships was still maintaining a relatively strong momentum. It would take them at least 1,000,000 kilometers before they could turn around and launch the second, and perhaps the last, charge. At this moment, they were still moving forward in the synchronous orbit because of their inertia and the gravity of the fourth planet. With the enormous mass of the No. 4 planet, the synchronous orbit would be regarded as a giant gravity slingshot that would throw them away in order to reduce the consumption of fuel and increase the speed of the fleet to a whole new level. It was a standard procedure in a space battle. In the meantime, a lot of agile crystal suits and space shuttles had pinned down the remnants of Lei Qinghu's army, buying more time for the army to gather and sprint. It seemed that they had reached the limits of the gravity slingshot and were about to be thrown out to vent their fury and killing intent 100 times more. At this moment, 99% of the people of the fleet no longer doubted the inevitable victory. It was only a matter of time, an hour or a minute. Without them knowing, their entire fleet had arrived at the back of the number 4 planet. Then they saw the saber that was as thin as a cicada's wing, curved like a crescent, and glittering as if it could cut a comet's tail, and a planet in half was standing in their way. No, the nobles looked at each other in bewilderment. It was not until a long time later that some of them realized that it was not a real crescent saber but a small fleet made of thousands of assault warships and destroyers. The distance between them had been reduced to the point that they were almost colliding. Thousands of exhaust flames had congregated. At first glance, they looked like the aura of a saber that was slashing the waves. In such a way, the silent assault fleet shrank their reflection waves to the minimum. Then, with the shadow of the planet, the broken debris and the twisted space ripples miraculously escaped the scanning of the fleet. Right now, the assault fleet, which had been compressed to the minimum, was expanding and spreading its brightness at a high speed, like a saber that was turning from a dangerous whiteness into an even more dangerous color. The most dangerous saber in the entire universe had been unsheathed. This is Xianxia's fleet. Finally, a few knowledgeable nobles noticed the anomaly from the surging data and screamed like pigs being butchered. Xianxia's fleet was not the only thing that shocked them. However sharp Xianxia's saber was, it was only the size of several thousand destroyers. It was not enough to reverse the situation of the battle. However, behind Xianxia's fleet, in the shadow of the No. 4 planet, in the mysterious mist of war, something that looked like a pearl necklace was glittering and forming an almost perfect circle. There should have been countless stars around the pearl necklace, but right now they were the deepest black, as if a part of the space had been dug out, or rather hundreds of doors leading to the edge of the sea of stars. It's a stargate. It's a super large space jump beacon. Something is jumping over. Countless supermassive objects are jumping over. On every starship of the fleet, the cheers that were incoherently excited were replaced by desperate screams. The alarm system that was used to monitor the supermassive objects and the space ripples was shrieking so miserably that it was almost piercing through the ears of all the nobles. In fact, without the reminder of the alarm system, the nobles could have stuck their noses to the window and seen with their naked eyes how magnificent the super-large stargate behind the No. 4 planet was and how magnificent the space jump it was guiding was. It was not that the generals of the 4 major families had never seen a large-scale space jump before. In fact, they often traveled through the 4-dimensional storms themselves, producing beautiful space ripples. But short-distance jumps and super-long-distance jumps, especially the super jumps from the edge of the universe to the center of the universe, were 2 completely different concepts. It was like throwing a stone from a high place to the surface of a lake. The further away the stone was, the more likely it would splash. Right now, there was an extremely small angle between the star of the Jade Cauldron sector and the number 4 planet. Most of the brightness had been eclipsed by the brightness of the space gate. At first glance, it seemed that the space gate had opened and swallowed more than half of the star, leaving only a hazy gold ring. With the solar eclipse as the background, countless golden raindrops exploded in the sea of stars, raising bright gold, silver, and colorful ripples. When every ripple blossomed to the maximum, hundreds of glittering light spots would be born in the darkness that used to be empty. They were like the hungry animals that had opened their eyes after a long journey despite their fatigue. It was the surging flames when the spiritual shield and the power unit of the starship were maximized. Thousands of light spots and starships arrived at the center of the sea of stars. What was more terrifying was that they were not the first starships to jump over from the edge of the sea of stars. 3 dense square arrays of light spots had been gathered around the stargate. The distance between each light spot was uniform, like a precise cube. In the silence, there was an intimidating aura. Every point array represented a branch fleet that had been assembled and ready for battle. The super-large space gate had been functioning at full capacity since at least 1 day and 1 night ago, guiding batch after batch of unexpected guests to this place. With the cover of the shadow of the number 4 planet, it had completed a fatal jump and assembly. More or less, that was when Lei Qinghu fell into chaos and began to collapse. How is it possible that we failed to detect such an enormous space gate so close to the Jade Tripod planet? Countless generals of the noble families were whimpering in pain. They were not trying to find out the reason but looking for scapegoats that they could blame. The enemy was merely playing a small trick by making a batch of unimportant auxiliary starships and captured starships jump near the No. For planet, pretending that they were fleeing in a hurry and disrupting the space ripples nearby so that the defenders would not know what was going on. It was not a very smart trap. As long as the guards and the commanders of the fleet were patient enough to send scouts to explore the back of the number 4 planet, they would not be fooled so easily. Even if they could not stop the enemy from jumping, they could at least set up a proper battle formation with the support of Jade Tripod. It was a pity that Lei Qinghu's bait was so fat and alluring that all the nobles lost their rationality and vigilance and neglected the most basic tactical reconnaissance. The highest co-communication meeting, which had been lively a moment ago, was now as dead as a cemetery that had been abandoned for 100 years. All the chiefs, ministers, and presidents were rendered speechless. They could only stare at the ever-changing light beam angrily, especially the ever-surging data on it. It was the estimated total mass of the crazily expanding enemy. Judging from the space ripples that the enemy sent out, the total mass of all the enemy starships was close to, if not higher than, the size of the fleet. And that was not counting the fleet of Lei Qinghu and Bai Xinghe. Although the quality and combat ability of a starship could not be equated, generally speaking, the larger the mass of a starship was, the stronger its impetus would be. The starship would have thicker plate armor, more turrets, and more combat units and crystal suits. The overall mass of the enemy was much higher than that of the fleet, and they showed no signs of stopping. Countless starships were still jumping over and joining the 4th flashpoint array that was about to take shape. For the fleet that was being attacked from both sides, it was a catastrophe. Before the nobles reacted effectively, the extremely dangerous uninvited guests had already moved. The first to bear the brunt was Bai Xinghe's crescent saber. The destroyers and the assault ships sprinted at full speed, leaving long, narrow exhaust flames that were hundreds of thousands of kilometers long. They were like the blurred shadows when a saber was waving at the highest speed. 3 fully prepared flash cubes smashed at the fleet from different directions like 3 vigorous warhammers. First, the elites of Bai Xinghe would tear apart the battle formation of the fleet, and then the 3 warhammers would launch destructive strikes. It was a simple, even unreasonable strategy. The entire fleet was in chaos. Before the 2 parties docked, the elusive flames of war of the nobles were extinguished by the surging tides inside the Stargate. How is it possible that such a large fleet appeared out of nowhere? Isn't the main force to revolutionize the rebels Lei Qinghu, Bai Xinghe, and the old-fashioned Imperial Guards? Those guys are definitely not the Imperial Guards. The Imperial Guards are still resisting the members of the Sanctuary Alliance in the capital city. Who are they? Who are they exactly? Our enemy's mass. Our enemy's total mass is still increasing. Oh my God. How many starships are going to jump out of the damn Stargate? Are we fooled? At this point, there were still countless nobles who were struggling with meaningless questions, as if they knew the identity of their opponents and could curse them to death with spells. However, in order to fulfill their wish, before the high-energy particle stream, super radiation, and crystal armor-piercing bullets reached them, countless communication waves that contained information crashed into the starships of the Heaven's Return team at the speed of light. They've received the communication in plain language. What are the audacious traitors trying to say? Humph! It's useless to say anything now. They are merely bluffing. They are doomed to fail. The nobles were talking nonsense that they did not believe, too, while they opened the messages that they received. Although the frequency of communication between the 2 parties was not the same, and the serious interference on the battlefield had seriously distorted the information, the scorching information was still unfolding on the light beams of the fleet because the enemy was transmitting the same simple message through dozens of different channels. The enemy's information was just a pattern. More precisely, it was a battle emblem. The lower half of the battle emblem was a golden ball inlaid with 9 stars that represented the entire sea of stars. However, a raging dragon was hovering on the golden ball. Every scale was glittering in the blood-red aura, as if it were soaring into the sky. This is the rising dragon of the 9 Stars battle emblem. The Star Glory Federation. Is this the legendary center of the Sea of Stars? Bai Kaisen, Chief of Staff of the Federal Army, stood on the bridge of Prairie Fire and gazed at the wavering fleet of the Heaven's Origin sector through the 3D light beam. There was even more distress and helplessness on his face, which had been frowning all day. He had long felt that, under the leadership of Ding Lingdang, the Speaker of Parliament who was unprecedented and unconventional, the Star Glory Federation was gradually developing in a certain unrestrained and uncivilized direction. But he had never expected that the entire Parliament, or even the entire nation, would go crazy together with Ding Lingdang and make the decision to go all in and march to the center of the Sea of Stars with all the mobile troops. The Kunlun fleet, as well as the Burning Prairie fleet, the main force of the Star Glory Federation, as well as a large number of old starships that were not suitable for super long-distance space jumps or had not been repaired, upgraded, or strengthened yet, had all been armed and joined the most unbelievable military adventure in the history of the Star Glory Federation. As the Chief of Staff of the Federal Army, it was Bai Kaisen's duty to remind Ding Lingdang. Speaker Ding, what you are doing is too risky. It's insane. It's impossible for us to assemble the highest-level troops and fleets in only 3 to 5 days. A lot of starships are still lying in the docks. The soldiers and the officers are seriously short of hands, too. Many young men who just graduated from the military schools have never seen blood before. How can they fight a war? Ding Lingdang, on the other hand, replied unconcernedly. As many as we can. As many as 10 people can jump over. We can't afford to lose any of them. The most important thing right now is speed, speed, speed. It doesn't matter if the starship hasn't been fully modified or if the ammunition and fuel are insufficient. Our target is the Jade Tripod sector, a famous resource and heavy industry base in the center of the Sea of Stars. When we occupy the Jade Tripod sector, we will consider it a forward base for maintenance and supplies. This is too reckless. Bai Kaisen still insisted on his opinion. A military expedition is a major taboo. Besides, it is a hasty one. One moment of carelessness, and the Federal Army will be wiped out. Chief of Staff Bai, you haven't figured it out yet. It is not a question of whether or not the Federal Army is wiped out, but a question of the survival or destruction of the Star Glory Federation. Ding Lingdang's stubbornness was 10 times more than Bai Kaisen's stubbornness. This is not an expedition, but a war to defend our home. Are you still hesitating whether or not the troops and the citizens are ready when the enemy is at our doorstep? This is a real national war. The outcome of the war in the center of the Sea of Stars will determine the fate of the Star Glory Federation and the civilization of cultivators. Are we going to leave our fate to the immortal cultivators and the puppets of the deities and devils? The difference in overall capability between the Federation, the Imperium, and the Sanctuary Alliance is obvious. If the enemy attacks right at our doorstep, it doesn't matter how well prepared your Federal Army is or how well modified your starship is. The only way to win our precious future is to gamble all our belongings and the glory of the Federation with the only opportunity right now. There's no need to say anything. This is not my personal opinion, but a joint decision between the Parliament and the citizens of the Federation. Therefore, just carry out the command. 3 days. I can give you 3 days at most. The Burning Prairie Fleet, the Kunlun Fleet, and the starships that can perform super long-distance space jumps in the defense fleets of the major worlds. If possible, don't let go of a single sampan. Gather all of them. We will go to the center of the Sea of Stars, the Jade Cauldron sector, and decide the fate of us and the universe. Faced with Ding Lingdang's fury, Bai Kaisen had nothing to say. He tried to resist for the last time in vain. But if we march out recklessly like this, our rear will be extremely empty. Every sector will be open to attack. The enemy will only need 1 light troop to launch a sneak attack and occupy our nest easily. Even if we don't go all out, can we really resist the enemy when they are marching close and all our soldiers are hiding in our hometown? Sure enough, Ding Lingdang laughed indifferently. In the game of 3 sides, for the weakest side, offense is the best defense. The number of our starships is the smallest in the first place. If we distribute our starships evenly to 8 or 9 sectors, we will be on guard everywhere. We will simply be live targets in the eyes of the enemy. Only by concentrating all our strength into an invincible iron fist and ruthlessly punching out can we win a chance of survival and seek survival in death. I've made up my mind. Is there anything else, Chief of Staff Bai? Nothing else. This is too reckless. Bai Kaisen roared helplessly from the bottom of his heart again. But he still carried out his duty as the Chief of Staff of the Federal Army to the letter. Just as Ding Lingdang had asked, almost every sampan of the Federal Army that could perform a space jump had been captured in only several days. The armed forces and the crew members aside, the scene was quite impressive. It was not just because of Ding Lingdang's aggressiveness, nor was it because it was the Parliament's decision. Soldiers' duty was to obey orders. More importantly, Bai Kaisen narrowed his eyes and gazed at the flank of the fleet. Taking the orbit of the fourth planet as the standard plane, on the left side of the fleet, a glittering saber was rushing close. The scattered brilliance of thousands of destroyers seemed to suggest that the stars in the universe had been slashed apart by the saber. It was Bai Xinghe's fleet. Bai Xinghe was one of the original proponents and the main schemer of the insane military adventure. Boss Bai, I'll believe you for now. Bai Kaisen clenched his fists. The frown on his face suddenly disappeared, and his lips curled into a smile that could not be described with words. He mumbled in a voice that only he could hear. After all, no matter how much you conned him, you wouldn't have sabotaged your own son, would you? Is this the center of the Sea of Stars? On Kunlun, the flagship of the Second Fleet of the Federation's Expedition Army, which had been excavated from the North Pole and was even more advanced and powerful than Prairie Fire, Peng Hai, the Fire Ant King, Wu Mayan, almost all the nascent Soul Stage cultivators and experts of the Federation were gathered. They were deeply awed by the boundless view in the center of the universe and could not help but exclaim. Even the seasoned experts who had been through life-and-death battles for many years were somewhat nervous. The greatest and most thrilling military adventure in the history of the Star Glory Federation had almost all the starships of the Federation on the line. 30% of the representatives, including Ding Lingdang, the Speaker of Parliament, had joined the battle. There was no victory or defeat. There was only life and death. If the expedition army suffered a crushing defeat, the homeland of the Federation in the rear would be like a hedgehog that had been skinned. It would have to shiver in the gloomy cosmic storm and freeze to death. There would be no way to resist at all. Although the previous strategical simulations had not been too bad, and the enemy had been attracted by Lei Qinghu's flagship as bait and stepped into the trap cooperatively, it was still a powerful fleet in the center of the Sea of Stars after all. It was the last combat ability of the families of the 4 electors who had ruled the Imperium for 500 years. If the enemy was desperate and decided to counterattack before their death, would the federal soldiers who had gone through the trouble of an expedition be able to survive the test? No one was confident. Hey, there's no need to be so nervous. Isn't this the moment that we've been looking forward to? Fiend Blade Peng Hai, Li Yao's senior brother, rubbed his stubbled head and grinned. Shocking the Sea of Stars, trampling over the universe, and letting every star in the center of the Sea of Stars hear our name. This is the greatest glory for cultivators. All this time I've been imagining this kind of scene, but even in my dreams, I never dared to dream that it could actually be realized by me. I originally thought that I would at least have to wait for my son or grandson's generation before they could march into the center of the Sea of Stars in an imposing manner. Thanks to Li Yao and the support of billions of citizens of the Federation, we are now standing here and enjoying the dream. Are we going to disgrace our hometown? Hehe. In the eyes of the high and mighty nobles and the immortal cultivators in the center of the Sea of Stars, we are nothing but barbarians in the desolate land at the edge of the Sea of Stars. In that case, fellow cultivators, let's show off our valiance as warriors of the barbarians and march forward unstoppably. Just like them. Peng Hai pointed at the hologram. The light beam displayed the situation of the giant soldier's workshop deep inside Kunlun. Yen Liren, Han Bailing, Master Bitter Cicada, Qi Zhongdao, the out-and-out barbarians from the ancient sacred world were not nervous at all. They were doing the final maintenance and debugging on their respective giant god soldiers. loading the last flying sword and filling the last drop of fuel before they crawled into the spiritual residences of the giant god soldiers. Hum, 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 hum. One after another, the ultimate war weapons from hundreds of thousands of years ago that had been sealed for a long time sat up. They were humming in excitement in the gaps of their joints. They were truly fearless. After all, they had been traveled from the ancient times. There was no difference between the citizens of the Federation and those of the Imperium in the eyes of the ancient cultivators. In Liren's words, "Do the immortal cultivators in the center of the Sea of Stars have two heads waiting for me to chop off?" The scene made Peng Hai and many other powerful federal parliamentarians laugh. Let's go and make our preparations. Don't forget that, thanks to the ancient sacred world and the secret realms of Kunlun, the Star Glory Federation has the highest density of giant god soldiers in the entire universe. Let the ignorant immortal cultivators welcome the storm of giant god soldiers. This is the center of the Sea of Stars? Not just the top experts of the Federation such as Peng Hai and Liren. Even the ordinary soldiers on every inconspicuous sampan were gazing at the brilliant sea of stars and exclaiming, as expected of the heart of the universe, "The stars in the universe are much more splendid than ours." While they were exclaiming, their subordinates were not slow at all. All the officers and soldiers knew that they were in a hurry to join the battle. Many starships and carriers were not fully prepared. 1/3 of them did not even have enough fuel and ammunition. They were merely bluffing. Only with 100 times more courage and proficiency could he make up for the lack of equipment and resources. One batch of warriors after another put on their crystal suits and breathed heavily behind the iron armor. One vacuum-armed shuttle after another entered the launch tubes, ready to be launched like cannonballs. The damage control team, the medical team, the maintenance team, all the support teams were in position too. Of course, the staff and communication officers on the bridge of countless starships were all occupied too. One of them was Meng Zhang's grandson, Meng Xiaolang, who had just graduated from the military school and joined the expedition army as an intern. As an apprentice staff officer, Meng Xiaolang knew the complexity and difficulty of the military adventure better than anybody else. It was almost a miracle that the Federal Army was able to jump to the center of the Sea of Stars across billions of stars in only several days. Even he, the insignificant advisor, had burnt almost all his brain cells for the miracle. Right now, he could only hope for a bigger miracle. Suddenly, cheers echoed all over the starship. It was Ding Lingdang, the Speaker of Parliament of the Federation, who had come to the front line in person, declaring the final battle cry before the assault of the entire expedition army. Surprisingly, Ding Lingdang in the 3D light beam was not wearing the uniform of the commander-in-chief according to the tradition of the Federation. Instead, she was wearing a mustard suit that was as red as fire and as thin as a cicada's wing, highlighting her tall, muscular, and powerful body. Meng Xiaolang was immediately attracted by Ding Lingdang's burning aura. This year's Speaker of Parliament was everyone's idol, especially the hot-blooded teenagers. Almost everyone liked her. All soldiers of the Federal Army, this is the center of the universe. It is the place where the first batch of modern cultivators created the Star Ocean Imperium 10,000 years ago under the leadership of the Supreme Emperor. It is also the place where the Republic of Star Ocean, established by the cultivators 1,000 years ago, fell into darkness. In the picture, Ding Lingdang slowly clenched her fists, raised her arms, and declared resolutely, "Today we have come to this place as the rightful heirs of the Star Ocean Imperium, as the avengers of the Star Ocean Imperium, and as the unyielding defenders of the human civilization. We have come to the center of the Sea of Stars, to the heart of the human civilization, and we will certainly brand this ancient and sacred land with our everlasting glory. Look, the enemy is right in front of us. They've been so shocked by our appearance that they're shivering and unable to maintain the most basic formation. Then, pull out your blades, hold your steel guns, and summon your courage. Aren't the immortal cultivators most particular about the weak are prey to the strong, and the winner is king? Let's let these arrogant, blind fellows open their dog eyes and see clearly who is truly strong. Prepare the artillery. Attack formation number 3, speed to maximum. I will lead the charge with the great fire dragon sparrow. The Federal Army, march forward and crush all the enemies blocking our way in the future. Well, Meng Xiaolang was dumbfounded. He thought that he had heard wrong. What had he just heard? The Speaker of the Supreme Council of the Star Glory Federation, the leader who should be in a high position, was actually leading the charge? It was one thing to be at the front line, but it was a whole different thing to be at the forefront of a battle formation. In the history of mankind, which supreme leader had been so fearless? Meng Xiaolang blinked and looked at his companions, who were all shocked and confused. But when they looked at Ding Lingdong's blood-red, burning robe on the light beam, they realized that they had not heard wrong. The Speaker of Parliament, who was known as the Red Fire Dragon King, was really going to be the sharpest blade of the Federation. Meng Xiaolang's face was still somewhat frozen, but deep inside his veins, nerves, and internal organs, a cluster of strength was already burning. There was no telling who was the first to start roaring. In short, within half a minute, fanatical roars resounded around Meng Xiaolang and on every warship of the Federal Army. Federal Army, crush all the enemies blocking our way in the future. Forward, forward, forward. What, even all the parliament members and experts on Kunlun were shocked. They looked at each other in dismay. No one knew what was going on. How could they not know that the Speaker of Parliament was going to personally take action? Ding Lingdang couldn't have acted on her own. Could she? This is too reckless. On Prairie Fire, the flagship of the Federal Army, Chief of Staff by Kaisen roared hysterically for the 100th time. Who does she think she is? A muscular, simple-minded general? This is our first attack. Our first. We don't even know the details of our enemy. We don't even know whether the so-called friends are really reliable or whether she has dug a trap for us. She is the supreme leader of the Federation, the symbol of the Cultivation civilization, and she is going to charge out without a care. Is there no procedure for such a major event? Is there no need for a democratic parliamentary vote? Bai Kaisen burst into fury for a long time. He went through the rules of the parliament and the military laws in his head, only to find, when the Speaker of Parliament is determined to charge into the enemy lines, the voting procedure of the parliament will be implemented. It was understandable. None of the predecessors who drafted the federal laws, the basic laws of cultivators, and the voting procedures of the parliament had foreseen that the people of the Federation would elect such a barbaric and reckless speaker. She is too reckless. I have to stop her. No wonder she did not want to give a speech in the cockpit and insisted on doing it in the hangars. She also said that it would be more fun to be together with the soldiers of the grassroots level. Damn the ambience. She is hiding from me because she is guilty. I should have known that she was going to make her own decisions. Bai Kaisen was furious. He was about to reach out to the Speaker of Parliament when Ding Lingdang cut off the communication with him. Maybe she wouldn't dare resume communication with Bai Kaisen until her big fire dragon sparrow reached the front of all the starships. Bai Kaisen knew that it was too late to stop them now. Not knowing whether to laugh or cry, he scratched his head and asked, "How did we get such a speaker? Mr. Speaker, don't you think that it is too reckless and that you should think twice?" Inside the workshop of Burning Prairie, Xianxia opened her arms and blocked Ding Lingdang. 1/3 of her eyes were filled with admiration, 1/3 with confusion, and 1/3 with resolution without any hesitation. Despite the boldness of the old witch who came up with the Dark Moon plan, she did not expect that her speaker, her master's wife, and her strongest competitor in her life would be so bold. Calling Ding Lingdang reckless was already giving her a lot of face. It should be called crazy. Reckless. Ding Lingdang stopped. She pushed her long, burning purple-red hair to the back of her head and tied it up with a super-alloy headband. She looked at Xianxia with a vague smile and said, "Just reckless? Are you not trying to say things like insane, idiotic, brainless, muscular, and simple-minded?" "Ha!" Xianxia was completely confused. "Speaker, master's wife, if you know everything, why are you still so stubborn? You are the Speaker of Parliament. Whatever happens to you, the morale of the Federal Army will be greatly affected." "I'm sorry. If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation, I will not let you take the risk and act recklessly. Is that so? Ding Lingdong's eyes and lips curled as she looked at Jin Xinyue, who was all serious, and smiled. You think you can stop me? We have to stop them whether or not we can. Jin Xinyue gnashed her teeth. It is my duty, just as it is your duty to stay in the pivot and not take any risks. Then, what if I had a reason to go there after careful consideration? Not one but three. Ding Lingdang extended 3 of her fingers. Before Jin Xinyue was surprised, she continued. Firstly, you should be very clear that, although our main force has marched out and jumped to the battlefield in time for the most crucial battle of the Civil War of the Imperium, our fleet was not prepared at all because of the high demand for speed. Most of the starships were short of fuel and ammunition. Some of them only had 3 to 5 bases of firepower. Many of the crew members of the starships were temporarily assembled. Many of them were new soldiers who had just been recruited from the military school and had never seen blood before. Some of the starships were even low-level warships that were only suitable for the defense of the low Earth orbit. They had not been strengthened or modified yet. They were merely there to make up the numbers. They were born with deficiencies and fought with injuries. You and I are both clear about the situation. Many soldiers and high-level experts at the grassroots level know that we are bluffing. In a sense, it is not just a military risk but also a strategic deception. It all depends on whether or not the enemy is fooled by us. Therefore, our teamwork is not very good, and the morale of the soldiers is definitely not very high. Besides, this is our first battle since we arrived in the center of the Sea of Stars. It is our first real battle against the legendary main force of the Star Ocean Imperium. It is perfectly normal for the soldiers to hesitate or even be extremely nervous. Under such circumstances, other than me leading the charge, do you think there is any way that the entire army can summon 120% of their courage and launch a suicidal attack in a few minutes? Hehe. Anyway, as the supreme commander of the 3 armies who does not live up to my name, I'm not good at strategical commands in the first place. It's better not to interfere with a professional such as Chief of Staff when it comes to the mobilization of the fleet. Why don't I shine a little bit in the field that I'm best at? Well, Jin Xinyue pondered for a moment and had to admit that Ding Lingdang was telling the truth. Secondly, you know that, although the parliament has passed the motion of entire troops, there are still a lot of people who are against such military risks. I'm afraid that, if the battle at the front line is not going well, these people will cause trouble again and retreat. Ding Lingdang continued. The Speaker of Parliament is going to fight in person. Whatever the outcome is, even if I'm heavily wounded, it will still raise a lot of public opinion among the people. Even the excuse revenge for the Speaker of Parliament will be enough to force those who are hesitant to turn back. They will not be able to overturn the resolution that they will fight to the last drop of blood. I see. Jin Xinyue suddenly realized what was going on. It was like the first day she met Ding Lingdang. Thirdly, and most importantly, you think that I am reckless and crazy, don't you? That's right. I want to leave such an impression on everybody, especially the immortal cultivators in the center of the universe. Ding Lingdang smiled and said, compared to the Imperium of true human beings, the Star Glory Federation is just a small country. Even if we help the new empire win the war, we still don't have enough bargaining chips on the negotiation table. If the negotiators on our side were rational enough and a standard politician, it would be very difficult for them to get any benefits. They would be easily taken advantage of by the immortal cultivators who supported the revolution. But what if the negotiator on our side is an irrational, unscrupulous, lawless, and out-and-out lunatic? Sometimes, a lunatic who does not play by the rules and dares to flip the table at any time is more likely to muddy the water and win more benefits at the negotiation table. Don't the guys in the center of the Sea of Stars regard the Star Glory Federation as a backward, barbaric country? Then let me, the queen of the barbarians, have some fun and leave a deep impression of unreasonable and insane on them. Let them know that I don't care about anything, that I will do anything, and that I will break up with them if they don't meet my demands. At worst, we will die together. I pretended to be insane, you pretended to be reasonable, and you and I sang the same tune. The young emperor of the new empire was named Li Jialing or Wu Yingling. That's why he was fooled by us. Therefore, as the first battle of the glamorous debut of the Queen of the Barbarians, how could I not march forward? Xianxia was dumbfounded. Her beliefs were greatly undermined, if not shocked. She had thought that only a foxy girl like her would play tricks. She didn't expect that even her beloved master's wife, Ding Lingdang, had turned bad. Don't look at your master's wife in such shock, as if she is really a brainless savage. Ding Lingdang extended two of her fingers and lifted Xianxia's chin. She smiled and said, even if she is a barbaric woman, she hasn't been the Speaker of Parliament for nothing. She won't be as impulsive as she used to be. Just do what you need to do and explain to Bai Kaisen and the rest of them for me. I believe that he must be hopping mad right now. Pushing Xianxia away, Ding Lingdang strode toward her, great fire dragon sparrow. Right? There is another insignificant personal reason. Climbing onto the breastplate of the big fire dragon sparrow, Ding Lingdang had put down the facial cover that had been carved with 9 dragons, revealing only a pair of burning, ferocious eyes. She turned around and said to Xianxia, one word after another, Liao is trapped in the depths of the Sea of Stars. I'm in a hurry to find him, and those ignorant scumbags are still bothering me. How infuriating. It doesn't matter whether it's the fucking election of the Imperium, the Emperor, or the gods and devils of the universe. Those who hinder me, Ding Lingdang, from finding a husband will all die. In the geosynchronous orbit of the number 4 planet, a torrent of magma appeared. Thousands of starships were savaging their own power units at the same time. On the basis of overloading, they squeezed out 120% of their speed and charged at the enemy at an overwhelming speed. In the front of the raging tides, a red comet, mixed with an apocalyptic aura, was attacking, and attacking. Not only was it far ahead of all the other starships of the Federal Army, it was also going to be the first to march into the shivering battle formation of the Heaven's Return Fleet, before Bai Xinghe's arson fleet. At a closer look, the so-called red comet seemed to be a drop of water condensed by flames. With dozens of propellers in the same shape, it was moving at 1% of the speed of light. When all the fuel was burnt out and the speed reached the limit, the shell of the red water droplet suddenly collapsed and turned into countless helical streaks of brightness, splashing everywhere. A burning dragon rushed out of the broken water droplet and soared into the sky, revealing its true self in the Sea of Stars. It was the great fire dragon sparrow, the giant soldier that Liao had once slain and was now commanded by Ding Lingdang. After 100 years of hard work, not only was the giant soldier not worn or corroded, it had also been modified with the most cutting-edge technology of the Federation as well as a lot of advanced magical equipment components, which made it even more intimidating. The biggest difference between Ding Lingdang and Liao was that Ding Lingdang was more of a body fundamentalist who valued combat more than anything else and despised the use of blades or guns. She had poured all her time and effort into the arms of the fire dragon sparrow and modified them to be twice as thick as those of the giant god soldier. She was truly like a furious gorilla. Dense attack rune arrays were carved on the iron arms that were as thick as the main guns of a starship. Even if they were not triggered, countless burning dragons seemed to be crawling on them. Taking a deep breath, Ding Lingdang gazed at the scattered, somewhat disordered brilliance not far away. They were the spiritual shields and power units of the fleet that were making hasty reactions. Right now, there was no power among the stars that could stop her from blowing up the heads of the scumbags. Ding Lingdang was immersed in a very subtle feeling, as if she could hear a battle hymn from the depths of her body in the silent vacuum. She heard the sound of blood rushing through her veins like a flood, the sound of bioelectricity rushing through her neural network, the sound of her internal organs craving for food, the sound of her fighting while boiling deep inside her brain, and the sound of her violent nature, which had been hibernating for a long time, gradually waking up. Maybe because of a freak combination of factors, she had been the Speaker of Parliament of the Federation for so many years. Sitting in the Parliament and her office all day long, her fighting will had been suppressed to the minimum. She was like a dam full of cracks that was about to collapse. Maybe it was because she missed Liao more than anything else. But the news that Liao's fate was still unknown made every muscle and every bone in her body restless. She needed to vent her anger on a few unlucky guys. Or maybe it was the right thing to say. For a cultivator, or rather any proud human warrior, there was nothing more important than to be clear about one's belief. Only by resonating with one's belief at the deepest level could one trigger the power of the source of life beyond one's mother's level, beyond one's mother's rules, and beyond one's mother's core, nascent soul, and even divinity transformation. Ah! Ding Lingdong's pair of eyes were completely filled with flames. Her honey-colored skin was also covered in sparkling cracks that looked like fiery dragons. It was as if a brand new, furiously burning, glittering version of her was about to break out of her shell. An unprecedented strength was like a flood that had broken through a dam. From every cell, every nerve, every vein, every drop of blood, and every pore it madly surged out. Through the spiritual abode, it transmitted to every joint and every piece of plate armor of the giant god soldier. It had the most perfect reaction with the battle glyphs left from the primeval era of hundreds of thousands of years ago. Incredible ripples surged out. It was as if the brightness of a red comet had suddenly increased by 100-fold, becoming the most dazzling center of the entire battlefield. Ding Lingdang roared, laughed, and burst into flames. Her arms that looked like the main guns of a starship crashed into each other brutally like two shooting stars. Invisible ripples spread out to millions of kilometers nearby at the speed of light. All the starships on both sides were blown away by the ripples. Ding Lingdang, Speaker of Parliament of the Star Glory Federation, is here. Who wants to fight me to the death? For a moment, the entire universe was eclipsed. All the starships were silent, as if they had been frozen in the vacuum by her roar. Half a second later, the soldiers and cultivators of the Federation who had recovered from their bewilderment all burst into the most enthusiastic cheers and the most furious roars in response to their leader with their soul and their life. Regardless of whether Ding Lingdang took the initiative to attack or not, this was a cultivator. Encouraged by Ding Lingdang, the thousands of warships of the Star Glory Federation that had been rushing at the highest speed suddenly accelerated by 5% as if they had been injected with the most powerful stimulant. Not only were there thousands of galloping horses, they were also like rabid dogs that had been tied up with crystal bombs and were desperate to perish together with their enemy. More comets appeared behind Ding Lingdang. The high-speed assault capsules that carried the giant god soldiers were flashing too. Thousands of pieces were spluttering. The magnificent giant god soldiers were tearing the vacuum apart and shining brilliantly. Cultivator Peng Hai is here. Who wants to fight me to the death? Ancient Saint Yen Li is here. Whoever comes up first will be killed. I, the Fire Ant King of the demon race, beg you, heroes of the Sea of Stars, for a fight. Their battle cries spread out in the Sea of Stars through dozens of common frequencies. The most barbaric charge of the barbarian army had begun. Compared to the morale of the Federal Army, the entire fleet was dead silent. All the noble, immortal cultivators were lost and could not believe their ears. Ding Lingdang, Speaker of Parliament of the Star Glory Federation, is here. Who wants to fight me to the death? Are you kidding me? How is that possible? The so-called Speaker of Parliaments should be a leader of a military nation on par with the 4 electors or even the Emperor, shouldn't he? How could such an important leader lead the charge and even lead the entire fleet like a fearless general? This was too stupid, too absurd, too unreasonable. There must be a plot. There must be a trap. This is not real. Definitely not. The families of the 4 electors did not have much information about the Star Glory Federation. They had only collected scraps of information. There was only one sentence about Speaker of the Federation Ding Lingdang. It was said that she was the only one in the Sea of Stars who could make Black Wind King beg for mercy. At first, many nobles were skeptical. The bravery and brutality of Black Wind King Liao were known by all the citizens of the Imperium. Even Wu Yingqi, the Black Star Emperor, had been killed by him. How could there be someone who could make him beg for mercy in such a remote area? He had thought that the frog in the well at the edge of the Sea of Stars was boasting and talking nonsense. He didn't know until he saw it with his own eyes today Where did this crazy woman come from? She is merely a giant god soldier, and yet she dares to assault our battle formation. Doesn't she know that, if we hold our position and fire our cannons at the same time, she will definitely be blown into pieces before her main troops arrive? Is she really the Speaker of Parliament of the Federation? How can she be so brutal? It's a joke. It doesn't make any sense at all. With so many giant god soldiers and such intense flames, are they really from the remote areas of the Sea of Stars? How can there be so many of them? They are almost as many as us. What are those rabid dogs, those barbarians, and those cultivators who are not scared of death at all? What are they thinking? What good will it do for them to fight us until both of us are seriously wounded? The revolutionaries will benefit from it. From top to bottom of the fleet, all the noble immortal cultivators were scratching their hair and screaming hysterically. They could not believe their eyes and ears for a long time, nor did they know how to deal with the lunatics who had come out of nowhere. Of course, it was not that nobody saw through the weakness of the Federal Expedition Army. It was true that many people pointed out that the crazy woman who called herself Speaker of the Federation Ding Lingdang was still in the divinity transformation stage, even though her aura was indeed intimidating. The giant god soldiers that she controlled were not the best of the best, either. Theoretically speaking, they were not invincible. As for the enormous fleet that was rushing close, although there were a lot of them, their formation had been greatly undermined after they charged forward at a high speed. It was not hard to tell that their teamwork was not very good, and their combatability was not very good either. Their average combatability was not very high either. They looked like a motley crew. In other words, as long as the fleet of the Heaven's Origin Sector was united, a certain elite fleet would form a cone-shaped battle formation fearlessly and fight the enemy head-on. It was very likely that they would pierce through the enemy's battle formation and even tear the enemy apart without caring about their head or tail. 100% true. The only problem was how to make the fleet of the Heaven's Origin Sector unite, and whose subfleet would act as the undaunted sacrifices so that the sharp edge of the cone-shaped battle formation could confront the crazy woman who was yelling and lunging at them. Brother is wise. Although the enemy is powerful, they are just a mob. One head-on charge is enough to crush the barbarians at the edge of the Sea of Stars. Then, since it is my suggestion, let the warships under my command be the vanguard and take the credit. Brother, lead the charge. I guarantee that I will follow you to the death and cover you with the strongest firepower. Such adulation and promises were echoing non-stop on the flagship of the main fleet and every branch fleet. In terms of overall capability, the fleet of the Heaven's Origin Sector did not suffer too many losses in the previous battle. Their formation was not messy, their spiritual shields were solid, and they had sufficient fuel and ammunition. In regard to experts, it was not that the Heaven's Return fleet did not have their own nascent soul stage cultivators, divinity transformation stage cultivators, and giant god soldiers. In fact, their top combatability was even higher than that of the barbarians. But in terms of fighting will, or rather their mysterious belief, they were simply zero, if not negative, when compared to the crazy outburst of the enemy. As the last hope of the rightful government of the Imperium of true human beings, every noble valued their own life more than anything else. They were not willing to repeat the mistakes of Yun Xiefeng, Song Yushi, and the commander of the royal fleet. They were merely taking advantage of the conflict between the revolutionaries and the members of the Star Glory Federation. They never intended to perish together with the crazy barbarians. Judging from the aggressiveness of the enemy and the assault of their entire army, even if they won the battle, it would be a brutal victory at the cost of their own lives. How could they defend the glory of the imperial court and their family, fight against the revolutionary rebels, and take back the entire Imperium and live a comfortable life again? They could not die in such an inexplicable encounter. The moment such a thought occurred to them, they were tied up and torn apart like crazily growing thorns. At this moment, the consequences of the lack of unity among the four families, who all had their own schemes, were fully revealed. If they had only one fleet, they might have been able to survive the desperate situation. But right now there were four fleets. If one of them was in front of him, he might have a chance to run away and return to the Yellow Dragon sector. It was a different version of 3 monks without water. In the previous charge against Lei Qinghu's remaining troops, the branch fleet of the Yun family had been the first to respond. They were in the lead and were the first to break through the enemy lines. Right now, they were also the first to face Ding Lingdang and the other cultivators of the Federation. The other three fleets were gliding toward the end of the trajectory of the gravity slingshot at the highest speed. But right now, countless streams of flames were spurting out of most of the starships in the opposite direction and breaking them. Their speed was getting lower and lower, but they had exposed the Yun family fleet to the joint fleet of the arsonists and the Federal Expedition Army. The four families both lacked effective firepower cooperation and did not intend to cover the Yun family's vulnerable flank at all. It seemed that they did not care whether or not Bai Xinghe's saber would decapitate the branch fleet of the Yun family, and whether or not Ding Lingdang, who was rushing forward, would blow up the branch fleet of the Yun family with her burning iron fists. What is the meaning of this? What is the meaning of this? Where is your loyalty to the imperial court? Where is your valiance as immortal cultivators? Why is your fleet not moving forward? What do you want? What do you want? In the meeting of the Supreme Coalition Army, the leader of the Yun family was so angry that he was about to jump to the meeting table and curse his sanctimonious colleagues. We have so many main force warships and so many giant god soldiers that have not been deployed yet. Do you think that we are doomed so quickly? Where are the giant god soldiers? Why are your giant god soldiers not deployed? Why? To be fair, the furious leader of the Yun family was wrong about other people. The decision not to advance forward because of cold feet was not the command of the leaders of the military, but a tacit understanding between the commanders of their respective fleets. The so-called Great Tao of Immortal Cultivators was a war between everybody and everybody. Every immortal cultivator knew the importance of preserving their strength and watching the fire from the other side of the lake. Those idiots who were not adept at such arts had been eliminated hundreds of years ago. At the end of the day, most of the immortal cultivators, at least high-level immortal cultivators, would only listen to their own commands and consider the problems in their own interests. The leaders of the families did not have much control over the commanders of the fleet below them, or even the captains of every starship. Not to mention that the experts who were qualified to command the giant god soldiers had all trained hard for 1 to 200 years in order to reach the nascent soul stage and the divinity transformation stage. They were all the dominators of their respective territories. Even if anything happened to them, they would have all the money in the world and a way out. There was no need for them to fight against the giant god soldiers of so many barbarians for a broken fleet of the Flying Star sector. After 100 years of training, countless plots and schemes had brought him to his current level. Would he be able to afford the compensation if there were any bumps? If there were a lot of battle credits and resources that they could get, the nascent soul stage cultivators and the divinity transformation stage cultivators would certainly rush to attack them. But right now, they were really risking their lives. It was hard to say whether or not they could defeat Ding Lingdang. Even if they defeated the Speaker of Parliament, they would be drowned by the storm-like bombardment of the barbarians. What was their purpose? After all, as nascent soul stage cultivators and divinity transformation stage cultivators, with the help of the giant god soldiers, their odds of survival on the battlefield were the highest. Since the situation was so unclear, it was better to wait and see. Just like that, the big shots of the Yun family jumped up and down for a long time, but nobody was willing to talk to him. The other big shots all lowered their heads and fell into awkward silence. After a long time, Song Bugue poked his head in through the door again and managed to give an explanation. Minister Yun, please don't be impatient. The combat ability of the enemy is not necessarily as weak as they appear to be. The so-called loose formation and lackluster flames are very likely to be an illusion of weakness on purpose. They are luring our army to charge forward. Otherwise, how could a dignified speaker of the Federation charge alone at the front? She is nothing but bait, just like Lei Qinghu's flagship just now. Therefore, the more arrogant and crazy the enemy is, the more prudent and calm we must be. Why don't we ask the branch fleet of the Yun family to test the enemy first? If we can see through the enemy's disguise, we will catch up to them in no time with the support of the waves of firepower. Song Bugue's words were like a spring breeze that brought the frozen faces of the big shots to life. Yes, yes, yes. What Vice Marshal Song said is right. The enemy must have a trap. There must be a plot. How can a leader of a military nation rush to the front with his fists clenched just because of a disagreement? She is bait, just like Lei Qinghu. We have been fooled just now. We cannot make the same mistake again. The Yun family's valiant generals are like clouds, and their heroes are like rain. They have always been the strongest of the four families. This little brother also admires them to the extreme. The Yun family taking the first credit is a matter of course. No one dares to compete with your brother. That's very wise of you, General Song. Now that the situation is so bad, the Heaven's Return fleet needs to be prudent, and prudent. Kill, 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 kill. Doesn't the Yun family have quite a few nascent soul stage cultivators and divinity transformation stage cultivators who are equipped with giant god soldiers? Then, please take action immediately and slay this crazy barbarian in front of the two armies. This will boost the morale of our army and completely tear apart the prestige of these barbarians. As for my family's giant god soldiers, they are undergoing emergency maintenance and are being equipped with ammunition. They will be able to attack immediately and provide an overwhelming cover for our allies. All the big shots were flattering Li Yao enthusiastically. The leader of the Yun family was so angry that he almost collapsed his chair. Gritting his teeth, he was about to issue a new command to the branch fleet of the Yun family. When the dense light spots that represented the branch fleet of the Yun family in the front of the light beam deviated from their original trajectory and bypassed the coalition fleet of the arsonists and the expedition army, they were running away. To be honest, the branch fleet of the Yun family had reached the end of the gravity slingshot at the highest speed and was about to crash into by Xinjiang and Ding Lingdang. Under such circumstances, they had to make a 180-degree turn at the risk of the starship being torn apart by the inertia and acceleration. They were determined to run away even though their vulnerable flanks would be exposed to the enemy's bombardment. It was quite risky. As it turned out, the commander of the branch fleet of the Yun family had calculated the distance between them perfectly. When he completed the turn and accelerated toward the plane of the battlefield in a hurry, he was about 70,000 kilometers away from the effective attack range of Bai Xinjiang and Ding Lingdang. It seemed that, if the enemy did not pursue him, his fleet would have a chance to retreat from the battlefield intact. Of course, such emergency brakes and superturns were not without cost. Not only did it consume a lot of fuel, the shell and internal structure of the starship were torn apart by the gravity of the number 4 planet and its own inertia, too. Its defense ability was greatly undermined. The previously neat battle formation had been torn apart, too. All the starships no longer cared about where they were and fled desperately in a straight line. As for the strike to morale, well, it was impossible to strike something that did not exist in the first place. As a result, the other 3 fleets would have to collide with Bai Xinjiang and Ding Lingdang in a few minutes at a distance of approximately 1.5 million kilometers. There was nothing but silence in the meeting of the Supreme Coalition Army. The nobles of the other noble families did not even have the time to berate the big shot of the Yun family for his lack of sense of shame. They sent the most resolute command to their subordinate fleets at the highest speed retreat. Retreat at a 180-degree angle. In front of them was an intimidating army of barbarians. Behind them were Lei Qinghu's remaining subordinates, who had just been broken through and were still in a chaotic state. Even a fool would know which one was easier to deal with. Hurry up and attack Jade Cauldron. We will return to the orbit of Jade Cauldron and meet up with the guards there. Then, we will fight the enemy with the defense system of Jade Cauldron. Such high-sounding screams were echoing on the flagship of the fleet. In a vacuum where there was no friction at all, how difficult would it be for the 100,000 starships, which had accelerated to the maximum speed with the help of the gravity of the planets, to make a 180-degree turn simultaneously? How much chaos would they cause? The question could be solved by imagining how 100,000 wild boars running in the same direction could turn around and run away when they heard the roars of the tyrannosaurs. Not all the captains of the starships in the fleet approved of such a timid and idiotic tactic. However, the so-called uncontrollable was just like that. Everybody was running away, and nobody had the time to care about who was on the other side. Whoever hesitated for even half a second would become the last meat shield to face the wrath of Ding Lingdang, the human-shaped Tyrannosaurus. Therefore, even though the captains were planning to give it a try, When they saw the lackluster and even ill-intentioned allies around them, they all chose to make a turn without caring about the stability of the starship and the crazy consumption of fuel. This was an avalanche-like chain reaction, a vicious cycle. Run, run, run. All the captains were of the same mind. They did not need to run faster than Bai Xinghe's saber. All they needed to do was run faster than their allies. He would break through Lei Qinghu's broken formation and return to the orbit of Jade Tripod. After all, there were still a lot of heavy firepower units on the surface of Jade Tripod that could provide strong support. By then, he would have much more options whether to regroup and fight again or to return to the Yellow Dragon world. It was a good plan. However, the captains, chiefs, ministers, and committee leaders had overlooked one thing. There were two kinds of immortal cultivators in the world. One of them was Lei Qinghu, and the other was Lei Qinghu, who was completely different from them and had been forgotten by them. The immortal cultivators were even mocked by them for their stupidity. Right when the fleet changed their route and made a 180-degree turn, shocking changes happened to Lei Qinghu's broken array, too. The previously lackluster spiritual shields were now shining 100 times brighter than before, like burning supernovas. The power units that had been silent for the past few days, as if they had been blown up, spurted out thousands of powerful spiritual flames, making the starships charge forward unstoppably like ferocious cannonballs. The disorderly remnants, whose morale was so low that they were barely under control, were brought back to life. They moved forward at a high speed smoothly and neatly, forming the perfect cone-shaped battle formation. The dumbfounded nobles finally realized two things. Firstly, Lei Qinghu's fleet had indeed suffered heavy losses over the past few days. He had even abandoned a lot of slow-moving starships. However, the starships that had been destroyed and discarded were mainly maintenance starships and comprehensive supply ships. Although the super-heavy starships that were loaded with a lot of assets were essential for prolonged combat, they were not as important in a short assault. Moreover, after abandoning the maintenance ships, the comprehensive supply ships, and the clumsy auxiliary warships, the sharp arrows made of divine shield warships and arsenals were lighter, sharper, and deadlier. Secondly, including the flagship, the strength that Lei Qinghu still controlled was not as heavy as before. He had been concealing half of his firepower and defensibility in the high-intensity battle for an entire day and night on purpose. It was not until this moment, when the fattest prey had fallen into the trap, that he unleashed 100% of his combat ability and revealed the sharpest fangs of the god of war. Well, all the nobles of the fleet would be drowned in their own cold sweat. Deliberately showing weakness was easier said than done in a real battle. It meant that the commander-in-chief had absolute control over the fleet, and that the commander-in-chief's willpower was as hard as steel and his nerves were as cold as ice. When necessary, the commander-in-chief would have to watch the starships under his command that were not protected by spiritual shields being blown up by the enemy without being able to lend a hand in time. Only by being cruel to oneself could one be crueler to the enemy. The immortal cultivators of the four families could do the latter half perfectly, but they had forgotten that the first half represented the essence of the path of immortality. Even so, even if Lei Qinghu was cruel enough to sacrifice his own people and pretend that he couldn't resist a single attack in order to bait the fleet of the Heaven's origin sector, the fact that his fleet had just collapsed and was in utter chaos was a fact that everybody had seen with their own eyes. The nobles could not understand it at all. Even though he was the god of war, there was no way that he could have gathered so many people perfectly the moment they turned around. It was true that god of war was not enough. But God of War and Punching King were more or less the same. On Lei Qinghu's flagship, the God of War of the Imperium was standing below the glittering light beams with his hands behind his back. Beside him was a silver iron giant whose head was connected to the mainframe crystal processor by almost 100 crystal cables. At first glance, it had already melded with the mainframe crystal processor of the flagship and even all the crystal processors of Lei Qinghu's fleet into a set of strengthened tactical chains as fast as lightning and a super battle network that covered all the stars in the universe. This was the Punching King. Different from Xiaoming, Wenwen, and even Fuxi, it was an information lifeform that was born for war and destruction and trained, upgraded, and evolved toward the goal of being the strongest in the universe. Only the experience, willpower, and leadership of the god of war, together with the computational ability of the boxing champion and the enhancement of the battle network, could transform the rotten into the miraculous and complete the incredible assembly and assault. The Federal Expedition Army is already on the move. All the starships have entered the sublight speed state, leaving no way out for themselves. How resolute they are. The crystal cable on the back of the Fist King was shivering slightly, as if the data that was flooding in had a mass of its own. It turned into clusters of scorching magma that were burning its crystal cameras. The Fist King quickly analyzed the data of the friendly army on the other side. Then he exclaimed in surprise, "The one at the front is actually Ding Lingdang, their Speaker of Parliament? What does that mean? Is it a unique combat habit of the human civilization at the edge of the Sea of Stars? That's unbelievable." Pausing for a moment, it quickly calculated and found a plausible explanation. However, the most unbelievable thing is that she is the wife of Vulture Liao. Everything makes sense now. Lei Qinghu looked at the rapidly changing information and the pouring data on the light beam. Ding Lingdang's declaration echoed in his ears. 2. Ding Lingdang, Speaker of Parliament of the Star Glory Federation, is here. Who wants to fight me to the death? Lei Qinghu's lips twitched. There was confusion and astonishment on the cold-blooded warrior's face. 2. Here comes another monster. Lei Qinghu smiled bitterly and mumbled to himself. Liao, Longyang Jun, by Xingjian, His Majesty, and the mysterious, promising creatures of information such as yourself, and now Ding Lingdang, who likes to lead the charge despite being the leader of a military nation. There are more and more monsters in the center of the Sea of Stars today. It's getting livelier and livelier. General Hu, what did you say? The boxing champion asked. It's nothing. I just feel that I'm too old and my head is too rigid. It's hard for me to understand monsters like you and this new era where everything is surging and exciting. Lei Qinghu sighed. The old era that belonged to me is withering. I can't keep up with you monsters anymore. It seems that I should find a good exit and leave the stage to you newcomers. However, the god of war took a deep breath, although he said that stubbornness, competitiveness, and bloodthirst were beaming out of his eyes. He stared at the gradually dispersing fleet on the light beam. His eyes seemed to be tearing apart every mystic ray that constituted the light beam. I can walk off the stage that I've been fighting for 200 years on my own. But as long as I'm standing on the stage for 1 second, I will be the god of war. Nobody will force me to walk down the stage. Nobody will be able to defeat me in the blood-stained Sea of Stars. Lei Qinghu of the Imperium. Lei Qinghu clenched his communicator so hard that it was squeaking. He roared at the soldiers of the entire army who had been suppressing themselves for a long time. Do you see it, soldiers of the new empire? The foreign army from the edge of the Sea of Stars has just marched into an unfamiliar battlefield. And yet they are already so bold and brutal. The enemies in front of them, the self-proclaimed immortal cultivators, are so timid and selfish that they have disgraced the immortal cultivators. We will never admit that the cowardly, ugly guys are immortal cultivators. They are just maggots, cockroaches. It will be the greatest insult to the path of immortality if they continue to live an ignoble life. Let's end the lives of the maggots with our own hands and tell the visiting army what a real immortal cultivator looks like. Before the roars echoed in every starship under his command, Lei Qinghu had already commanded his flagship to accelerate and crash into the fleeing fleet. Below the flagship, all the starships had minimized the output of their spiritual shields. The arc defense was concentrated at the head of the starship and abandoned the flanks and the rear. In such a way, all the spiritual energy was concentrated on the billions of turrets, unleashing the strongest firepower. Such an aggressive strategy required a lot of control over the starship to ensure that its flanks were not exposed to the enemy's bombardment. Or rather, the attackers were 120% confident in their firepower. They believed that, with a charge and a salvo, the enemy would be torn apart and utterly defeated. Although the Sea of Stars was vast, the distance of millions of kilometers was covered in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, the screams of the nobles had yet to rush out of their throats. Ding Lingdang, by Xingjian, and Lei Chenghu's 3 fleets converged from different directions like 3 torrents of steel and crashed into the collapsing battle formations of the nobles. For a moment, countless bridges made of death rays were established between the starships. The chaotic magnetic field resulting from the collision of the high-speed particle stream and the spiritual shield dispersed like a colorful mist of rainbows. The mist of death was extremely corrosive. In the blink of an eye, thousands of starships were riddled with holes and bumps. Shocking holes were even appearing on them. A lot of crew members, assets, and fuel were spurting out of the holes, as if countless tentacles of flames were struggling and cramping helplessly. The 3 fleets on the attacking side had completely different combat styles. The coalition fleet of the arsonists was like a ghost saber that was as thin as a cicada's wing or as invisible as a shadow. They cut into the most vulnerable joints of the 4 branches of the Heaven's Origin fleet and dissected the Heaven's Origin fleet layer by layer like a butcher dissecting a bull, exposing the large maintenance ships and the comprehensive supply ships to the fierce firepower of the follow-up fleets. The faster arsenals and destroyers were also lost. Under the intense interference of the spiritual energy, they could not tell where the star and the Jade Cauldron planet were and did not know where to run to. Ding Lingdang and the hundreds of giant god soldiers behind her marched into the densest area of the starships of the fleet unreasonably and covered themselves with the enormous size of the starship. They reached the bridge, the arsenal, and the engine compartment like burning iron chopsticks that had been stabbed into tofu. In less than half a minute, they could disable a starship and turn it into a cold, dark coffin. Then they would break out of the shell and rush to the next starship. It was a rarely seen, splendid scene in the epic battle in the center of the Sea of Stars. The nascent soul stage cultivators and the divinity transformation stage cultivators of the fleet were all dumbfounded by Ding Lingdong's bravery and craziness. Even though they could gather the largest number of giant god soldiers, who would be willing to throw the ultimate weapons that could not be mass-produced into such a crazy battle? Besides, hundreds of giant god soldiers were fighting on the street inside their starship. No matter what the outcome was, their fleet would be at a disadvantage. Therefore, without a leader, none of the nascent soul stage cultivators, divinity transformation stage cultivators, and the giant god soldiers of the fleet were willing to confront Ding Lingdang and the other giant god soldiers of the Federation face to face. Instead, they tried their best to run away. Then, they ran into Lei Chenghu's iron plate made of iron and death rays. Different from Bai Xinghe's sharpness and Ding Lingdong's craziness, Lei Chenghu was in the most formal and rigorous formation. He taught the nobles a profound lesson about the battle of the Sea of Stars, the invincible imperial army, and the real immortal cultivators. Their sprinting speed was as fast as Bai Xinghe's, and their firepower was so intimidating that it almost eclipsed the entire Sea of Stars. However, every salvo of Lei Chenghu's fleet was aimed precisely. Their hit rate was shockingly high, and they were determined to carry out their orders. In order to maintain the order of the battle formation, they did not intend to dodge even when they discovered the starships of the nobles on their way. They simply crashed into the starships, even if they were to be burnt into brilliant fireballs. Earth-shaking crystal bullets and high-energy particles fell upon the battle formation of the fleet like a torrential rain, as if countless golden swords were slashing the fluffy snow. The weird distortion resulting from the continuous explosions of starships was like the reflection of colorful diamonds. After only one round of collisions, the fleet was already on the verge of total collapse. Many starships had lost their courage to fight. Their turrets were all drooping, but they were sending all their fuel to the spiritual shields and the power units, trying to run away. Some of them even crashed into each other in order to find the best route to run away. More crystal suits and space shuttles were planning to fight the enemy for a while, but they were dumbfounded to find that the mothership had run away without caring about their lives at all. Losing the mothership equaled to losing the hope of survival. The nobles who wanted to cry but had no tears could only curse and surrender obediently. They turned off most of the units around them and minimized the reaction of their spiritual flames, while they sent out surrender signals in the public channel, waiting for the verdict of fate. Several giant god soldiers that belonged to the 4 major families had been deployed to the battlefield. But when they looked at the unstoppable fleet of Bai Xinghe and the arsonists, the crazy Ding Lingdang, and the expedition army of the Federation, and the awe-inspiring fleet of Lei Chenghu behind them, as well as their allies who were fleeing in all directions, they all retreated after pondering for a moment and devoted their precious fuel to their motherships. Are you kidding me? After only one round of fighting, the outcome of the battle could not have been clearer. The soldiers were already on the verge of collapse. The chaos in front of them could not be cleaned up even if Black Star Emperor Wuxia was resurrected. If they did not run away, would they still be waiting to be buried together with the fleet of the Flying Star Sector, which had congenital deformities and postnatal deficiencies? The firepower of the attackers even extended to the center of the battle formation of the Heaven's Return team, which was theoretically the safest flagship. Boom. 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 Inside the flagship, explosions that sounded like deep-water bombs were echoing nonstop. Most of the soldiers were running away in fear. Some of them even activated the gel that looked like jelly and hid inside like ostriches, hoping to improve their odds of survival when their starship was blown up. They were already prepared to be captives. Shrieks that could tear the sky apart echoed inside the meeting. What do I do? The enemy's firepower is too fierce. What is going on? Get out of the way. Why are there so many starships blocking our way? Martial Song. How are you commanding them? Ask them to move aside so that we can evacuate safely. This is all your Song family's fault. This is your Song family's territory. Your intelligence is wrong. You have to be responsible. You have to take full responsibility for the crushing defeat in this battle. When we return to the Yellow Dragon domain and return to His Majesty, this marquee will definitely give you a piece of my mind. Just you wait. Just wait for this marquee. Deputy General Song. Deputy General Song. What exactly are you doing? Aren't you the Commander-in-Chief of the Heaven's Return Fleet and the Supreme Commander of the Jade Cauldron battle? Quickly think of a way to send us back to Jade Cauldron Planet. No, directly return to the Yellow Dragon world. Otherwise, watch out for your head. Dozens of generals, ministers, and lords of the Yun family, the Li family, and the Dongfang family turned their attention to the Song family and Song Bugue. They vented their fear of Lei Chenhu and the federal soldiers on Song Bugue and saved some of their face. Even the future candidate of the Song family, Song Lixing, was like a half-dead piranha that had been stranded on the shore. He collapsed in the captain's seat, breathing heavily, grinding his teeth, and glaring at Song Bugue with hatred. Yes, I will do my best to escort you back to your hometown safely. Faced with the storm of saliva, Song Bugue was as emotionless as before. He bowed deeply and retreated with his ass in the air. Father! In the shadows of the pathway, the eldest son and dozens of other guys who were wearing the uniforms of the soldiers but had bulging temples like killing machines popped up. Boom! Another explosion came from the rear of the flagship, but this time, it did not seem to be caused by cannon fire. Instead, it seemed to be caused by internal damage, resulting in a violent internal explosion in the engine compartment. The flagship immediately slowed down. Song Bugue and his son were well prepared. They stood firmly on the deck like nails. The nobles and generals in the meeting room were caught unprepared. They all exclaimed in anger. Holding the cabin wall, Song Bugue was standing next to a round virtual cabin window. On the 3D light beam, the stars and the cannon fire were shining brilliantly, making him look extremely gloomy. Can't accept this. With a bitter smile, Song Bugue looked at the blood-stained sea of stars outside the window and mumbled, Junkai, do you believe it? If the fleet of the Heaven's Origin Sector is a real fleet united by military orders, with the fearless and invincible spirit when the Black Star Emperor established the Imperium of true human beings 1,000 years ago, we actually stand a chance in this battle. Our starships are not worse than the enemies, and the quantity and quality of the giant god soldiers are not very different either. In regard to the critical factors such as the intensity of ammunition, fuel, and spiritual shield, our starships are even better than the enemies. The three parts of the enemy, namely Lei Chenhu by Xianxia, and the reinforcements of the Federation, also have fatal problems such as the lack of teamwork and the subtle gaps between them. The enemy is merely bluffing and concealing their weakness with the craziness of desperados. Therefore, if I had 100% control over the fleet of the Heaven's Origin Sector, without the annoying pigs and dogs, and with the entire army carrying out my will to the end, Even a mediocre man such as myself might be able to defeat the legendary god of war. It's truly a pity. Leading a vast army in a grand battle formation, clashing with a famous general like Lei Qinghu in the most brilliant sparks in an open and straightforward, thunderous confrontation. Dying under the bombardment of his billions of cannons is the highest honor for an immortal cultivator and a professional soldier. I'd rather die a glorious death than live a miserable life. Father, why do you say that? The eldest son stepped forward and unsheathed half of his battle saber. He declared resolutely, "A good bird chooses a tree to nest in. It's not too late yet. Chances are that you will be promoted even further. It's too late. You don't understand. Everything is too late. Since the moment the 4 electors stole the supreme power of the Imperium hundreds of years ago, everything has been too late. You don't understand. You don't understand." Song Bugue heaved a long sigh and wiped his face. He gradually gritted his teeth and said coldly, one word after another, "Forget it. This ugly farce has been going on for long enough. The Imperium, the path of immortality, and the civilization of mankind can no longer bear such torment. Now, let us personally put an end to this clown's performance."